Title: The Complete Works of William Shakespeare. Author: William Shakespeare. You are listening on Audiobook Library YouTube channel. Enjoy the audio. The Sonnets. 1. From fairest creatures we desire increase, that thereby beauty's rose might never die, but as the riper should by time decease, his tender air might bear his memory. But thou contracted to thine own bright eyes, feed'st thy light's flame with self-substantial fuel, making a famine where abundance lies. Thyself thy foe, to thy sweet self too cruel, thou that art now the world's fresh ornament, and only herald to the gaudy spring, within thine own bud buryest thy content, and, tender churl, maxed waste in niggarding. Pity the world, or else this glutton be, to eat the world's due, by the grave in thee. 2. When 40 winters shall besiege thy brow, and dig deep trenches in thy beauty's field, thy youth's proud livery so gazed on now will be a tattered weed of small worth held. Then being asked, where all thy beauty lies, where all the treasure of thy lusty days, to say, within thine own deep sunken eyes, were an all-eating shame and thriftless praise. How much more praise deserved thy beauty's use? If thou couldst answer this fair child of mine, shall sum my count and make my old excuse, proving his beauty by succession thine. This were to be new made when thou art old, and see thy blood warm when thou feel'st it cold. 3. Look in thy glass and tell the face thou viewest. Now is the time that face should form another, whose fresh repair if now thou not renewest, thou dost beguile the world, unblessome mother. For where is she so fair whose uneared womb disdains the tillage of thy husbandry? Or who is he so fond will be the tomb of his self-love to stop posterity? Thou art thy mother's glass and she in thee calls back the lovely April of her prime. So thou through windows of thine age shalt see, despite of wrinkles, this thy golden time. But if thou live remembered not to be, die single and thine image dies with thee. 4. Unthrifty loveliness, why dost thou spend upon thyself thy beauty's legacy? Nature's bequest gives nothing but doth lend, and being frank she lends to those are free. Then beauteous niggard, why dost thou abuse the bounteous largesse given thee to give? Profitless usurer, why dost thou use so great a sum of sums yet canst not live? For having traffic with thyself alone, thou of thyself thy sweet self dost deceive. Then how when nature calls thee to be gone, what acceptable audit canst thou leave? Thy unused beauty must be tuned with thee, which used lives executor to be. 5. Those hours that with gentle work did frame the lovely gaze where every eye doth dwell, will play the tyrants to the very same, and that unfair which fairly doth excel. For never resting time leads summer on to hideous winter and confounds him there. Sap checked with frost and lusty leaves quite gone, beauty o'ersnowed and bareness everywhere. Then were not summer's distillation left, a liquid prisoner pent in walls of glass. Beauty's effect with beauty were bereft, nor it nor no remembrance what it was. But flowers distilled though they with winter meet, least but their show, their substance still lives sweet. 6. Then let not winter's ragged hand deface in thee thy summer ere thou be distilled. Make sweet some vial, treasure thou some place, with beauty's treasure ere it be self-killed. That use is not forbidden usury, which happies those that pay the willing loan. That's for thyself to breed another thee, or 10 times happier, be it 10 for 1. 10 times thyself were happier than thou art, if 10 of thine 10 times refigured thee. Then what could death do if thou shouldst depart, leaving thee living in posterity? Be not self-willed, for thou art much too fair to be death's conquest and make worms thine heir. 7. Lo, in the orient when the gracious light lifts up his burning head, each under eye doth homage to his new appearing sight, serving with looks his sacred majesty, and having climbed the steep up heavenly hill, resembling strong youth in his middle age, yet mortal looks adore his beauty still, attending on his golden pilgrimage. But when from highmost pitch with weary car, like feeble age he yelleth from the day, the eyes, fore duteous, now converted are from his low tract and look another way. So thou, thyself outgoing in thy noon, unlooked on diest unless thou get a son. 8. Music to hear, why hear'st thou music sadly? Sweets with sweets war not, joy delights in joy. Why lov'st thou that which thou recev'st not gladly? Or else recev'st with pleasure thine annoy? If the true concord of well-tuned sounds by unions married do offend thine ear, They do but sweetly chide thee, who confounds in singleness the parts that thou shouldst bear. Mark how one string sweet husband to another strikes each and each by mutual ordering, resembling sire and child and happy mother, who all in one pleasing note do sing, whose speechless song being many, seeming one, sings this to thee, thou single wilt prove none. 9. Is it for fear to wed a widow's eye that thou consum'st thyself in single life? Ah, if thou issueless shalt hap to die, the world will wail thee like a makeless wife. The world will be thy widow and still weep that thou no form of thee hast left behind, when every private widow well may keep by children's eyes her husband's shape and mind. Look what an unthrift in the world doth spend, shifts but his place, for still the world enjoys it. But beauty's waste hath in the world an end, and kept unused the user so destroys it. No love toward others in that bosom sits, that on himself such murderous shame commits. 10. For shame deny that thou bear'st love to any, who for thyself art so unprovident. Grant if thou wilt, thou art beloved of many, but that thou none lovest is most evident. For thou art so possessed with murderous hate, that gainst thyself thou stick'st not to conspire, seeking that beauteous roof to ruinate, which to repair should be thy chief desire. O change thy thought, that I may change my mind. Shall hate be fairer lodged than gentle love? Be as thy presence is gracious and kind, or to thyself at least kind-hearted prove. Make thee another self for love of me, that beauty still may live in thine or thee. 11. As fast as thou shalt wane so fast thou growst in one of thine, from that which thou departest, and that fresh blood which youngly thou bestest, thou mayst call thine, when thou from youth convertest. Herein lives wisdom, beauty, and increase. Without this folly, age, and cold decay. If all were minded so, the times should cease, and 80 year would make the world away. Let those whom nature hath not made for store, harsh, featureless, and rude, barrenly perish. Look whom she best endowed, she gave thee more, which bounteous gift thou shouldst in bounty cherish. She carved thee for her seal, and meant thereby thou shouldst print more, not let that copy die. 12. When I do count the clock that tells the time, and see the brave day sunk in hideous night, when I behold the violet past prime, and sable curls all silvered o'er with white, when lofty trees I see barren of leaves, which erst from heat did canopy the herd, and summer's green all girded up in sheaves, borne on the bier with white and bristly beard, then of thy beauty do I question make, that thou among the wastes of time must go, since sweets and beauties do themselves forsake, and die as fast as they see others grow, and nothing gainst time's scythe can make defense, save breed to brave him when he takes thee hence. 13. Oh that you were yourself, but love you are no longer yours, than you yourself here live. Against this coming end you should prepare, and your sweet semblance to some other give. So should that beauty which you hold in lease find no determination, then you were yourself again after yourself's decease, when your sweet issue your sweet form should bear. Who lets so fair a house fall to decay, which husbandry and honor might uphold against the stormy gusts of winter's day and barren rage of death's eternal cold? Oh, none but unthrifts, dear my love, you know. You had a father, let your son say so. 14. Not from the stars do I my judgment pluck, and yet methinks I have astronomy, but not to tell of good or evil luck, of plagues, of dearths, or seasons' quality. Nor can I fortune to brief minutes tell, pointing to each his thunder, rain and wind, or say with princes if it shall go well. By oft predict that I in heaven find, but from thine eyes my knowledge I derive, and constant stars in them I read such art, as truth and beauty shall together thrive. If from thyself to store thou wouldst convert, or else of thee this I prognosticate, thy end is truth's and beauty's doom and date. 15. When I consider everything that grows, holds in perfection but a little moment, that this huge stage presenteth naught but shows, whereon the stars in secret influence comment. When I perceive that men as plants increase, cheered and checked even by the self-same sky, vaunt in their youthful sap, at height decrease, and wear their brave state out of memory, then the conceit of this inconstant stay sets you most rich in youth before my sight, where wasteful time debateth with decay, to change your day of youth to sullied night, and all in war with time for love of you. As he takes from you, I engrif you new. 16. But wherefore do not you a mightier way Make war upon this bloody tyrant time? And fortify yourself in your decay with means more blessed than my barren rhyme? Now stand you on the top of happy hours, and many maiden gardens yet unset with virtuous wish would bear you living flowers, much liker than your painted counterfeit. So should the lines of life that life repair, which this time's pencil or my pupil pen, neither in inward worth nor outward fair, can make you live yourself in eyes of men. To give away yourself keeps yourself still, and you must live drawn by your own sweet skill. 17. Who will believe my verse in time to come, if it were filled with your most high deserts? Though yet heaven knows it is but as a tomb, which hides your life and shows not half your parts. If I could write the beauty of your eyes, and in fresh numbers number all your graces, the age to come would say this poet lies. Such heavenly touches ne'er touched earthly faces. So should my papers, yellowed with their age, be scorned like old men of less truth than tongue, and your true rights be termed a poet's rage and stretched meter of an antique song. But were some child of yours alive that time, you should live twice in it and in my rhyme. 18. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed, and every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest, nor shall death brag thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines to time thou growst. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. 19. Devouring time, blunt thou the lion's paws, and make the earth devour her own sweet brood. Pluck the keen teeth from the fierce tiger's jaws, and burn the long-lived phoenix in her blood. Make glad and sorry seasons as thou fleet'st, and do whate'er thou wilt, swift-footed time, to the wide world and all her fading sweets. But I forbid thee one most heinous crime. O carve not with thy hours my love's fair brow, nor draw no lines there with thine antique pen. Him in thy course untainted do allow, for beauty's pattern to succeeding men. Yet do thy worst, old time, despite thy wrong. My love shall in my verse ever live young. 20. A woman's face with nature's own hand painted. Hast thou the master mistress of my passion? A woman's gentle heart but not acquainted with shifting change as is false women's fashion. An eye more bright than theirs, less false in rolling, gilding the object whereupon it gazeth. A man in hue all hues in his controlling, which steals men's eyes and women's souls amazeth. And for a woman wert thou first created, till nature as she wrought thee fell a-doting, and by addition me of thee defeated, by adding one thing to my purpose nothing. But since she pricked thee out for women's pleasure, mine be thy love and thy love's use their treasure. 21. So is it not with me as with that muse, stirred by a painted beauty to his verse, who heaven itself for ornament doth use, and every fair with his fair doth rehearse, making a couplement of proud compare, with sun and moon, with earth and sea's rich gems, with April's first-born flowers and all things rare, that heaven's air in this huge rondure hems. Oh, let me true in love but truly right, and then believe me, my love is as fair as any mother's child, though not so bright as those gold candles fixed in heaven's air. Let them say more that like of hearsay well, I will not praise that purpose not to sell. 22. My glass shall not persuade me I am old, so long as youth and thou are of one date. But when in the time's furrows I behold, then look I death my days should expiate. For all that beauty that doth cover thee is but the seemly raiment of my heart, which in thy breast doth live, as thine in me. How can I then be elder than thou art? Oh, therefore love be of thyself so wary, as I not for myself, but for thee will, bearing thy heart which I will keep so chary, as tender nurse her babe from faring ill. Presume not on thy heart when mine is slain, thou gav'st me thine not to give back again. 23. As an unperfect actor on the stage, who with his fear is put beside his part, or some fierce thing replete with too much rage, whose strength's abundance weakens his own heart, so I for fear of trust forget to say the perfect ceremony of love's rite, and in mine own love's strength seem to decay, o'ercharged with burthen of mine own love's might. Oh, let my looks be then the eloquence and dumb presagers of my speaking breast, who plead for love and look for recompense. More than that tongue that more hath more expressed. O learn to read what silent love hath writ. To hear with eyes belongs to love's fine wit. 24. Mine eye hath played the painter and hath stelled thy beauty's form and table of my heart. My body is the frame wherein 'tis held, and perspective it is best painter's art. For through the painter must you see his skill, to find where your true image pictured lies, which in my bosom's shop is hanging still, that hath his windows glazed with thine eyes. Now see what good turns eyes for eyes have done. Mine eyes have drawn thy shape, and thine for me are windows to my breast, where through the sun delights to peep, to gaze therein on thee. Yet eyes this cunning want to grace their art. They draw but what they see, know not the heart. 25. Let those who are in favor with their stars of public honor and proud titles boast, whilst I whom fortune of such triumph bars unlooked for joy in that I honor most. Great princes' favorites their fair leaves spread, but as the marigold at the sun's eye, and in themselves their pride lies buried, for at a frown they in their glory die. The painful warrior famoused for fight, after 1,000 victories once foiled, is from the book of honor raised quite, and all the rest forgot for which he toiled. Then happy I that love and am beloved, where I may not remove nor be removed. 26. Lord of my love, to whom in vassalage thy merit hath my duty strongly knit, to thee I send this written embassage, to witness duty, not to show my wit. Duty so great, which wit so poor as mine may make seem bare, in wanting words to show it. But that I hope some good conceit of thine, in thy soul's thought, all naked, will bestow it, till whatsoever star that guides my moving points on me graciously with fair aspect, and puts apparel on my tattered loving, to show me worthy of thy sweet respect. Then may I dare to boast how I do love thee. Till then, not show my head where thou mayst prove me. 27. Weary with toil, I haste me to my bed. The dear repose for limbs with travel tired. But then begins a journey in my head, to work my mind when body's work's expired. For then my thoughts, from far where I abide, intend a zealous pilgrimage to thee, and keep my drooping eyelids open wide, looking on darkness which the blind do see, save that my soul's imaginary sight presents thy shadow to my sightless view, which like a jewel, hung in ghastly night, makes black night beauteous and her old face new. Lo, thus by day my limbs, by night my mind, for thee, and for myself, no quiet find. 28. How can I then return in happy plight, that am debarred the benefit of rest, when day's oppression is not eased by night, but day by night and night by day oppressed, and each, though enemies to either's reign, do in consent shake hands to torture me, the one by toil, the other to complain. How far I toil, still farther off from thee. I tell the day to please him thou art bright, and dost him grace when clouds do blot the heaven. So flatter I the swart-complexioned night, when sparkling stars twire not thou gild'st the even. But day doth daily draw my sorrows longer, and night doth nightly make grief's length seem stronger. 29. When in disgrace with fortune and men's eyes, I all alone beweep my outcast state, and trouble deaf heaven with my bootless cries, and look upon myself and curse my fate, wishing me like to one more rich in hope, featured like him with friends possessed, desiring this man's art and that man's scope, with what I most enjoy contented least, yet in these thoughts myself almost despising, haply I think on thee, and then my state, like to the lark at break of day arising, from sullen earth, sings hymns at heaven's gate. For thy sweet love remembered such wealth brings, that then I scorn to change my state with kings. 30. When to the sessions of sweet silent thought, I summon up remembrance of things past, I sigh the lack of many a thing I sought, and with old woes new wail my dear time's waste. Then can I drown an eye, unused to flow, for precious friends hid in death's dateless night, and weep afresh love's long since cancelled woe, and moan th expense of many a vanished sight. Then can I grieve at grievances foregone, and heavily from woe to woe tell o'er the sad account of forebemoaned moan, which I knew pay as if not paid before. But if the while I think on thee, dear friend, all losses are restored and sorrows end. 31. Thy bosom is endeared with all hearts, which I by lacking have supposed dead, and there reigns love and all love's loving parts, and all those friends which I thought buried, How many a holy and obsequious tear hath dear religious love stolen from mine eye, as interest of the dead, which now appear but things removed that hidden in thee lie. Thou art the grave where buried love doth live, hung with the trophies of my lovers gone, who all their parts of me to thee did give. That due of many, now is thine alone. Their images I loved, I view in thee. And thou, all they, hast all the all of me. 32. If thou survive my well-contented day, when that churl death my bones with dust shall cover, and shalt by fortune once more resurvey these poor rude lines of thy deceased lover, compare them with the bettering of the time, and though they be outstripped by every pen, reserve them for my love, not for their rhyme, exceeded by the height of happier men. Oh, then vouchsafe me but this loving thought: had my friend's muse grown with this growing age, a dearer birth than this his love had brought, to march in ranks of better equipage. But since he died and poets better prove, theirs for their style I'll read, his for his love. 33. Full many a glorious morning have I seen flatter the mountain tops with sovereign eye, kissing with golden face the meadows green, gilding pale streams with heavenly alchemy, anon permit the basest clouds to ride with ugly wrack on his celestial face, and from the forlorn world his visage hide, stealing unseen to west with this disgrace. Even so my sun one early morn did shine with all triumphant splendor on my brow, but out alack, he was but 1 hour mine. The region cloud hath masked him from me now, yet him for this my love no whit disdaineth. Sons of the world may stain when heaven's sun staineth. 34. Why didst thou promise such a bodeous day, and make me travel forth without my cloak, to let base clouds o'ertake me in my way, hiding thy bravery in their rotten smoke? 'Tis not enough that through the cloud thou break, to dry the rain on my storm-beaten face, for no man well of such a salve can speak, that heals the wound and cures not the disgrace. Nor can thy shame give physic to my grief, though thou repent, yet I have still the loss. Offender's sorrow lends but weak relief to him that bears the strong offence's cross. Ah, but those tears are pearl which thy love sheds, and they are rich and ransom all ill deeds. 35. No more be grieved at that which thou hast done. Roses have thorns and silver fountains mud. Clouds and eclipses stain both moon and sun, and loathsome canker lives in sweetest bud. All men make faults, and even I in this, authorizing thy trespass with compare, myself corrupting salving thy amiss, excusing thy sins more than thy sins are. For to thy sensual fault I bring incense. Thy adverse party is thy advocate, and gainst myself a lawful plea commence. Such civil war is in my love and hate, that I an accessory needs must be to that sweet thief which sourly robs from me. 36. Let me confess that we two must be twain, although our undivided loves are one. So shall those blots that do with me remain, without thy help, by me be borne alone. In our two loves there is but one respect, though in our lives a separable spite, which though it alter not love's sole effect, yet doth it steal sweet hours from love's delight. I may not evermore acknowledge thee, lest my bewailed guilt should do thee shame, nor thou with public kindness honor me, unless thou take that honor from thy name. But do not so, I love thee in such sort, as thou being mine, mine is thy good report. 37. As a decrepit father takes delight to see his active child do deeds of youth, so I, made lame by fortune's dearest spite, take all my comfort of thy worth and truth. For whether beauty, birth, or wealth, or wit, or any of these all, or more, entitled in thy parts, do crown sit, I make my love engrafted to this store. So then I am not lame, poor, nor despised, whilst that this shadow doth such substance give, that I in thy abundance am sufficed, and by a part of all thy glory live. Look what is best, that best I wish in thee. This wish I have, then 10 times happy me. 38. How can my muse want subject to invent, while thou dost breathe that power'st into my verse? Thine own sweet argument, too excellent for every vulgar paper to rehearse? Oh, give thyself the thanks of thought in me. Worthy perusal stand against thy sight. For who's so dumb that cannot write to thee, when thou thyself dost give invention light? Be thou the 10th muse, 10 times more in worth than those old 9 which rhymers invocate, and he that calls on thee, let him bring forth eternal numbers to outlive long date. If my slight muse do please these curious days, The pain be mine, but thine shall be the praise. 39. Oh, how thy worth with manners may I sing, when thou art all the better part of me. What can mine own praise to mine own self bring? And what is't but mine own when I praise thee? Even for this, let us divided live, and our dear love lose name of single one. That by this separation I may give that due to thee which thou deservest alone. O absence, what a torment wouldst thou prove, were it not thy sour leisure gave sweet leave to entertain the time with thoughts of love, which time and thoughts so sweetly doth deceive, and that thou teachest how to make one twain, by praising him here who doth hence remain. 40. Take all my loves, my love, yea, take them all. What hast thou then more than thou hadst before? No love, my love, that thou mayst true love call. All mine was thine, before thou hadst this more than if for my love, thou my love receivest. I cannot blame thee, for my love thou usest, but yet be blamed, if thou thyself deceivest, by wilful taste of what thyself refusest. I do forgive thy robbery, gentle thief, although thou steal thee all my poverty, and yet love knows it is a greater grief to bear greater wrong than hate's known injury. Lascivious grace, in whom all ill well shows, kill me with spites, yet we must not be foes. 41. Those pretty wrongs that liberty commits, when I am sometime absent from thy heart, thy beauty and thy years full well befits, for still temptation follows where thou art. Gentle thou art, and therefore to be won. Beauteous thou art, therefore to be assailed. And when a woman woos, what woman's son will sourly leave her till he have prevailed? Amy, but yet thou mightst my seat forbear, and chide thy beauty and thy straying youth, who lead thee in their riot even there, where thou art forced to break a twofold truth. Hers by thy beauty tempting her to thee, thine by thy beauty being false to me. 42. That thou hast her, it is not all my grief, and yet it may be said I loved her dearly. That she hath thee is of my wailing chief, a loss in love that touches me more nearly. Loving offenders thus I will excuse ye. Thou dost love her, because thou know'st I love her, and for my sake even so doth she abuse me, suffering my friend for my sake to approve her. If I lose thee, my loss is my love's gain, and losing her, my friend hath found that loss. Both find each other, and I lose both twain, and both for my sake lay on me this cross. But here's the joy, my friend and I are one. Sweet flattery, then she loves but me alone. 43. When most I wink, then do mine eyes best see, for all the day they view things unrespected, but when I sleep, in dreams they look on thee, and darkly bright, are bright and dark directed. Then thou whose shadows doth make bright, how would thy shadows form happy show to the clear day with thy much clearer light, when to unseeing eyes thy shade shines so? How would, I say, mine eyes be blessed made by looking on thee in the living day, when in dead night thy fair imperfect shade through heavy sleep on sightless eyes doth stay. All days are nights to see till I see thee, and nights bright days when dreams do show thee me. 44. If the dull substance of my flesh were thought, injurious distance should not stop my way, for then despite of space I would be brought from limits far remote, where thou dost stay. No matter then although my foot did stand upon the farthest earth removed from thee, for nimble thought can jump both sea and land, as soon as think the place where he would be. But ah, thought kills me that I am not thought to leap large lengths of miles when thou art gone. But that so much of earth and water wrought, I must attend time's leisure with my moan, receiving naught by elements so slow, but heavy tears, badges of either's woe. 45. The other two, slight air and purging fire, are both with thee wherever I abide. The first my thought, the other my desire. These present absent with swift motion slide, for when these quicker elements are gone, in tender embassy of love to thee, my life being made of four, with two alone, sinks down to death, oppressed with melancholy, until life's composition be recured by those swift messengers returned from thee, who even but now come back again assured of thy fair health, recounting it to me. This told, I joy, but then no longer glad. I send them back again and straight grow sad. 46. Mine eye and heart are at a mortal war. How to divide the conquest of thy sight? Mine eye, my heart thy picture's sight would bar. My heart, mine eye the freedom of that right. My heart doth plead that thou in him dost lie, a closet never pierced with crystal eyes, but the defendant doth that plea deny. and says in him thy fair appearance lies. To cite this title is impaneled. A quest of thoughts, all tenants to the heart. And by their verdict is determined. The clear eyes' moiety, and the dear heart's part. As thus, mine eyes do is thy outward part. And my heart's right, thy inward love of heart. 47. Betwixt mine eye and heart a league is took. And each doth good turns now unto the other. When that mine eye is famished for a look. Or heart in love with sighs himself doth smother. With my love's picture then my eye doth feast. And to the painted banquet bids my heart. Another time mine eye is my heart's guest. And in his thoughts of love doth share a part. So either by thy picture or my love. Thyself away, art present still with me. For thou not farther than my thoughts canst move. And I am still with them, and they with thee. Or if they sleep, thy picture in my sight awakes my heart to heart's and eyes' delight. 48. How careful was I when I took my way. Each trifle under truest bars to thrust. That to my use it might unused stay. From hands of falsehood, in sure wards of trust. But thou, to whom my jewels trifles are. Most worthy comfort, now my greatest grief. Thou best of dearest, and mine only care. Art left the prey of every vulgar thief. Thee have I not locked up in any chest. Save where thou art not, though I feel thou art. Within the gentle closure of my breast. From whence at pleasure thou mayst come and part. And even thence thou wilt be stol'n I fear. For truth proves thievish for a prize so dear. 49. Against that time, if ever that time come. When I shall see thee frown on my defects. When as thy love hath cast his utmost sum. Called to that audit by advised respects. Against that time when thou shalt strangely pass. And scarcely greet me with that sun thine eye. When love converted from the thing it was. Shall reasons find of settled gravity. Against that time do I ensconce me here. Within the knowledge of mine own desert. And this my hand, against myself uprear. To guard the lawful reasons on thy part. To leave poor me, thou hast the strength of laws. Since white to love, I can allege no cause. 50. How heavy do I journey on the way. When what I seek, my weary travels end. Doth teach that case and that repose to say. Thus far the miles are measured from thy friend. The beast that bears me, tired with my woe. Plods dully on, to bear that weight in me. As if by some instinct the wretch did know. His rider loved not speed being made from thee. The bloody spur cannot provoke him on. That sometimes anger thrusts into his hide. Which heavily he answers with a groan. More sharp to me than spurring to his side. For that same groan doth put this in my mind. My grief lies onward and my joy behind. 51. Thus can my love excuse the slow offense. Of my dull bearer, when from thee I speed. From where thou art, why should I haste me thence? Till I return of posting is no need. Oh, what excuse will my poor beast then find? When swift extremity can seem but slow. Then should I spur though mounted on the wind. In winged speed no motion shall I know. Then can no horse with my desire keep pace. Therefore desire, of perfect love being made. Shall neigh no dull flesh in his fiery race. But love, for love, thus shall excuse my jade. Since from thee going, he went wilful slow. Towards thee I'll run, and give him leave to go. 52. So am I as the rich whose blessed key can bring him to his sweet uplocked treasure. The which he will not every hour survey. For blunting the fine point of seldom pleasure. Therefore are feasts so solemn and so rare. Since seldom coming in that long year set. Like stones of worth they thinly placed are. Or capped in jewels in the carcanet. So is the time that keeps you as my chest. Or is the wardrobe which the robe doth hide. To make some special instant special blessed. By new unfolding his imprisoned pride. Blessed are you whose worthiness gives scope. Being had to triumph, being lacked to hope. 53. What is your substance, whereof are you made? That millions of strange shadows on you tend? Since every one, hath every one shade. And you but one, can every shadow lend. Describe ad honest and the counterfeit. Is poorly imitated after you. On Helen's cheek all art of beauty set. And you in Grecian tires are painted new. Speak of the spring, and foison of the year. The one doth shadow of your beauty show. The other is your bounty doth appear. And you in every blessed shape we know. In all external grace you have some part. But you like none you for constant heart. 54. Oh, how much more doth beauty beauteous seem. By that sweet ornament which truth doth give. The rose looks fair, but fairer we it deem. For that sweet odor, which doth in it live. The canker blooms have full as deep a dye as the perfumed tincture of the roses. Hang on such thorns, and play as wantonly when summer's breath their masked buds discloses. But for their virtue only is their show. They live unwooed, and unrespected fade. Die to themselves. Sweet roses do not sow. Of their sweet deaths are sweetest odors made. And so of you, beauteous and lovely youth. When that shall fade, my verse distills your truth. 55. Not marble, nor the gilded monuments of princes shall outlive this powerful rhyme. But you shall shine more bright in these contents than unswept stone, besmeared with sluttish time. When wasteful war shall statues overturn, and broils root out the work of masonry. Nor Mars his sword, nor war's quick fire shall burn the living record of your memory. Gainst death and all oblivious enmity shall you pace forth, your praise shall still find room, even in the eyes of all posterity, that wear this world out to the ending doom. So till the judgment that yourself arise, you live in this and dwell in lovers' eyes. 56. Sweet love, renew thy force, be it not said. Thy edge should blunter be than appetite, which but today by feeding is allayed, tomorrow sharpened in his former might. So love be thou, although today thou fill thy hungry eyes, even till they wink with fullness. Tomorrow see again, and do not kill the spirit of love with a perpetual dullness. Let this sad interim like the ocean be, which parts the shore where two contracted new come daily to the banks, that when they see return of love, more blessed may be the view. Or call it winter, which being full of care makes summer's welcome thrice more wished, more rare. 57. Being your slave, what should I do but tend upon the hours and times of your desire? I have no precious time at all to spend, nor services to do till you require. Nor dare I chide the world without end hour, whilst I, my sovereign, watch the clock for you. Nor think the bitterness of absence sour, when you have bid your servant once adieu. Nor dare I question with my jealous thought where you may be or your affairs suppose, but like a sad slave stay and think of naught, save where you are, how happy you make those. So true a fool is love, that in your will, though you do anything, he thinks no ill. 58. That God forbid, that made me first your slave. I shouldn't thought control your times of pleasure, or at your hand account of hours to crave, being your vassal bound to stay your leisure. Oh, let me suffer, being at your beck. Imprisoned absence of your liberty, and patience tamed to sufferance bite each check, without accusing you of injury. Beware you list, your charter is so strong, that you yourself may privilege your time. To what you will, to you it doth belong. Yourself to pardon of self-doing crime. I am to wait, though waiting so be hell. Not blame your pleasure, be it ill or well. 59. If there be nothing new, but that which is, hath been before, how are our brains beguiled, which laboring for invention bear me, the second burthen of a former child. Oh, that record could with a backward look, even of 500 courses of the sun, show me your image in some antique book, since mine at first in character was done, that I might see what the old world could say to this compassed wonder of your frame, whether we are mended, or whether better they, or whether revolution be the same. Oh, sure I am the wits of former days, to subjects worse have given admiring praise. 60. Like as the waves make towards the pebbled shore, so do our minutes hasten to their end, each changing place with that which goes before. In sequent toil all forwards do contend. Nativity once in the main of light crawls to maturity, wherewith being crowned, crooked eclipses gainst his glory fight. And time that gave, doth now his gift confound. Time doth transfix the flourish set on youth, and delves the parallels in beauty's brow, feeds on the rarities of nature's truth, and nothing stands but for his scythe to mow. And yet to times in hope, my verse shall stand, praising thy worth, despite his cruel hand. 61. Is it thy will, thy image should keep open my heavy eyelids to the weary night? Dost thou desire my slumbers should be broken, while shadows like to thee do mock my sight? Is it thy spirit that thou send'st from thee, so far from home into my deeds to pry, to find out shames and idle hours in me, the scope and tenure of thy jealousy? Oh no, thy love though much, is not so great. It is my love that keeps mine eye awake, mine own true love that doth my rest defeat, to play the watchman ever for thy sake. For thee watch I, whilst thou dost wake elsewhere. From me far off, with others all too near. 62. Sin of self-love possesseth all mine eye. And all my soul, and all my every part. And for this sin there is no remedy. It is so grounded inward in my heart. Methinks no face so gracious is as mine. No shape so true, no truth of such account. And for myself mine own worth do define. As I all other and all worths surmount. But when my glass shows me myself indeed, beaded and chopped with tanned antiquity, mine own self-love quite contrary I read. Self, so self-loving were iniquity. 'Tis thee, myself, that for myself I praise. Painting my age with beauty of thy days. 63. Against my love shall be as I am now. With time's injurious hand crushed and o'erworn. When hours have drained his blood and filled his brow. With lines and wrinkles, when his youthful morn hath travelled on to age's steepy night. And all those beauties whereof now he's king are vanishing, or vanished out of sight. Stealing away the treasure of his spring. For such a time do I now fortify. Against confounding age's cruel knife. That he shall never cut from memory. My sweet love's beauty, though my lover's life. His beauty shall in these black lines be seen. And they shall live, and he in them still green. 64. When I have seen by time's fell hand defaced the rich proud cost of outworn buried age. When sometime lofty towers I see down raced. And brass eternal slave to mortal rage. When I have seen the hungry ocean gain advantage on the kingdom of the shore. And the firm soil win of the watery main. Increasing store with loss, and loss with store. When I have seen such interchange of state. Or state itself confounded, to decay. Ruin hath taught me thus to ruminate. That time will come and take my love away. This thought is as a death which cannot choose. But weep to have that which it fears to lose. 65. Since brass, nor stone, nor earth, nor boundless sea. But sad mortality o'ersweighs their power. How with this rage shall beauty hold a plea? Whose action is no stronger than a flower? Oh, how shall summer's honey breath hold out against a wrackful siege of battering days? When rocks impregnable are not so stout, nor gates of steel so strong but time decays? O fearful meditation, where alack shall time's best jewel from time's chest lie hid? Or what strong hand can hold his swift foot back? Or who his spoil of beauty can forbid? Oh, none, unless this miracle have might, that in black ink my love may still shine bright. 66. Tired with all these, for restful death I cry. As to behold desert a beggar born. And needy nothing trimmed in jollity. And purest faith unhappily forsworn. And gilded honor shamefully misplaced. And maiden virtue rudely strumpeted. And right perfection wrongfully disgraced. And strength by limping sway disabled. And art made tongue-tied by authority. And folly, doctor-like controlling skill. And simple truth miscalled simplicity. And captive good attending captain ill. Tired with all these, from these would I be gone. Save that to die, I leave my love alone. 67. Ah, wherefore with infection should he live? And with his presence grace and piety? That sin by him advantage should achieve. And lace itself with his society? Why should false painting imitate his cheek? And steal dead seeming of his living hue? Why should poor beauty indirectly seek roses of shadow, since his rose is true? Why should he live, now nature bankrupt is? Beggared of blood to blush through lively veins. For she hath no exchequer now but his. And proud of many, lives upon his gains. Oh, him she stores, to show what wealth she had. In days long since, before these last so bad. 68. Thus is his cheek the map of days outworn. When beauty lived and died as flowers do now. Before these bastard signs of fair were born. Or durst inhabit on a living brow. Before the golden tresses of the dead. The right of sepulchres were shorn away. To live a second life on second head. Ere beauty's dead fleece made another gay. In him those holy antique hours are seen. Without all ornament, itself and true. Making no summer of another's green. Robbing no old to dress his beauty new. And him as for a map doth nature store. To show false art what beauty was of yore. 69. Those parts of thee that the world's eye doth view. Want nothing that the thought of hearts can mend. All tongues, the voice of souls, give thee that due. Uttering bare truth, even so as foes commend. Thy outward thus with outward praise is crowned. But those same tongues that give thee so thine own In other accents do this praise confound. By seeing farther than the eye hath shown. They look into the beauty of thy mind. And that in guess they measure by thy deeds. Then churls their thoughts, although their eyes were kind. To thy fair flower add the rank smell of weeds. But why thy odor matcheth not thy show? The soil is this, that thou dost come and grow. 70. That thou art blamed shall not be thy defect. For slander's mark was ever yet the fair. The ornament of beauty is suspect. A crow that flies in heaven's sweetest air. So thou be good, slander doth but approve. Thy worth the greater being wooed of time. For canker vice the sweetest buds doth love. And thou present'st a pure unstained prime. Thou hast passed by the ambush of young days. Either not assailed or victor being charged. Yet this thy praise cannot be so thy praise. To tie up envy, evermore enlarged. If some suspect of ill mask not thy show. Then thou alone kingdoms of hearts shouldst owe. 71. No longer mourn for me when I am dead. Then you shall hear the surly sullen bell. Give warning to the world that I am fled. From this vile world with vilest worms to dwell. Nay, if you read this line, remember not the hand that read it, for I love you so. That I in your sweet thoughts would be forgot. If thinking on me then should make you woe. Oh, if, I say, you look upon this verse. When I, perhaps, compounded 'em with clay. Do not so much as my poor name rehearse. But let your love even with my life decay. Lest the wise world should look into your moan. And mock you with me after I am gone. 72. Oh, lest the world should task you to recite. What merit lived in me that you should love? After my death, dear love, forget me quite. For you and me can nothing worthy prove. Unless you would devise some virtuous lie. To do more for me than mine own desert. And hang more praise upon deceased I. The niggard truth would willingly impart. Oh, lest your true love may seem false in this. That you for love speak well of me untrue. My name be buried where my body is. And live no more to shame nor me, nor you. For I am shamed by that which I bring forth. And so should you, to love things nothing worth. 73. That time of year thou mayst in me behold. When yellow leaves, or none, or few do hang. Upon those boughs which shake against the cold. Bare ruin choirs, where late the sweet birds sang. In me thou seest the twilight of such day. As after sunset fadeth in the west. Which by and by black night doth take away. Death's second self that seals up all in rest. In me thou seest the glowing of such fire. That on the ashes of his youth doth lie. As the deathbed, whereon it must expire. Consumed with that which it was nourished by. This thou perceiv'st, which makes thy love more strong. To love that well, which thou must leave ere long. 74. But be contented when that fell arrest. Without all bail shall carry me away. My life hath in this line some interest. Which for memorial still with thee shall stay. When thou reviewest this, thou dost review. The very part was consecrate to thee. The earth can have but earth, which is his due. My spirit is thine the better part of me. So then thou hast but lost the dregs of life. The prey of worms, my body being dead. The coward conquest of a wretch's knife. Too base of thee to be remembered. The worth of that is that which it contains. And that is this, and this with thee remains. 75. So are you to my thoughts as food to life. Or as sweet seasoned showers are to the ground. And for the peace of you I hold such strife. As twixt a miser and his wealth is found. Now proud as an enjoyer, and anon. Doubting the filching age will steal his treasure. Now counting best to be with you alone. Then bettered that the world may see my pleasure. Sometime all full with feasting on your sight. And by clean starved for a look. Possessing or pursuing no delight. Save what is had, or must from you be took. Thus do I pine and surfeit day by day. Or gluttoning on all, or all away. 76. Why is my verse so barren of new pride? So far from variation or quick change? Why with the time do I not glance aside? To new-found methods and to compounds strange? Why write I still all one, ever the same? And keep invention in a noted weed. That every word doth almost tell my name. Showing their birth and where they did proceed. Oh no, sweet love, I always write of you. And you and love are still my argument. So all my best is dressing old words new. Spending again what is already spent. For as the sun is daily new and old. So is my love still telling what is told. 77. Thy glass will show thee how thy beauties wear. Thy dial how thy precious minutes waste. These vacant leaves thy mind's imprint will bear. And of this book, this learning mayst thou taste. The wrinkles which thy glass will truly show. Of mouth the graves will give thee memory. Thou by thy dial's shady stealth mayst know time's thievish progress to eternity. Look what thy memory cannot contain. Commit to these waste blanks, and thou shalt find those children nursed, delivered from thy brain, to take a new acquaintance of thy mind. These offices, so oft as thou wilt look, shall profit thee, and much enrich thy book. 78. So oft have I invoked thee for my muse, and found such fair assistance in my verse, as every alien pen hath got my use, and under thee their poesy disperse. Thine eyes, that taught the dumb on high to sing, and heavy ignorance aloft to fly, have added feathers to the learned's wing, and given grace a double majesty. Yet be most proud of that which I compile, whose influence is thine, and born of thee. In others' works thou dost but mend the style, and arts with thy sweet graces graced be. But thou art all my art, and dost advance as high as learning, my rude ignorance. 79. Whilst I alone did call upon thy aid, my verse alone had all thy gentle grace. But now my gracious numbers are decayed, and my sick muse doth give another place. I grant, sweet love, thy lovely argument deserves the travail of a worthier pen. Yet what of thee thy poet doth invent? He robs thee of, and pays it thee again. He lends thee virtue, and he stole that word. From thy behavior, beauty doth he give, and found it in thy cheek. He can afford no praise to thee, but what in thee doth live. Then thank him not for that which he doth say, since what he owes thee, thou thyself dost pay. 80. Oh how I faint when I of you do write, knowing a better spirit doth use your name, and in the praise thereof spends all his might, to make me tongue-tied speaking of your fame. But since your wort, white as the ocean is, the humble as the proudest sail doth bear, my saucy bark, inferior far to his, on your broad main doth wilfully appear. Your shallowest help will hold me up afloat, whilst he upon your soundless deep doth ride. Or, being wrecked, I am a worthless boat, he of tall building, and of goodly pride. Then if he thrive and I be cast away, the worst was this, my love was my decay. 81. Or I shall live your epitaph to make, or you survive when I in earth am rotten. From hence your memory death cannot take, although in me each part will be forgotten. Your name from hence immortal life shall have, though I, once gone, till all the world must die. The earth can yield me but a common grave, when you entombed in men's eyes shall lie. Your monument shall be my gentle verse, which eyes not yet created shall or read, and tongues to be, your being shall rehearse. When all the breathers of this world are dead, you still shall live, such virtue hath my pen, where breath most breathes, even in the mouths of men. 82. I grant thou wert not married to my muse, and therefore mayst without attend o'erlook the dedicated words which writers use of their fair subject, blessing every book. Thou art as fair in knowledge as in hue, finding thy worth a limit past my praise, and therefore art enforced to seek anew some fresher stamp of the time-bettering days, and do so love, yet when they have devised what strained touches rhetoric can lend. Thou truly fair, wert truly sympathized, in true plain words, by thy true telling friend, and their gross painting might be better used, where cheeks need blood, in thee it is abused. 83. I never saw that you did painting need, and therefore to your fair no painting set. I found, or thought I found, you did exceed that barren tender of a poet's debt, and therefore have I slept in your report, that you yourself being extant well might show how far a modern quill doth come too short. Speaking of worth, what worth in you doth grow? This silence for my sin you did impute, which shall be most my glory being dumb, for I impair not beauty being mute. When others would give life and bring a tomb, there lives more life in one of your fair eyes than both your poets can and praise devise. 84. Who is it that says most, which can say more than this rich praise? That you alone are you, in whose confine immured is the store, which should example where your equal grew. Lean penury within that pen doth dwell, that to his subject lends not some small glory, but he that writes of you, if he can tell that you are you, so dignifies his story. Let him but copy what in you is writ, not making worse what nature made so clear, and such a counterpart shall fame his wit, making his style admired everywhere. You to your bounteous blessings add a curse, Being fond on praise, which makes your praises worse. 85. My tongue-tied muse in manners holds her still, while comments of your praise richly compiled reserve their character with golden quill, and precious phrase by all the muses filed. I think good thoughts, whilst other write good words, and like unlettered clerks still cry amen to every hymn that able spirit affords, in polished form of well-refined pen. Hearing you praised, I say 'tis so, 'tis true, and to the most of praise add something more. But that is in my thought, whose love to you, though words come hindmost, holds his rank before. Then others, for the breath of words respect me for my dumb thoughts, speaking in effect. 86. Was it the proud full sail of his great verse, bound for the prize of, all too precious, you, that did my ripe thoughts in my brain inhearse, making their tomb the womb wherein they grew? Was it his spirit, by spirits taught to write above a mortal pitch, that struck me dead? No, neither he, nor his compeers by night giving him aid, my verse astonished. He nor that affable familiar ghost, which nightly gulls him with intelligence. As victors of my silence cannot boast, I was not sick of any fear from thence. But when your countenance filled up his line, then lacked I matter, that enfeebled mine. 87. Farewell. Thou art too dear for my possessing, and like enough thou know'st thy estimate. The charter of thy worth gives thee releasing. My bonds in thee are all determinate. For how do I hold thee but by thy granting? And for that riches where is my deserving? The cause of this fair gift in me is wanting, and so my patent back again is swerving. Thyself thou gav'st, thy own worth then not knowing, or me to whom thou gav'st it, else mistaking. So thy great gift upon misprision growing comes home again, on better judgment making. Thus have I had thee as a dream doth flatter, in sleep a king, but waking no such matter. 88. When thou shalt be disposed to set me light, and place my merit in the eye of scorn, upon thy side, against myself I'll fight, and prove thee virtuous, though thou art forsworn. With mine own weakness being best acquainted, upon thy part I can set down a story of faults concealed, wherein I am attended, that thou in losing me shalt win much glory, and I by this will be a gainer too, for bending all my loving thoughts on thee. The injuries that to myself I do, doing thee vantage, double vantage me. Such is my love, to thee I so belong, that for thy right, myself will bear all wrong. 89. Say that thou didst forsake me for some fault, and I will comment upon that offense. Speak of my lameness, and I straight will halt against thy reasons, making no defense. Thou canst not, love, disgrace me half so ill, to set a form upon desired change, as I'll myself disgrace, knowing thy will. I will acquaintance strangle and look strange, be absent from thy walks and in my tongue thy sweet beloved name no more shall dwell, lest I, too much profane, should do it wrong, and haply of our old acquaintance tell. For thee, against myself I'll vow debate, for I must ne'er love him whom thou dost hate. 90. Then hate me when thou wilt, if ever, now while the world is bent my deeds to cross. Join with the spite of fortune, make me bow, and do not drop in for an after loss. Ah, do not, when my heart hath 'scaped this sorrow, come in the rearward of a conquered woe. Give not a windy night a rainy morrow, to linger out a purposed overthrow. If thou wilt leave me, do not leave me last, when other petty griefs have done their spite, but in the onset come, so shall I taste at first the very worst of fortune's might, and other strains of woe, which now seem woe, compared with loss of thee, will not seem so. 91. Some glory in their birth, some in their skill, some in their wealth, some in their body's force, some in their garments though new-fangled ill, some in their hawks and hounds, some in their horse. And every humor hath his adjunct pleasure, wherein it finds a joy above the rest. But these particulars are not my measure. All these I better in one general best. Thy love is better than high birth to me, richer than wealth, prouder than garments' costs, of more delight than hawks and horses be. And having thee, of all men's pride I boast. Wretched in this alone, that thou mayst take all this away, and me most wretched make. 92. But do thy worst to steal thyself away. For term of life thou art assured mine, and life no longer than thy love will stay, for it depends upon that love of thine. Then need I not to fear the worst of wrongs, when in the least of them my life hath end. I see, a better state to me belongs than that which on thy humour doth depend. Thou canst not vex me with inconstant mind, since that my life on thy revolt doth lie. Oh, what a happy title do I find! Happy to have thy love, happy to die. But what's so blessed fair that fears no blot? Thou mayst be false, and yet I know it not. 93. So shall I live, supposing thou art true. Like a deceived husband, so love's face may still seem love to me, though altered new. Thy looks with me, thy heart in other place. For there can live no hatred in thine eye. Therefore in that I cannot know thy change. In many's looks, the false heart's history is writ in moods and frowns and wrinkles strange. But heaven in thy creation did decree that in thy face sweet love should ever dwell. Whate'er thy thoughts or thy heart's workings be, thy looks should nothing thence but sweetness tell. How like Eve's apple doth thy beauty grow, if thy sweet virtue answer not thy show. 94. They that have power to hurt and will do none, that do not do the thing they most do show, who moving others are themselves as stone, unmoved, cold, and to temptation slow. They rightly do inherit heaven's graces and husband nature's riches from expense. Tidy are the lords and owners of their faces, others but stewards of their excellence. The summer's flower is to the summer sweet, though to itself it only live and die. But if that flower with base infection meet, the basest wheat outbraves his dignity. For sweetest things turn sourest by their deeds. Lilies that fester smell far worse than weeds. 95. How sweet and lovely dost thou make the shame, which like a canker in the fragrant rose doth spot the beauty of thy budding name. Oh, in what sweets dost thou thy sins enclose, that tongue that tells the story of thy days, making lascivious comments on thy sport, cannot dispraise but in a kind of praise, naming thy name blesses an ill report. Oh, what a mansion have those vices got, which for their habitation chose out thee, where beauty's veil doth cover every blot, and all things turns to fair that eyes can see. Take heed, dear heart, of this large privilege. The hardest knife ill-used doth lose his edge. 96. Some say thy fault is youth, some wantonness. Some say thy grace is youth and gentle sport. Both grace and faults are loved of more and less. Thou maxed false graces that to thee resort, as on the finger of a throned queen. The basest jewel will be well esteemed. So are those errors that in thee are seen, to truths translated and for true things deemed. How many lambs might the stern wolf betray, if like a lamb he could his looks translate? How many gazers mightst thou lead away, if thou wouldst use the strength of all thy state? But do not so, I love thee in such sort, as thou being mine, mine is thy good report. 97. How like a winter hath my absence been from thee, the pleasure of the fleeting year. What freezings have I felt, what dark days seen, what old December's bareness everywhere. And yet this time removed was summer's time, the teeming autumn big with rich increase, bearing the wanton burden of the prime, like widowed wombs after their lord's decease. Yet this abundant issue seemed to me but hope of orphans and unfathered fruit. For summer and his pleasures wait on thee, and thou away, the very birds are mute. Or if they sing, 'tis with so dull a cheer that leaves look pale, dreading the winter's near. 98. From you have I been absent in the spring, when proud-pied April, dressed in all his trim, hath put a spirit of youth in everything. That heavy Saturn laughed and leaped with him. Yet nor the lays of birds, nor the sweet smell of different flowers in odor and in hue, could make me any summer's story tell, or from their proud lap pluck them where they grew. Nor did I wonder at the lily's white, nor praise the deep vermilion in the rose. They were but sweet, but figures of delight, drawn after you, you pattern of all those. Yet seemed it winter still, and you away, as with your shadow I with these did play. 99. The forward violet thus did I chide. Sweet thief, whence didst thou steal thy sweet that smells, if not from my love's breath? The purple pride, which on thy soft cheek for complexion dwells, in my love's veins thou hast too grossly dyed. The lily I condemned for thy hand, and buds of marjoram had stol'n thy hair. The roses fearfully on thorns did stand, one blushing shame, another white despair. The third nor red nor white had stol'n of both, and to his robbery had annexed thy breath. But for his theft in pride of all his growth, a vengeful canker eat him up to death. More flowers I noted, yet I none could see, but sweet or color it had stol'n from thee. 100. Where art thou, muse, that thou forgedst so long? To speak of that which gives thee all thy might? Spend'st thou thy fury on some worthless song, darkening thy power to lend base subjects light? Return, forgetful muse, and straight redeem in gentle numbers time so idly spent. Sing to the ear that doth thy lays esteem, and gives thy pen both skill and argument. Rise, restime, muse, my love's sweet face survey. If time have any wrinkle graven there, if any, be a satire to decay, and make time's spoils despised everywhere. Give my love fame faster than time wastes life, so thou prevent'st his scythe and crooked knife. 101. O truant muse, what shall be thy amends? For thy neglect of truth and beauty died? Both truth and beauty on my love depends. So dost thou too, and therein dignified. Make answer, muse, wilt thou not haply say? Truth needs no color with his color fixed. Beauty no pencil, beauty's truth to lay. But best is best, if never intermixed. Because he needs no praise, wilt thou be dumb? Excuse not silence so, for it lies in thee. To make him much outlive a gilded tomb, and to be praised of ages yet to be. Then do thy office, muse, I teach thee how. To make him seem long hence, as he shows now. 102. My love is strengthened though more weak in seeming. I love not less, though less the show appear. That love is merchandised, whose rich esteeming the owner's tongue doth publish everywhere. Our love was new, and then but in the spring, when I was wont to greet it with my lays. As Philomel in summer's front doth sing, and stops her pipe in growth of riper days. Not that the summer is less pleasant now than when her mournful hymns did hush the night, but that wild music burthens every bough, and sweets grown common lose their dear delight. Therefore, like her, I sometime hold my tongue, because I would not dull you with my song. 103. Alack, what poverty my muse brings forth, that having such a scope to show her pride, the argument all bear is of more worth than when it hath my added praise beside. Oh, blame me not if I no more can write. Look in your glass and there appears a face that overgoes my blunt invention quite, dulling my lines and doing me disgrace. Were it not sinful then striving to mend, to mar the subject that before was well? For to no other pass my verses tend than of your graces and your gifts to tell. And more, much more than in my verse can sit. Your own glass shows you, when you look in it. 104. To me, fair friend, you never can be old, for as you were when first your eye eyed, such seems your beauty still. 3 winters cold have from the forest shook 3 summers' pride. 3 bodeous springs to yellow autumn turned. In process of the seasons have I seen 3 April perfumes in 3 hot Junes burned. Since first I saw you fresh which yet are green. Ah, yet doth beauty like a dial hand steal from his figure, and no pace perceived. So your sweet hue, which methinks still doth stand, hath motion, and mine eye may be deceived. For fear of which, hear this thou age unbred, ere you were born was beauty's summer dead. 105. Let not my love be called idolatry, nor my beloved as an idle show, since all alike my songs and praises be. To one, of one, still such, and ever so. Kind is my love today, tomorrow kind, still constant in a wondrous excellence. Therefore my verse to constancy confined, one thing expressing, leaves out difference. Fair, kind, and true, is all my argument. Fair, kind, and true, varying to other words. And in this change is my invention spent. 3 themes in one, which wondrous scope affords. Fair, kind, and true, have often lived alone, which 3 till now, never kept seat in one. 106. When in the chronicle of wasted time, I see descriptions of the fairest wights, and beauty making beautiful old rhyme, in praise of ladies dead and lovely knights, then in the blazon of sweet beauty's best, of hand, of foot, of lip, of eye, of brow, I see their antique pen would have expressed even such a beauty as you master now. So all their praises are but prophecies of this our time, all you prefiguring. And for they looked but with divining eyes, they had not skill enough your worth to sing. For we which now behold these present days have eyes to wonder, but lack tongues to praise. 107. Not mine own fears, nor the prophetic soul of the wide world, dreaming on things to come, can yet the lease of my true love control, supposed as forfeit to a confined doom. The mortal moon hath her eclipse endured, and the sad augurs mock their own presage. Incertainties now crown themselves assured. And peace proclaims olives of endless age. Now with the drops of this most balmy time. My love looks fresh, and death to me subscribes. Since spite of him I'll live in this poor rhyme. While he insults or dull and speechless tribes. And thou in this shalt find thy monument. When tyrants' crests and tombs of brass are spent. 108. What's in the brain that ink may character? Which hath not figured to thee my true spirit? What's new to speak, what now to register? That may express my love, or thy dear merit? Nothing, sweet boy, but yet like prayers divine. I must each day say or the very same. Counting no old thing old, thou mine, I thine. Even as when first I hallowed thy fair name. So that eternal love in love's fresh case weighs not the dust and injury of age, nor gives to necessary wrinkles place, but makes antiquity for aye his page. Finding the first conceit of love there bred, where time and outward form would show it dead. 109. Oh, never say that I was false of heart, though absence seemed my flame to qualify. As easy might I from myself depart, as from my soul which in thy breast doth lie. That is my home of love, if I have ranged. Like him that travels I return again. Just to the time, not with the time exchanged. So that myself bring water for my stain. Never believed though in my nature reigned all frailties that besiege all kinds of blood, that it could so preposterously be stained. To leave for nothing all thy sum of good. For nothing this wide universe I call. Save thou my rose, in it thou art my all. 110. The last is true, I have gone here and there. And made myself a motley to the view. Gored mine own thoughts, sold cheap what is most dear. Made old offences of affections new. Most true it is, that I have looked on truth. Askance and strangely. But by all above. These blenches gave my heart another youth. And worse essays proved thee my best of love. Now all is done, have what shall have no end. Mine appetite I never more will grind. On newer proof, to try an older friend. A God in love, to whom I am confined. Then give me welcome, next my heaven the best. Even to thy pure and most loving breast. 111. Oh, for my sake do you with fortune chide. The guilty goddess of my harmful deeds. That did not better for my life provide than public means which public manners breeds. Thence comes it that my name receives a brand. And almost thence my nature is subdued to what it works in, like the dyer's hand. Pity me then, and wish I were renewed. Whilst like a willing patient I will drink potions of isle gainst my strong infection. No bitterness that I will bitter think, nor double penance to correct correction. Pity me then, dear friend, and I assure ye, even that your pity is enough to cure me. 112. Your love and pity doth th impression fill, which vulgar scandal stamped upon my brow. For what care I who calls me well or ill? So you o'ergreen my bad, my good allow? You are my all the world, and I must strive to know my shames and praises from your tongue. None else to me, nor I to none alive. That my steeled censor changes right or wrong. In so profound abysm I throw all care of others' voices, that my adder's sense to critic and to flatterer stopped are. Mark how with my neglect I do dispense. You are so strongly in my purpose bred, that all the world besides methinks are dead. 113. Since I left you, mine eye is in my mind. And that which governs me to go about doth part his function, and is partly blind. Seems seeing, but effectually is out. For it no form delivers to the heart of bird, of flower, or shape which it doth latch. Of his quick objects hath the mind no part, nor his own vision holds what it doth catch. For if it see the rudster gentlest sight, the most sweet favourer deformedst creature, the mountain, or the sea, the day, or night, the crow, or dove, it shapes them to your feature. Incapable of more, replete with you. My most true mind thus maketh mine untrue. 114. Or whether doth my mind being crowned with you drink up the monarch's plague this flattery? Or whether shall I say mine eye saith true, and that your love taught it this alchemy? To make of monsters and things indigest such cherubins as your sweet self resemble, creating every bat a perfect best, as fast as objects to his beams assemble. Oh, 'tis the first, 'tis flattery in my seeing, and my great mind most kingly drinks it up. Mine eye well knows what with his gust is greeing, and to his palate doth prepare the cup. If it be poisoned, 'tis the lesser sin, that mine eye loves it, and doth first begin. 115. Those lines that I before have writ do lie. Even those that said I could not love you dearer. Yet then my judgment knew no reason why my most full flame should afterwards burn clearer. But reckoning time, whose million accidents creep in twixt vows and change decrees of kings, tan sacred beauty, blunt the sharpest intents, divert strong minds to the course of altering things. Alas, why fearing of time's tyranny might I not then say now I love you best, when I was certain or in certainty, crowning the present, doubting of the rest? Love is a babe, then might I not say so, to give full growth to that which still doth grow. 116. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love, which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh no, it is an ever fixed mark that looks on tempests and is never shaken. It is the star to every wandering bark, whose worth's unknown, although his height be taken. Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. If this be error and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved. 117. Accuse me thus, that I have scanted all, wherein I should your great deserts repay, forgot upon your dearest love to call, whereto all bonds do tie me day by day, that I have frequent been with unknown minds, and given to time your own dear purchased right, that I have hoisted sail to all the winds, which should transport me farthest from your sight. Book both my willfulness and errors down, and on just proof surmise, accumulate. Bring me within the level of your frown, but shoot not at me in your wakened hate, since my appeal says I did strive to prove the constancy and virtue of your love. 118. Like as to make our appetite more keen, with eager compounds we our palate urge, as to prevent our maladies unseen. We sicken to shun sickness when we purge. Even so, being full of your ne'er cloying sweetness, to bitter sauces did I frame my feeding, and sick of welfare found a kind of meetness, to be diseased ere that there was true needing. Thus policy and love tea anticipate the ills that were not, grew to faults assured, and brought to medicine a healthful state, which rank of goodness would by ill be cured. But thence I learn and find the lesson true. Drugs poison him that so fails sick of you. 119. What potions have I drunk of siren tears, distilled from limbecks foul as hell within, applying fears to hopes and hopes to fears, still losing when I saw myself to win. What wretched errors hath my heart committed, whilst it hath thought itself so blessed never? How have mine eyes out of their spheres been fitted, in the distraction of this madding fever? O benefit of ill, now I find true, that better is, by evil still made better, and ruined love when it is built anew grows fairer than at first, more strong, far greater. So I return rebuke to my content, and gain by ills thrice more than I have spent. 120. That you were once unkind befriends me now, and for that sorrow, which I then did feel, needs must I under my transgression bow, unless my nerves were brass or hammered steel. For if you were by my unkindness shaken, as I by yours, I have passed a hell of time, and I a tyrant have no leisure taken to weigh how once I suffered in your crime. Oh, that our night of woe might have remembered my deepest sense, how hard true sorrow hits, and soon to you, as you to me then tendered, the humble salve which wounded bosoms fits. But that your trespass now becomes a fee, mine ransoms yours, and yours must ransom me. 121. 'Tis better to be vile than vile esteemed, when not to be, receives reproach of being, and the just pleasure lost, which is so deemed, not by our feeling, but by others seeing. For why should others' false adulterate eyes give salutation to my sportive blood? Or on my frailties why are frailer spies, which in their wills count bad what I think good? No, I am that I am, and they that level at my abuses reckon up their own. I may be straight though they themselves be bevel. By their rank thoughts, my deeds must not be shown, unless this general evil they maintain. All men are bad and in their badness reign. 122. Thy gift, thy tables, are within my brain, full charactered with lasting memory, which shall above that idle rank remain, beyond all date even to eternity, or at the least, so long as brain and heart have faculty by nature to subsist, till each to raised oblivion yield his part. Of thee, thy record never can be missed, That poor retention could not so much hold. Nor need I tallies thy dear love to score. Therefore to give them from me was I bold. To trust those tables that receive thee more. To keep an adjunct to remember thee. Were to import forgetfulness in me. 123. No. Time, thou shalt not boast that I do change. Thy pyramids built up with newer might. To me are nothing novel, nothing strange. They are but dressings of a former sight. Our dates are brief, and therefore we admire what thou dost foist upon us that is old. And rather make them born to our desire than think that we before have heard them told. Thy registers and the eye both defy. Not wandering at the present, nor the past. For thy records, and what we see doth lie. Made more or less by thy continual haste. This I do vow and this shall ever be. I will be true despite thy scythe and thee. 124. If my dear love were but the child of state, it might for fortune's bastard be unfathered. As subject to time's love or to time's hate. Weeds among weeds, or flowers with flowers gathered. No, it was builded far from accident. It suffers not in smiling pomp, nor falls under the blow of thralled discontent. Where to inviting time are fashion calls. It fears not policy that heretic, which works on leases of short-numbered hours. But all alone stands hugely politic. That it nor grows with heat, nor drowns with showers. To this eyewitness call the fools of time, which die for goodness, who have lived for crime. 125. Where it ought to me I bore the canopy. With my extern the outward honoring. Or laid great bases for eternity. Which proves more short than waste or ruining. Have I not seen dwellers on form and favor lose all, and more by paying too much rent? For compound sweet, foregoing simple savor. Pitiful thrivers in their gazing spent? No, let me be obsequious in thy heart. And take thou my oblation, poor but free. Which is not mixed with seconds, knows no art. But mutual render, only me for thee. Hence, thou suborned informer, a true soul. When most impeached, stands least in thy control. 126. O thou my lovely boy who in thy power dost hold time's fickle glass his fickle hour. Who hast by waning grown, and therein show'st thy lovers withering, as thy sweet self grow'st. If nature, sovereign mistress over rack, as thou goest onwards still will pluck thee back. She keeps thee to this purpose, that her skill may time disgrace, and wretched minutes kill. Yet fear her, O thou minion of her pleasure. She may detain, but not still keep her treasure. Her audit, though delayed, answered must be. And her quietus is to render thee. 127. In the old age black was not counted fair. Or if it were it bore not beauty's name. But now is black beauty's successive heir. And beauty slandered with a bastard shame. For since each hand hath put on nature's power, fairing the foul with art's false borrowed face. Sweet beauty hath no name, no holy bower. But is profaned, if not lives in disgrace. Therefore my mistress's eyes are raven black. Her eyes so suited, and they mourners seem. At such who not born fair no beauty lack. Slandering creation with a false esteem. Yet so they mourn becoming of their woe. That every tongue says beauty should look so. 128. How oft when thou, my music placed upon that blessed wood whose motion sounds. With thy sweet fingers when thou gently sway'st the wiry concord that mine ear confounds. Do I envy those jacks that nimble leap to kiss the tender inward of thy hand? Whilst my poor lips which should that harvest reap at the wood's boldness by thee blushing stand. To be so tickled they would change their state and situation with those dancing chips. O'er whom thy fingers walk with gentle gait, making dead wood more blessed than living lips. Since saucy jacks so happy are in this, give them thy fingers, me thy lips to kiss. 129. Expense of spirit in a waste of shame. Is lust in action, and till action, lust. Is perjured, murderous, bloody full of blame. Savage, extreme, rude, cruel, not to trust. Enjoyed no sooner but despised straight. Past reason hunted, and no sooner had. Past reason hated as a swallowed bait. On purpose laid to make the taker mad. Mad in pursuit and in possession so. Had, having, and in quest, to have extreme. A bliss in proof, and proved, a very woe. Before a joy proposed behind a dream. All this the world well knows yet none knows well. To shun the heaven that leads men to this hell. 130. My mistress's eyes are nothing like the sun. Coral is far more red than her lips red. If snow be white, why then her breasts are dun. If hairs be wires, black wires grow on her head. I have seen roses damasked, red and white. But no such roses see I in her cheeks. And in some perfumes is there more delight than in the breath that from my mistress reeks. I love to hear her speak, yet well I know that music hath a far more pleasing sound. I grant I never saw a goddess go. My mistress when she walks treads on the ground. And yet by heaven I think my love as rare as any she belied with false compare. 131. Thou art as Tyrannus, so as thou art. As those whose beauties proudly make them cruel. For well thou know'st to my dear doting heart. Thou art the fairest and most precious jewel. Yet in good faith some say that thee behold. Thy face hath not the power to make love groan. To say they err, I dare not be so bold. Although I swear it to myself alone. And to be sure that is not false I swear. 1,000 groans but thinking on thy face. One on another's neck do witness bear. Thy black is fairest in my judgment's place. In nothing art thou black save in thy deeds. And thence this slander as I think proceeds. 132. Thine eyes I love, and they as pitying me. Knowing thy heart torment me with disdain. Have put on black, and loving mourners be. Looking with pretty ruth upon my pain. And truly not the morning sun of heaven. Better becomes the great cheeks of the east. Nor that full star that ushers in the even. Doth half that glory to the sober west. As those two morning eyes become thy face. Oh let it then as well beseem thy heart. To mourn for me since morning doth thee grace. And suit thy pity like in every part. Then will I swear beauty herself is black. And all they foul that thy complexion lack. 133. Beshrew that heart that makes my heart to groan. For that deep wound it gives my friend and me. Is't not enough to torture me alone. But slave to slavery my sweetest friend must be? Me from myself thy cruel eye hath taken. And my next self thou harder hast engrossed. Of him, myself, and thee I am forsaken. The torment thrice threefold thus to be crossed. Prison my heart in thy steel bosom's ward. But then my friend's heart let my poor heart bail. War keeps me, let my heart be his guard. Thou canst not then use rigor in my gall. And yet thou wilt, for I being pent in thee. Perforce am thine and all that is in me. 134. So now I have confessed that he is thine. And I myself am mortgaged to thy will. Myself I'll forfeit, so that other mine. Thou wilt restore to be my comfort still. But thou wilt not, nor he will not be free. For thou art covetous, and he is kind. He learned but surety like to write for me. Under that bond that him his fist doth bind. The statute of thy beauty thou wilt take. Thou usurer that put'st forth all to use. And sue a friend, came debtor for my sake. So him I lose through my unkind abuse. Him have I lost, thou hast both him and me. He pays the whole, and yet am I not free. 135. Whoever hath her wish, thou hast I will. And will to boot, and will in overplus. More than enough am I that vex thee still. To thy sweet will making addition thus. Wilt thou whose will is large and spacious? Not once vouchsafe to hide my will in thine? Shall will in others seem right gracious? And in my will no fair acceptance shine? The sea all water, yet receives rain still. And in abundance addeth to his store. So thou being rich in will add to thy will. One will of mine to make thy large will more. Let no unkind, no fair beseechers kill. Think all but one, and me in that one will. 136. If thy soul check thee that I come so near. Swear to thy blind soul that I was thy will. And will thy soul knows is admitted there. Thus far for love, my love suit sweet fulfill. Will fulfill the treasure of thy love. Fill it full with wills, and my will one. In things of great receipt with case we prove. Among a number one is reckoned none. Then in the number let me pass untold. Though in thy stores account I one must be. For nothing hold me, so it please thee hold. That nothing me, a something sweet to thee. Make but my name thy love, and love that still. And then thou lovest me for my name is will. 137. Thou blind fool love, what dost thou to mine eyes? That they behold and see not what they see? They know what beauty is, see where it lies. Yet what the best is, take the worst to be. If eyes corrupt by over partial looks. Be anchored in the bay where all men ride. Why of eyes falsehood hast thou forged hooks? Whereto the judgment of my heart is tied? Why should my heart think that a several plot which my heart knows the wide world's commonplace. Or mine eyes seeing this, say this is not to put fair truth upon so foul a face? In things right true my heart and eyes have erred, and to this false plague are they now transferred. 138. When my love swears that she is made of truth, I do believe her though I know she lies, that she might think me some untutored youth, unlearned in the world's false subtleties, thus vainly thinking that she thinks me young, although she knows my days are past the best. Simply I credit her false-speaking tongue. On both sides thus is simple truth suppressed. But wherefore says she not she is unjust? And wherefore say not I that I am old? O love's best habit is in seeming trust. And age in love, loves not to have years told. Therefore I lie with her, and she with me. And in our faults by lies we flattered be. 139. O call not me to justify the wrong that thy unkindness lays upon my heart. Wound me not with thine eye but with thy tongue. Use power with power, and slay me not by art. Tell me thou lovest elsewhere, but in my sight. Dear heart, forbear to glance thine eye aside. What needst thou wound with cunning when thy might is more than my o'erpressed defense can bide? Let me excuse thee, my love well knows. Her pretty looks have been mine enemies, and therefore from my face she turns my foes, that they elsewhere might dart their injuries. Yet do not so, but since I am near slain, kill me outright with looks, and rid my pain. 140. Be wise as thou art cruel, do not press my tongue-tied patience with too much disdain, lest sorrow lend me words and words express the manner of my pity wanting pain. If I might teach thee wit better it were, though not to love, yet love to tell me so, as testy sick men when their deaths be near, no news but health from their physicians know. For if I should despair I should grow mad, and in my madness might speak ill of thee. Now this ill-resting world is grown so bad, mad slanderers by mad ears believed be, that I may not be so, nor thou belied. Bear thine eyes straight, though thy proud heart go wide. 141. In faith I do not love thee with mine eyes, for they in thee 1,000 errors note. But 'tis my heart that loves what they despise, who in despite of view is pleased to dote. Nor are mine cars with thy tongue's tune delighted, nor tender feeling to base touches prone, nor taste, nor smell, desire to be invited to any sensual feast with thee alone. But my 5 wits, nor my 5 senses can dissuade one foolish heart from serving thee, who leaves unswayed the likeness of a man, thy proud heart's slave and vassal wretch to be. Only my plague thus far I count my gain, that she that makes me sin awards me pain. 142. Love is my sin, and thy dear virtue hate. Hate of my sin, grounded on sinful loving. Oh, but with mine, compare thou thine own state, and thou shalt find it merits not reproving. Or if it do, not from those lips of thine that have profaned their scarlet ornaments, and sealed false bonds of love as oft as mine robbed others' beds' revenues of their rents. Be it lawful I love thee as thou lovest those whom thine eyes woo as mine importune thee. Root pity in thy heart that when it grows, thy pity may deserve to pitied be. If thou dost seek to have what thou dost hide, by self-example mayst thou be denied. 143. Lo, as a careful huswife runs to catch one of her feathered creatures broke away, sets down her babe and makes all swift dispatch in pursuit of the thing she would have stay, whilst her neglected child holds her in chase, cries to catch her whose busy care is bent to follow that which flies before her face, not prizing her poor infant's discontent. So runst thou after that which flies from thee, whilst I thy babe chase thee afar behind. But if thou catch thy hope turn back to me, and play the mother's part, kiss me, be kind. So will I pray that thou mayst have thy will, if thou turn back and my loud crying still. 144. 2 loves I have of comfort and despair, which like 2 spirits do suggest me still. The better angel is a man right fair, the worser spirit a woman colored ill. To win me soon to hell my female evil tempteth my better angel from my side, and would corrupt my saint to be a devil, wooing his purity with her foul pride. And whether that my angel be turned fiend, suspect I may, yet not directly tell. But being both from me both to each friend, I guess one angel in another's hell. Yet this shall I ne'er know but live in doubt, till my bad angel fire my good one out. 145. Those lips that love's own hand did make breathed forth the sound that said I hate. To me that languished for her sake. But when she saw my woeful state, straight in her heart did mercy come. Chiding that tongue that ever sweet was used in giving gentle doom, and taught it thus anew to greet. I hate she altered with an end that followed it as gentle day doth follow night, who like a fiend from heaven to hell is flown away. I hate, from hate away she threw, and saved my life, saying not you. 146. Poor soul, the center of my sinful earth. My sinful earth these rebel powers array. Why dost thou pine within and suffer dearth? Painting thy outward walls so costly gay? Why so large cost, having so short a lease? Dost thou upon thy fading mansion spend? Shall worms, inheritors of this excess, eat up thy charge? Is this thy body's end? Then soul, live thou upon thy servant's loss, and let that pine to aggravate thy store. By terms divine in selling hours of dross. Within be fed, without be rich no more. So shall thou feed on death, that feeds on men. And death once dead, there's no more dying then. 147. My love is as a fever longing still for that which longer nurseth the disease, feeding on that which doth preserve the ill. Uncertain sickly appetite to please my reason, the physician to my love, angry that his prescriptions are not kept, hath left me, and I desperate now approve. Desire is death, which physic did accept. Past cure I am, now reason is past care, and frantic mad with evermore unrest. My thoughts and my discourse as mad men's are, at random from the truth vainly expressed. For I have sworn thee fair, and thought thee bright, who art as black as hell, as dark as night. 148. O me! What eyes hath love put in my head, which have no correspondence with true sight? Or if they have, where is my judgment fled, that censures falsely what they see aright? If that be fair whereon my false eyes dote, what means the world to say it is not so? If it be not, then love doth well denote. Love's eye is not so true as all men's. No. How can it? Oh, how can love's eye be true, that is so vexed with watching and with tears? No marvel then though I mistake my view. The sun itself sees not, till heaven clears. O cunning love, with tears thou keep'st me blind, lest eyes well seeing thy foul faults should find. 149. Canst thou, O cruel, say I love thee not, when I against myself with thee partake? Do I not think on thee when I forgot am of myself, all tyrant, for thy sake? Who hateth thee that I do call my friend? On whom frown'st thou that I do frown upon? Nay, if thou lour'st on me, do I not spend revenge upon myself with present moan? What merit do I in myself respect, that is so proud thy service to despise, when all my best doth worship thy defect, commanded by the motion of thine eyes? But love hate on, for now I know thy mind. Those that can see thou lovest, and I am blind. 150. Oh, from what power hast thou this powerful might, with insufficiency my heart to sway, to make me give the light of my true sight, and swear that brightness doth not grace the day? Whence hast thou this becoming of things ill, that in the very refuse of thy deeds there is such strength and warranties of skill, that in my mind thy worst all best exceeds? Who taught thee how to make me love thee more, the more I hear and see just cause of hate? Oh, though I love what others do abhor, with others thou shouldst not abhor my state. If thy unworthiness raised love in me, more worthy I to be beloved of thee. 151. Love is too young to know what conscience is. Yet who knows not conscience is born of love? Then gentle cheater, urge not my amiss, lest guilty of my faults thy sweet self prove. For thou betraying me, I do betray my nobler part to my gross body's treason. My soul doth tell my body that he may triumph in love, flesh stays no farther reason, but rising at thine aim doth point out thee as his triumphant prize. Proud of this pride, he is contented thy poor drudge to be, to stand in thy affairs, fall by thy side. No want of conscience hold it that I call her love, for whose dear love I rise and fall. 152. In loving thee thou know'st I am forsworn, but thou art twice forsworn to me, love swearing. In act thy bed vow broke and new faith torn, in vowing new hate after new love bearing. But why of two oaths breach do I accuse thee? When I break 20, I am perjured most, for all my vows are oaths but to misuse thee, and all my honest faith in thee is lost. For I have sworn deep oaths of thy deep kindness, oaths of thy love, thy truth, thy constancy, and to enlighten thee gave eyes to blindness, or made them swear against a thing they see. For I have sworn thee fair. More perjured I. To swear against a truth so foul a lie. 153. Cupid laid by his brand and fell asleep. A maid of Dian's this advantage found. And his love-kindling fire did quickly steep. In a cold valley fountain of that ground. Which borrowed from this holy fire of love. A dateless lively heat still to endure. And grew a seeding bath which yet men prove. Against strange maladies a sovereign cure. But at my mistress's eye love's brand new fired. The boy for trial needs would touch my breast. I sick withal the help of bath desired. And thither hied a sad distempered guest. But found no cure, the bath for my help lies. Where Cupid got new fire, my mistress's eyes. 154. The little love god lying once asleep. Laid by his side his heart and flaming brand. Whilst many nymphs that vowed chaste life to keep. Came tripping by, but in her maiden hand. The fairest votary took up that fire. Which many legions of true hearts had warmed. And so the general of hot desire. Was sleeping by a virgin hand disarmed. This brand she quenched in a cool well by. Which from love's fire took heat perpetual. Growing a bath and healthful remedy. For men discaste, but I my mistress's thrall. Came there for cure and this by that I prove. Love's fire heats water, water cools not love. The end. All's well that ends well. Contents. Act 1. Scene I Roussillon. A room in the Countess's palace. Scene 2. Paris. A room in the King's palace. Scene 3. Roussillon. A room in the palace. Act 2. Scene I Paris. A room in the King's palace. Scene 2. Roussillon. A room in the Countess's palace. Scene 3. Paris. The King's palace. Scene IV. Paris. The King's palace. Scene V. Another room in the same. Act 3. Scene I Florence. A room in the Duke's palace. Scene 2. Roussillon. A room in the Countess's palace. Scene 3. Florence. Before the Duke's palace. Scene IV. Roussillon. A room in the Countess's palace. Scene V. Without the walls of Florence. Scene VI. Camp before Florence. Scene VI. Florence. A room in the widow's house. Act 4. Scene I without the Florentine camp. Scene 2. Florence. A room in the widow's house. Scene 3. The Florentine camp. Scene IV. Florence. A room in the widow's house. Scene V. Roussillon. A room in the Countess's palace. Act 5. Scene I Marseille. A street. Scene 2. Roussillon. The inner court of the Countess's palace. Scene 3. The same. A room in the Countess's palace. Dramatis Personae. King of France. The Duke of Florence. Bertram, Count of Roussillon. Lafeu, an old lord. Perils, a follower of Bertram. Several young French lords that serve with Bertram in the Florentine War. Rinaldo, servant to the Countess of Roussillon. Clown, servant to the Countess of Roussillon. A page, servant to the Countess of Roussillon. Countess of Roussillon, mother to Bertram. Helena, a gentlewoman protected by the Countess. An old widow of Florence. Diana, daughter to the widow. Violenta, neighbor and friend to the widow. Mariana, neighbor and friend to the widow. Lords attending on the king, officers, soldiers, and French and Florentine. Scene. Partly in France and partly in Tuscany. Act 1. Scene I Roussillon. A room in the Countess's palace. Enter Bertram, the Countess of Roussillon, Helena, and Lafeu, all in black. Countess. In delivering my son from me, I bury a second husband. Bertram. And I am going, madam, weep o'er my father's death anew, but I must attend his majesty's command, to whom I am now in ward, evermore in subjection. Lafeu. You shall find of the king a husband, madam. You, sir, a father. He. That so generally is at all times good, must of necessity hold his virtue to you, whose worthiness would stir it up where it wanted, rather than lack it where there is such abundance. Countess. What hope is there of his majesty's amendment? Lafeu. He hath abandoned his physicians, madam, under whose practices he hath persecuted time with hope, and finds no other advantage in the process, but only the losing of hope by time. Countess. This young gentlewoman had a father, oh that had. How sad a passage 'tis. Whose skill was almost as great as his honesty, had it stretched so far, would have made nature immortal, and death should have play for lack of work. Would for the king's sake he were living. I think it would be the death of the king's disease. Laugh you. How called you the man you speak of, madam? Countess. He was famous, sir, in his profession, and it was his great right to be. So. Gerard de Narbon. Laugh you. He was excellent indeed, madam. The king very lately spoke of him. Admiringly and mourningly, he was skillful enough to have lived still. If knowledge could be set up against mortality. Bertram. What is it, my good lord, the king languishes of? Laugh you. A fistula, my lord. Bertram. I heard not of it before. Laugh you. I would it were not notorious. Was this gentlewoman the daughter of Gerard de Narbon? Countess. His sole child, my lord, and bequeathed to my overlooking. I have those hopes of her good that her education promises her dispositions she inherits, which makes fair gifts fairer, for where an unclean mind carries virtuous qualities, their commendations go with pity, they are virtues and traitors too. In her they are the better for their simpleness, she derives her honesty and achieves her goodness. Laugh you. Your commendations, madam, get from her tears. Countess. 'Tis the best brine a maiden can season her praise in. The remembrance of her father never approaches her heart, but the tyranny of her sorrows takes all livelihood from her cheek. No more of this, Helena. Go to, no more, lest it be rather thought you affect a sorrow than to have. Helena. I do affect a sorrow indeed, but I have it too. Laugh you. Moderate lamentation is the right of the dead, excessive grief the enemy to the living. Countess. If the living be enemy to the grief, the excess makes it soon mortal. Bertram. Madam, I desire your holy wishes. Laugh you. How understand we that? Countess. Be thou blessed, Bertram, and succeed thy father. In manners, as in shape. Thy blood and virtue. Contend for empire in thee, and thy goodness. Share with thy birthright. Love all, trust a few. Do wrong to none. Be able for thine enemy. Rather in power than use, and keep thy friend under thy own life's key. Be checked for silence, but never taxed for speech. What heaven more will? That thee may furnish and my prayers pluck down. Fall on thy head. Farewell, my lord. 'Tis an unseasoned courtier, good my lord. Advise him. Laugh you. He cannot want the best that shall attend his love. Countess. Heaven bless him. Farewell, Bertram. Exit, Countess. Bertram. The best wishes that can be forget in your thoughts be servants to you. To Helena. Be comfortable to my mother, your mistress, and make much of her. Laugh you. Farewell, pretty lady, you must hold the credit of your father. Exeunt Bertram and laugh you. Helena. Oh, were that all? I think not on my father. And these great tears grace his remembrance more than those I shed for him. What was he like? I have forgot him, my imagination carries no favor in't but Bertram's. I am undone. There is no living, none. If Bertram be away, 'twere all one that I should love a bright particular star and think to wed it, he is so above me. In his bright radiance and collateral light must I be comforted, not in his sphere. Th' ambition in my love thus plagues itself. The hind that would be mated by the lion must die for love. 'Twas pretty, though a plague, to see him every hour, to sit and draw his arched brows, his hawking eye, his curls. In our heart's table heart too capable of every line and trick of his sweet favor. But now he's gone, and my idolatrous fancy must sanctify his relics. Who comes here? Enter perils. One that goes with him. I love him for his sake. And yet I know him a notorious liar. Think him a great way fool, solely a coward. Yet these fixed evils sit so fit in him that they take place when virtue's steely bones looks bleak. Ith cold wind. Withal, full oft we see cold wisdom waiting on superfluous folly. Perils. Save you, fair queen. Helena. And you, monarch. Perils. No. Helena. And no. Perils. Are you meditating on virginity? Helena. You have some stain of soldier in you, let me ask you a question. Man is enemy to virginity, how may we barricado it against him? Perils. Keep him out. Helena. But he assails, and our virginity, though valiant in the defense, yet is weak. Unfold to us some warlike resistance. Perils. There is none. Man setting down before you will undermine you and blow You up? Helena. Bless our poor virginity from underminers and blowers up. Is there no military policy how virgins might blow up men? Perils. Virginity being blown down, man will quicklier be blown up, marry, in blowing him down again, with the breach yourselves made, you lose your city. It is not politic in the commonwealth of nature to preserve virginity. Loss of virginity is rational increase, and there was never virgin got till virginity was first lost. That you were made of is metal to make virgins. Virginity, by being once lost, may be 10 times found, by being ever kept, it is ever lost. 'Tis too cold a companion. Away with it. Helena. I will stand for it a little, though therefore I die a virgin. Perils. There's little can be said in't, 'tis against a rule of nature. 2. Speak on the part of virginity is to accuse your mothers, which is most infallible disobedience. He that hangs himself as a virgin. Virginity. Murders itself, and should be buried in highways out of all sanctified limit, as a desperate offendress against nature. Virginity breeds mites, much like a cheese, consumes itself to the very paring, and so dies with feeding his own stomach. Besides, virginity is peevish, proud, idle, made of self-love, which is the most inhibited sin in the canon. Keep it not, you cannot choose but lose bit out with within the year it will make itself too, which is a goodly increase, and the principle itself not much the worse. Away with it. Helena. How might one do, sir, to lose it to her own liking? Perils. Let me see. Marry, ill, to like him that ne'er it likes. 'Tis a commodity will lose the gloss with lying, the longer kept, the less worth. Off with 'twhile 'tis vendible, answer the time of request. Virginity, like an old courtier, wears her cap out of fashion, richly suited but unsuitable, just like the brooch in the toothpick, which wear not now. Your date is better in your pie and your porridge than in your cheek. And your virginity, your old virginity, is like one of our French withered pears, it looks ill, it eats dryly, marry, 'tis a withered pear, it was formerly better, marry, yet 'tis a withered pear. Will you anything with it? Helena. Not my virginity yet. There shall your master have 1,000 loves. A mother and a mistress and a friend. A phoenix, captain, and an enemy. A guide, a goddess, and a sovereign. A counselor, a traitress, and a dear. His humble ambition, proud humility. His jarring concord, and his discord dulcet. His faith, his sweet disaster, with a world of pretty, fond, adoptious Christendoms. That blinking Cupid gossips. Now shall he? I know not what he shall. God send him well. The court's a learning place, and he is one. Perils. What one, I faith? Helena. That I wish well. 'Tis pity. Perils. What's pity? Helena. That wishing well had not a body in't. Which might be felt, that we, the poorer born, whose baser stars do shut us up in wishes, might with effects of them follow our friends, and show what we alone must think, which never returns us thanks. Enter a page. Page. Monsieur Perils, my lord calls for you. Exit page. Perils. Little Helen, farewell. If I can remember thee, I will think of thee at court. Helena. Monsieur Perils, you were born under a charitable star. Perils. Under Mars, I. Helena. I especially think, under Mars. Perils. Why under Mars? Helena. The wars hath so kept you under, that you must needs be born under Mars. Perils. When he was predominant. Helena. When he was retrograde, I think rather. Perils. Why think you so? Helena. You go so much backward when you fight. Perils. That's for advantage. Helena. So is running away, when fear proposes the safety. But the composition that your valor and fear makes in you is a virtue of a good wing, and I like the wear well. Perils. I am so full of business I cannot answer thee acutely. I will return. Perfect courtier, in the which my instruction shall serve to naturalize thee, so thou wilt be capable of a courtier's counsel, and understand what advice shall thrust upon thee, else thou diest in thine unthankfulness, and thine ignorance makes thee away. Farewell. When thou hast leisure, say thy prayers, when thou hast none, remember thy friends. Get thee a good husband, and use him as he uses thee. So. Farewell. Exit. Helena. Our remedies oft in ourselves do lie, which we ascribe to heaven. The fated sky gives us free scope, only doth backward pull our slow designs when we ourselves are dull. What power is it which mounts my love so high that makes me see and cannot feed mine eye? The mightiest space in fortune nature brings to join like likes and kiss like native things. Impossible be strange attempts to those that weigh their pains in sense and do suppose what hath been cannot be. Whoever strove to show her merit that did miss her love? The king's disease my project may deceive me, but my intents are fixed and will not leave me. Exit. Scene 2. Paris. A room in the king's palace. Flourish of cornets. Enter the king of France with letters, lords and others attending. King. The Florentines and Senois are by th ears. Have fought with equal fortune and continue a braving war. First Lord. So 'tis reported, sir. King. Nay, 'tis most credible, we here receive it. A certainty, vouched from our cousin Austria. With caution, that the Florentine will move us for speedy aid, wherein our dearest friend prejudicates the business and would seem to have us make denial. First Lord. His love and wisdom approved so to your majesty may plead for amplest credence. King. He hath armed our answer, and Florence is denied before he comes. Yet, for our gentlemen that mean to see the Tuscan service, freely have they leave to stand on either part. Second Lord. It well may serve a nursery to our gentry who are sick for breathing and exploit. King. What's he comes here? Enter Bertram, laugh you and perils. First Lord. It is the Count Rossillon, my good lord. Young Bertram. King. Youth, thou bear'st thy father's face. Frank nature, rather curious than in haste, hath well compassed thee. Thy father's moral parts mayst thou inherit too. Welcome to Paris. Bertram. My thanks and duty are your majesty's. King. I would I had that corporal soundness now, as when thy father and myself in friendship first tried our soldiership. He did look far into the service of the time and was discipled of the bravest. He lasted long, but on us both did haggish age steal on and wore us out of act. It much repairs me to talk of your good father in his youth. He had the wit which I can well observe today in our young lords, but they may jest till their own scorn return to them unnoted, ere they can hide their levity in honor. So like a courtier, contempt nor bitterness were in his pride or sharpness, if they were his equal had a whack at them, and his honor clock to itself knew the true minute when exception bid him speak, and at this time his tongue obeyed his hand. Who were below him he used as creatures of another place, and bowed his eminent top to their low ranks, making them proud of his humility. In their poor praise he humbled. Such a man might be a copy to these younger times, which, followed well, would demonstrate them now. But goers backward. Bertram. His good remembrance, sir, lies richer in your thoughts than on his tomb. So in approof lives not as epitaph as in your royal speech. King. Would I were with him. He would always say. Methinks I hear him now, his plausive words. He scattered not in ears, but grafted them to grow there and to bear let me not live. This his good melancholy oft began on the catastrophe and heel of pastime. When it was out let me not live quoth he. After my flame lacks oil, to be the snuff of younger spirits whose apprehensive senses all but new things disdain, whose judgments are mere fathers of their garments, whose constancies expire before their fashions. This he wished. I, after him, do after him wish too. Since I nor wax nor honey can bring home, I quickly were dissolved from my hive to give some laborers room. Second Lord. Your loved sir. They that least lend it you shall lack you first. King. I fill a place, I note. How long is't, Count, since the physician at your father's died? He was much famished. Bertram. Some 6 months since, my lord. King. If he were living, I would try him yet. Lend me an arm, the rest have worn me out. With several applications, nature and sickness debated at their leisure. Welcome, Count. My son's no dearer. Bertram. Thank your majesty. Excellent. Flourish. Scene 3. Rossillon. A room in the palace. Enter Countess, steward and clown. Countess. I will now hear. What say you of this gentlewoman? Steward. Madam, the care I have had to even your content, I wish might be found in the calendar of my past endeavors, for then we wound our modesty and make foul the clearness of our deservings, when of ourselves we publish them. Countess. What does this knave here? Get you gone, sirrah. The complaints I have heard of you I do not all believe, 'tis my slowness that I do not, for I know you lack not folly to commit them, and have ability enough to make such knaveries yours. Clown. 'Tis not unknown to you, madam, I am a poor fellow. Countess. Well, sir. Clown. No, madam, 'tis not so well that I am poor, though many of the rich are damned, but if I may have your ladyship's good will to go to the world, Isbel the woman and I will do as we may. Countess. Wilt thou needs be a beggar? Clown. I do beg your good will in this case. Countess. In what case? Clown. In Isbel's case and mine own. Service is no heritage, and I think I shall never have the blessing of God till I have issue of my body, for they say barns are blessings. Countess. Tell me thy reason why thou wilt marry. Clown. My poor body, madam, requires it, I am driven on by the flesh, and he must needs go that the devil drives. Countess. Is this all your worship's reason? Clown. Faith, madam, I have other holy reasons, such as they are. Countess. May the world know them? Clown. I have been, madam, a wicked creature, as you and all flesh and blood are, and indeed I do marry that I may repent. Countess. Thy marriage, sooner than thy wickedness. Clown. I am out of friends, madam, and I hope to have friends for my wife's sake. Countess. Such friends are thine enemies, knave. Clown. Ear shallow, madam, in great friends, for the knaves come to do that. For me which I am aweary of. He that ears my land spares my team, and gives me leave to in the crop. If I be his cuckold, he's my drudge. He that comforts my wife is the cherisher of my flesh and blood, he that cherishes my flesh and blood loves my flesh and blood, he that loves my flesh and blood is my friend, ergo, he that kisses my wife is my friend. If men could be contented to be what they are, there were no fear in marriage, for young Charbon the Puritan and old Poysam the Papist, howsoever their hearts are severed in religion, their heads are both one, they may jowl horns together like any deer I the herd. Countess. Wilt thou ever be a foul-mouthed and calumnious knave? Clown. A prophet I, madam, and I speak the truth the next way. For I the ballad will repeat, which men full true shall find. Your marriage comes by destiny. Your cuckoo sings by kind. Countess. Get you gone, sir, I'll talk with you more anon. Steward. May it please you, madam, that he bid Helen come to you, of her I am to speak. Countess. Sirrah, tell my gentlewoman I would speak with her, Helen I mean. Clown. Sings. Was this fair face the cause, quoth she? Why the Grecians sacked Troy? Fond done fond. Was this King Priam's joy? With that she sighed as she stood. With that she sighed as she stood. And gave this sentence then. Among 9 bad if one be good. Among 9 bad if one be good. There's yet one good in 10. Countess. What, 1 good in 10? You corrupt the song, sirrah. Clown. 1 good woman in 10, madam, which is a purifying o' the song. Would God would serve the world so all the year. We'd find no fault with the tie the woman, if I were the parson. 1 in 10, quoth A. And we might have a good woman born but her every blazing star, or at an earthquake. 'Twold mend the lottery well, a man may draw his heart out ere he pluck one. Countess. You'll be gone, sir knave, and do as I command you. Clown. That man should be at woman's command, and yet no hurt done. Though honesty be no Puritan, yet it will do no hurt, it will wear the surplice of humility over the black gown of a big heart. I am going. Forsooth, the business is for Helen to come hither. Exit. Countess. Well, now. Steward. I know, madam, you love your gentlewoman entirely. Countess. Faith I do. Her father bequeathed her to me, and she herself, without other advantage, may lawfully make title to as much love as she finds. There is more owing her than is paid, and more shall be paid her than she'll demand. Steward. Madam, I was very late more near her than I think she wished me, alone. She was and did communicate to herself her own words to her own ears. She thought, I dare vow for her, they touched not any stranger sense. Her matter was, she loved your son. Fortune, she said, was no goddess. That had put such difference betwixt their two estates, love no god. That would not extend his might only where qualities were level, Diana. No queen of virgins, that would suffer her poor knight surprised. Without rescue in the first assault or ransom afterward. This she. Deliver it in the most bitter touch of sorrow that e'er I heard virgin. Exclaim in, which I held my duty speedily to acquaint you with Al. Sithence, in the loss that may happen, it concerns you something too. Know it. Countess. You have disregarded this honestly, keep it to yourself, many likelihoods informed me of this before, which hung so tottering in the balance that I could neither believe nor misdoubt. Pray you leave me. Stall this in your bosom, and I thank you for your honest care. I will speak with you further anon. Exit steward. Enter Helena. Even so it was with me when I was young. If ever we are nature's, these are ours, this thorn doth to our rose of youth rightly belong. Our blood to us, this to our blood is born. It is the show and seal of nature's truth. Where love's strong passion is impressed in youth by our remembrances of days foregone. Such were our faults, or then we thought them none. Her eye is sick on't, I observe her now. Helena. What is your pleasure, madam? Countess. You know, Helen. I am a mother to you. Helena. Mine honorable mistress. Countess. Nay, a mother. Why not a mother? When I said a mother. Method you saw a serpent. What's in mother? That you start at it? I say I am your mother. And put you in the catalogue of those that were and mine. 'Tis often seen. Adoption strives with nature, and choice breeds. A native slip to us from foreign seeds. You ne'er oppressed me with a mother's groan. Yet I express to you a mother's care. God's mercy, maiden. Does it curd thy blood to say I am thy mother? What's the matter? That this distempered messenger of wet the many-colored iris rounds thine eye? Why, that you are my daughter. Helena. That I am not. Countess. I say, I am your mother. Helena. Pardon, madam. The Count Rosselon cannot be my brother. I am from humble, he from honored name. No note upon my parents, his all noble. My master, my dear lord he is, and I. His servant live, and will his vassal die. He must not be my brother. Countess. Nor I your mother? Helena. You are my mother, madam. Would you were, so that my lord your son were not my brother. Indeed my mother. Or were you both our mothers? I care no more for than I do for heaven. So I were not his sister. Can't no other. But, I your daughter, he must be my brother? Countess. Yes, Helen, you might be my daughter-in-law. God shield you mean it not. Daughter and mother. So strive upon your pulse. What? Pale again? My fear hath catched your fondness, now I see the mystery of your loneliness, and find your salt tears head. Now to all sense 'tis gross. You love my son, invention is a shamed. Against a proclamation of thy passion. To say thou dost not. Therefore tell me true. But tell me then, 'tis so, for, look, thy cheeks. Confess it, ton't thother, and thine eyes. See it so grossly shown in thy behaviors. That in their kind they speak it, only sin. And hellish obstinacy tie thy tongue. That truth should be suspected. Speak, is't so? If it be so, you have wound a goodly clue. If it be not, forsword. However, I charge thee. As heaven shall work in me for thine avail. To tell me truly. Helena. Good madam, pardon me. Countess. Do you love my son? Helena. Your pardon, noble mistress. Countess. Love you my son? Helena. Do not you love him, madam? Countess. Go not about, my love hath into bond. Whereof the world takes note. Come, come, disclose the state of your affection, for your passions have to the full apogee. Helena. Then I confess. Here on my knee, before high heaven and you. That before you, and next unto high heaven. I love your son. My friends were poor, but honest, so's my love. Be not offended, for it hurts not him. That he is loved of me, I follow him not. By any token of presumptuous suit. Nor would I have him till I do deserve him. Yet never know how that desert should be. I know I love in vain, strive against hope. Yet in this captious and intimable sieve. I still pour in the waters of my love. And lack not to lose still. Thus, Indian-like. Religious in mine error, I adore the sun that looks upon his worshipper, but knows of him no more. My dearest madam, let not your hate encounter with my love. For loving where you do, but if yourself, whose aged honor cites a virtuous youth, did ever, in so true a flame of liking, wish chastely and love dearly, that your Dian was both herself and love, oh then, give pity to her whose state is such that cannot choose, but lend and give where she is sure to lose. That seeks not to find that her search implies, but riddle-like, lives sweetly where she dies. Countess, had you not lately an intent speak truly, to go to Paris? Helena, madam, I had. Countess, wherefore? Tell true. Helena, I will tell truth, by grace itself I swear. You know my father left me some prescriptions of rare and private effects, such as his reading and manifest experience had collected for general sovereignty, and that he willed me in heedfulst reservation to bestow them as notes whose faculties inclusive were more than they were in note. Amongst the rest, there is a remedy, approved, set down to cure the desperate languishings whereof the king is rendered lost. Countess, this was your motive for Paris, was it? Speak. Helena, my lord your son made me to think of this. Else Paris, and the medicine, and the king had from the conversation of my thoughts haply been absent then. Countess, but think you, Helen, if you should tender your supposed aid, he would receive it? He and his physicians are of a mind, he, that they cannot help him. They, that they cannot help. How shall they credit a poor unlearned virgin when the schools, embowelled of their doctrine, have let off the danger to itself? Helena, there's something in't more than my father's skill, which was the greatest of his profession, that his good receipt shall for my legacy be sanctified by luckiest stars in heaven, and would your honor but give me leave to try success, I'd venture the well-lost life of mine on his grace's cure by such a day, an hour. Countess, dost thou believe it? Helena, madam, knowingly. Countess, why, Helen, thou shalt have my leave and love, means and attendance, and my loving greetings to those of mine in court. I'll stay at home and pray God's blessing into thy attempt. Be gone tomorrow, and be sure of this, what I can help thee to, thou shalt not miss. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I Paris. A room in the king's palace. Flourish. Enter the king with young lords taking leave for the Florentine war, Bertram, perils and attendants. King. Farewell, young lords, these warlike principles do not throw from you, and you, my lords, farewell. Share the advice betwixt you, if both gain all. The gift doth stretch itself as 'tis received, and is enough for both. First Lord. 'Tis our hope, sir, after well-entered soldiers, to return and find your grace in health. King. No, no, it cannot be, and yet my heart will not confess he owes the malady that doth my life besiege. Farewell, young lords. Whether I live or die, be you the sons of worthy Frenchmen, let higher Italy, those baited that inherit but the fall of the last monarchy, see that you come not to woo honor, but to wed it, when the bravest question shrinks. Find what you seek, that fame may cry you loud. I say farewell. Second Lord. Health, at your bidding serve your majesty. King. Those girls of Italy, take heed of them. They say our French lack language to deny. If they demand, beware of being captives. Before you serve both, our hearts receive your warnings. King. Farewell. Come hither to me. The king retires to a couch. First Lord. O my sweet lord, that you will stay behind us. Perils. 'Tis not his fault, the spark. Second Lord. Oh, 'tis brave wars. Perils. Most admirable. I have seen those wars. Bertram. I am commanded here, and kept a coil with. Too young, and the next year and 'tis too early. Perils. And thy mind stand taut, boy, steal away bravely. Bertram. I shall stay here the 4 horse to a smock, creaking my shoes on the plain masonry, till honor be bought up, and no sword worn, but one to dance with. By heaven, I'll steal away. First Lord. There's honor in the theft. Perils. Commit it, Count. Second Lord. I am your accessory, and so farewell. Bertram. I grow to you, and our parting is a tortured body. First Lord. Farewell, Captain. Second Lord. Sweet Monsieur Perils. Perils. Noble heroes, my sword and yours are kin. Good sparks and lustrous, word, good metals. You shall find in the regiment of the Spinny one. Captain Spurio, with his cicatrice, an emblem of war, here on his sinister cheek, it was this very sword entrenched it. Say to him I live, and observe his reports for me. First Lord. We shall, noble Captain. Perils. Mars dote on you for his novices. Excellent lords. What will ye do? Bertram. Stay the king. Perils. Use a more spacious ceremony to the noble lords, you have restrained yourself within the list of too cold an adieu. Be more expressive to them, for they wear themselves in the cap of the time, their due muster. True gait, eat, speak, and move, under the influence of the most received star, and though the devil led the measure, such are to be followed after them, and take a more dilated farewell. Bertram. And I will do so. Perils. Worthy fellows, and like to prove most sinewy sword men. Excellent Bertram and Perils. Enter Lafeu. Lafeu. Pardon, my lord kneeling, for me and for my tidings. King. I'll fee thee to stand up. Lafeu. Then here's a man stands that is brought his pardon. I would you had kneeled, my lord, to ask me mercy. And that at my bidding you could so stand up. King. I would I had, so I had broke thy pate. And asked thee mercy for't. Lafeu. Good faith, across. But, my good lord, 'tis thus. Will you be cured of your infirmity? King. No. Lafeu. Oh, will you eat? No grapes, my royal fox? Yes, but you will. My noble grapes, and if my royal fox could reach them. I have seen a medicine that's able to breathe life into a stone, quicken a rock, and make you dance canary. With sprightly fire and motion, whose simple touch is powerful to erase King Pippin, nay, to give great Charlemagne a pen in's hand and write to her a love line. King. What her is this? Lafeu. Why, doctor she. My lord, there's one Aravid. If you will see her. Now, by my faith and honor. If seriously I may convey my thoughts. In this my light deliverance, I have spoke. With one that in her sex, her years, profession, wisdom, and constancy, hath amazed me more than I dare blame my weakness. Will you see her? For that is her demand, and know her business? That done, laugh well at me. King. Now, good Lafeu. Bring in the admiration, that we with thee may spend our wonder too, or take off thine by wondering how thou took'st it. Lafeu. Nay, I'll fit you. And not be all day neither. Exit Lafeu. King. Thus he his special nothing ever prologues. Enter Lafeu with Helena. Lafeu. Nay, come your ways. King. This haste hath wings indeed. Lafeu. Nay, come your ways. This is his majesty, say your mind to him. A traitor you do look like, but such traitors his majesty seldom fears. I am Cressid's uncle. That dare leave two together. Fare you well. Exit. King. Now, fair one, does your business follow us? Helena. My good lord. Gerard de Narbon was my father. In what he did profess, well found. King. I knew him. Helena. The rather will I spare my praises towards him. Knowing him is enough. On his bed of death. Many receipts he gave me, chiefly one. Which, as the dearest issue of his practice. And of his old experience the only darling. He bade me store up as a triple I. Safer than mine own too, more dear I have so. And hearing your high majesty is touched with that malignant cause, wherein the honor of my dear father's gift stands chief in power. I come to tender it, and my appliance. With all bound humbleness. King. We thank you, maiden. But may not be so credulous of cure. When our most learned doctors leave us, and the congregated college have concluded that laboring art can never ransom nature from her innatable estate. I say we must not so stain our judgment or corrupt our hope to prostitute our past cure malady to empirics or to dissever so our great self and our credit to esteem a senseless help when help past sense we deem. Helena. My duty then shall pay me for my pains. I will no more enforce mine office on you. Humbly entreating from your royal thoughts a modest one to bear me back again. King. I cannot give thee less, to be called grateful. Thou thought's to help me, and such thanks I give. As one near death to those that wish him live. But what at full I know, thou know'st no part. I knowing all my peril, thou no art. Helena. What I can do no hurt to try. Since you set up your rest gainst remedy. He that of greatest works is finisher. Oft does them by the weakest minister. So holy writ in babes hath judgment shown. When judges have been babes. Great floods have flown. From simple sources, and great seas have dried. When miracles have by the greatest been denied. Oft expectation fails, and most oft there. Where most it promises, and oft it hits. Where hope is coldest, and despair most fits. King. I must not hear thee. Fare thee well, kind maid. Thy pains, not used, must by thyself be paid. Proffers, not took, reap thanks for their reward. Helena. Inspired merit so by breath is barred. It is not so with him that all things knows. As 'tis with us that square our guess by shows. But most it is presumption in us when the help of heaven we count the act of men. Dear sir, to my endeavors give consent. Of heaven, not me, make an experiment. I am not an impostor, that proclaim myself against the level of mine aim. But know I think, and think I know most sure. My art is not past power nor you past cure. King. Art thou so confident? Within what space hops down my cure? Helena. The greatest grace lending grace. Ere twice the horses of the sun shall bring their fiery torture his diurnal ring. Ere twice in murk and occidental damp moist Hesperus hath quenched her sleepy lamp. Or 24 times the pilot's glass hath told the thievish minutes how they pass. What is infirm from your sound parts shall fly. Health shall live free, and sickness freely die. King. Upon thy certainty and confidence. What darest thou venture? Helena. Tax of impudence. A strumpet's boldness, a divulged shame. Tradicated by odious ballads, my maiden's name. Sear it otherwise, no worse of worst extended. With wildest torture, let my life be ended. King. Methinks in thee some blessed spirit doth speak. His powerful sound within an organ weak. And what impossibility would slay? In common sense saves another way. Thy life is dear, for all that life can rate. Worth name of life in thee hath estimate. Youth, beauty, wisdom, courage, all that happiness and prime can happy call. Thou this to hazard needs must intimate. Skill infinite or monstrous desperate. Sweet practicer, thy physic I will try. That ministers thine own death if I die. Helena. If I break time, or flinch in property. Of what I spoke, unpitied let me die. And well deserved. Not helping, death's my fee. But if I help, what do you promise me? King. Make thy demand. Helena. But will you make it even? King. By my scepter and my hopes of heaven. Helena. Then shalt thou give me, with thy kingly hand. What husband in thy power I will command. Exempted be from me the arrogance. To choose from forth the royal blood of France. My low and humble name to propagate. With any branch or image of thy state. But such a one, thy vassal, whom I know. Is free for me to ask, thee to bestow. King. Here is my hand, the premises are observed. Thy will by my performance shall be served. So make the choice of thy own time, for I, thy resolved patient, on thee still rely. More should I question thee, and more I must. Though more to know could not be more to trust. From whence thou cam'st, how tend it on, but rest. Unquestioned welcome, and undoubted blessed. Give me some help here, ho! If thou proceed as high as word, my deed shall match thy deed. Flourish. Excellent. Scene 2. Rossalon. A room in the Countess's palace. Enter Countess and Clown. Countess. Come on, sir, I shall now put you to the height of your breeding. Clown. I will show myself highly fed and lowly taught. I know my business is. But to the court. Countess. To the court. Why, what place make you special, when you put off that? With such contempt? But to the court. Clown. Truly, madam, if God have lent a man any manners, he may easily put it off at court. He that cannot make a leg, put off's cap, kiss his hand. And say nothing, has neither leg, hands, lip, nor cap, and indeed such Othello, to say precisely, were not for the court, but for me, I have. An answer will serve all men. Countess. Mary, that's a bountiful answer that fits all questions. Clown. It is like a barber's chair that fits all buttocks, the pin buttock, the quatch buttock, the brawn buttock, or any buttock. Countess. Will your answer serve fit to all questions? Clown. As fit as 10 groats is for the hand of an attorney, as your French crown for your taffety punk, as Tibbs rush for Tom's forefinger, as a pancake for Shrove Tuesday, a Morris for May Day, as the nail to his hole, the cuckold to his horn, as a scolding queen to a wrangling knave, as the nun's lip to the friar's mouth, nay, as the pudding to his skin. Countess. Have you, I say, an answer of such fitness for all questions? Clown. From below your duke to beneath your constable, it will fit any question. Countess. It must be an answer of most monstrous size that must fit all demands. Clown. But a trifle neither, in good faith, if the learned should speak truth. Of it. Here it is, and all that belongs taught. Ask me if I am a courtier, it shall do you no harm to learn. Countess. To be young again, if we could? I will be a fool in question, hoping to be the wiser by your answer. I pray you, sir, are you a courtier? Clown. O Lord, sir. There's a simple putting off. More, 100 of them. Countess. Sir, I am a poor friend of yours that loves you. Clown. O Lord, sir. Thick, spare not me. Countess. I think, sir, you can eat none of this homely meat. Clown. O Lord, sir. Nay, put me taut, I warrant you. Countess. You were lately whipped, sir, as I think. Clown. O Lord, sir. Spare not me. Countess. Do you cry O Lord, sir, at your whipping and spare not me? Indeed. Your O Lord, sir, is very sequent to your whipping. You would answer very well to a whipping if you were but bound taut. Clown. I ne'er had worse luck in my life in my O Lord, sir. I see things may serve long, but not serve ever. Countess. I play the noble housewife with the time to entertain it so merrily. With a fool. Clown. O Lord, sir. Why, there it serves well again. Countess. An end, sir. To your business. Give Helen this. And urge her to a present answer back. Commend me to my kinsman and my son. This is not much. Clown. Not much commendation to them? Countess. Not much employment for you. You understand me? Clown. Most fruitfully. I am there before my legs. Countess. Haste you again. Exeunt severally. Scene 3. Paris. The King's Palace. Enter Bertram, laugh you and Perils. Laugh you. They say miracles are past, and we have our philosophical persons to make modern and familiar things supernatural and causeless. Hence is it that we make trifles of terrors, ensconcing ourselves into seeming knowledge when we should submit ourselves to an unknown fear. Perils. Why, 'tis the rarest argument of wonder that hath shot out in our latter times. Bertram. And so 'tis. Laugh you. To be relinquished of the artists. Perils. So I say, both of Galen and Paracelsus. Laugh you. Of all the learned and authentic fellows. Perils. Right, so I say. Laugh you. That gave him out incurable. Perils. Why, there 'tis, so say I too. Laugh you. Not to be helped. Perils. Right, as twere a man acerate of a. Laugh you. Uncertain life and sure death. Perils. Just, you say well. So would I have said. Laugh you. I may truly say, it is a novelty to the world. Perils. It is indeed, if you will have it in showing, you shall read it in what do you call there? Laugh you. A showing of a heavenly effect in an earthly actor. Perils. That's it, I would have said the very same. Laugh you. Why, your dolphin is not lustier, for me, I speak in respect. Perils. Nay, 'tis strange, 'tis very strange, that is the brief and the tedious of it, and he's of a most fascinarious spirit that will not acknowledge it to be the. Laugh you. Very hand of heaven. Perils. So I say. Laugh you. In a most weak. Perils. And double minister, great power, great transcendence, which should indeed give us a further use to be made than alone the recovery of the king, as to be. Laugh you. Generally thankful. Perils. I would have said it, you say well. Here comes the king. Enter king, Helena and attendants. Laugh you. Lustique, as the Dutchman says. I'll like a maid the better, whilst I have a tooth in my head. Why, he's able to lead her a coranto. Perils. More do vinegar. Is not this Helen? Laugh you. Fore God, I think so. King. Go, call before me all the lords in court. Exit an attendant. Sit, my preserver, by thy patient's side. And with this healthful hand, whose banished sense thou has repealed, a second time receive the confirmation of my promised gift, which but attends thy naming. Enter several lords. Fair maid, send forth thine eye. This youthful parcel of noble bachelors stand at my bestowing, o'er whom both sovereign power and father's voice I have to use. Thy frank election make. Thou hast power to choose, and they none to forsake. Helena. To each of you one fair and virtuous mistress. Fall, when love please. Marry, to each but one. Laugh you. I'd give Bakirtle and his furniture. My mouth no more were broken than these boys. And rid his little beard. King. Peruse them well. Not one of those but had a noble father. She addresses her to a lord. Helena. Gentlemen. Heaven hath through me restored the king to health. All. We understand it, and thank heaven for you. Helena. I am a simple maid, and therein wealthiest. That I protest I simply am a maid. Please it, your majesty, I have done already. The blushes in my cheeks thus whisper me. We blush that thou shouldst choose, but, be refused. Let the white death sit on thy cheek forever. We'll ne'er come there again. King. Make choice, and, see. Who shuns thy love shuns all his love in me. Helena. Now, Dian, from thy altar do I fly. And to imperial love, that God most high. Do my sighs stream. To First Lord. Sir, will you hear my suit? First Lord. And grant it. Helena. Thanks sir, all the rest is mute. Laugh you. I had rather be in this choice than throw Ames ace for my life. Helena. To Second Lord. The honor, sir, that flames in your fair eyes. Before I speak, too threateningly replies. Love make your fortunes 20 times above her that so wishes, and her humble love. Second Lord. No better, if you please. Helena. My wish receive. Which great love grant, and so I take my leave. Laugh you. Do all they deny her? And they were sons of mine I'd have them whipped. Or I would send them to Turk to make eunuchs of. Helena. To Third Lord. Be not afraid that I your hand should take. I'll never do you wrong for your own sake. Blessing upon your vows and in your bed. Find fairer fortune, if you ever wed. Laugh you. These boys are boys of ice, they'll none have her. Sure, they are. Bastards to the English, the French ne'er got 'em. Helena. To Fourth Lord. You are too young, too happy, and too good to make yourself a son out of my blood. Fourth Lord. Fair one, I think not so. Laugh you. There's one grape yet. I am sure thy father drank wine. But if thou be'st not an ass, I am a youth of 14, I have known thee already. Helena. To Bertram. I dare not say I take you, but I give me in my service, ever whilst I live. Into your guiding power. This is the man. King. Why, then, young Bertram, take her, she's thy wife. Bertram. My wife, my liege. I shall beseech your highness. In such a business give me leave to use the help of mine own eyes. King. Know'st thou not, Bertram, what she has done for me? Bertram. Yes, my good lord. But never hope to know why I should marry her. King. Thou know'st she has raised me from my sickly bed. Bertram. But follows it, my lord, to bring me down. Must answer for your raising? I know her well. She had her breeding at my father's charge. A poor physician's daughter my wife. Disdain. Rather corrupt me ever. King. 'Tis only title thou distanced in her, the which I can build up. Strange is it that our bloods of color, weight, and heat, pour it all together. Would quite confound distinction, yet stands off. Indifferences so mighty. If she be all that is virtuous, save what thou dislikest. A poor physician's daughter thou dislikest. Of virtue for the name. But do not so. From lowest place when virtuous things proceed. The place is dignified by the doer's deed. Where great additions swells, and virtue none. It is a dropseed honor. Good alone is good without a name, vileness is so. The property by what it is should go, not by the title. She is young, wise, fair. In these to nature she's immediate heir. And these breed honor. That is honor's scorn, which challenges itself as honor's born. And is not like the sire. Honors thrive when rather from our acts we them derive than our foregoers. The mere word's a slave. Debauch it on every tomb, on every grave. A lying trophy, and as oft as dumb. Where dust and damned oblivion is the tomb of honored bones indeed. What should be said? If thou canst like this creature as a maid, I can create the rest. Virtue and she is her own dower, honor and wealth from me. Bertram, I cannot love her, nor will strive to do t. King, thou wrong'st thyself if thou shouldst strive to choose. Helena, that you are well rested, my lord, I am glad. Let the rest go. King, my honor's at the stake, which to defeat I must produce my power. Here, take her hand. Proud scornful boy, unworthy this good gift. That dust and vile misprision shackle up my love and her desert, that canst not dream. We, poising us in her defective scale, shall weigh thee to the beam, that wilt not know. It is in us to plant thine honor where we please to have it grow. Check thy contempt. Obey our will, which travails in thy good. Believe not thy disdain, but presently do thine own fortunes that obedient right, which both thy duty owes and our power claims. Or I will throw thee from my care forever into the staggers and the careless lapse of youth and ignorance, both my revenge and hate, loosing upon thee in the name of justice, without all terms of pity. Speak thine answer. Bertram, pardon, my gracious lord, for I submit my fancy to your eyes. When I consider what great creation and what dole of honor flies where you bid it, I find that she, which late was in my nobler thoughts most base, is now the praised of the king, who, so ennobled, is as 'twere born so. King, take her by the hand and tell her she is thine, to whom I promise a counterpoise, if not to thy estate, a balance more replete. Bertram, I take her hand. King, good fortune and the favor of the king smile upon this contract, whose ceremony shall seem expedient on the now born brief and be performed tonight. The solemn feast shall more attend upon the coming space, expecting absent friends. As thou lovest her, thy love's to me religious, else does err. Exeunt King, Bertram, Helena, lords, and attendants. Laugh you. Do you hear, monsieur? A word with you. Perils. Your pleasure, sir. Laugh you. Your lord and master did well to make his recantation. Perils. Recantation. My lord. My master. Laugh you. Is it not a language I speak? Perils. A most harsh one, and not to be understood without bloody succeeding. My master. Laugh you. Are you companion to the Count Rossillon? Perils. To any count, to all counts, to what is man? Laugh you. To what is count's man? Count's master is of another style. Perils. You are too old, sir, let it satisfy you, you are too old. Laugh you. I must tell thee, sirrah, I write man, to which title age cannot bring thee. Perils. What I dare too well do, I dare not do. Laugh you. I did think thee, for two ordinaries, to be a pretty wise fellow. Thou didst make tolerable vent of thy travel, it might pass. Yet the scarfs and the bannerets about thee did manifoldly dissuade me from believing thee a vessel of too great a burden. I have now found thee, when I lose thee again I care not. Yet art thou good for nothing but taking up, and that thou art scarce worth. Perils. Hadst thou not the privilege of antiquity upon thee? Laugh you. Do not plunge thyself too far in anger, lest thou hasten thy trial. Which if Lord have mercy on thee for a hen. So, my good window of lattice, fare thee well, thy casement I need not open, for I look through thee. Give me thy hand. Perils. My lord, you give me most egregious indignity. Laugh you. With all my heart, and thou art worthy of it. Perils. I have not, my lord, deserved it. Laugh you. Yes, good faith, every dram of it, and I will not bate thee a scruple. Perils. Well, I shall be wiser. Laugh you. Even as soon as thou canst, for thou hast to pull at a smack oth. Contrary. If ever thou beest bound in thy scarf and beaten, thou shalt find what it is to be proud of thy bondage. I have a desire to hold my acquaintance with thee, or rather my knowledge, that I may say in the default, he is a man I know. Perils. My lord, you do me most insupportable vexation. Laugh you. I would it were hell pains for thy sake, and my poor doing eternal, for doing I am past, as I will by thee, in what motion age will give me leave. Exit. Perils. Well, thou hast a son shall take this disgrace off me, scurvy, old, filthy, scurvy lord. Well, I must be patient, there is no fettering of authority. I'll beat him, by my life, if I can meet him with any convenience, and he were double and double a lord. I'll have no more pity of his age than I would have of I'll beat him, and if I could but meet him again. Enter Laugh you. Laugh you. Sirrah, your lord and master's married, there's news for you, you have a new mistress. Perils. I most unfeignedly beseech your lordship to make some reservation of your wrongs. He is my good lord, whom I serve above as my master. Laugh you. Who? God? Perils. Sir. Laugh you. The devil it is that's thy master. Why dost thou garter up thy arms this fashion? Dost make hose of thy sleeves? Do other servants so? Thou wert best set thy lower part where thy nose stands. By mine honor, if I were but 2 hours younger, I'd beat thee. Methinks thou art a general offense, and every man should beat thee. I think thou wast created for men to breathe themselves upon thee. Perils. This is hard and undeserved measure, my lord. Laugh you. Go to sir, you were beaten in Italy for picking a kernel out of a pomegranate, you are a vagabond and no true traveler. You are more saucy with lords and honorable personages than the commission of your birth and virtue gives you heraldry. You are not worth another word. Else I'd call you knave. I leave you. Exit. Enter Bertram. Perils. Good, very good, it is so then. Good, very good, let it be concealed. A while. Bertram. Undone and forfeited to cares forever. Perils. What's the matter, sweetheart? Bertram. Although before the solemn priest I have sworn I will not better. Perils. What, sweetheart? Bertram. Oh my perils, they have married me. I'll to the Tuscan wars, and never better. Perils. France is a dog hole, and it no more merits the tread of a man's foot. To the wars. Bertram. There's letters from my mother, what th import is I know not yet. Perils. That would be known. To th wars, my boy, to th wars. He wears his honor in a box unseen. That hugs his kicky-wicky here at home. Spending his manly marrow in her arms. Which should sustain the bound and high curvet of Mars' fiery steed. To other regions. France is a stable, we that dwell in't, jades. Therefore, to th war. Bertram. It shall be so, I'll send her to my house. Acquaint my mother with my hate to her. And wherefore I am fled, right to the king. That which I durst not speak. His present gift shall furnish me to those Italian fields where noble fellows strike. War is no strife. To the dark house and the detested wife. Perils. Will this capriccio hold in thee, art sure? Bertram. Go with me to my chamber and advise me. I'll send her straight away. Tomorrow. I'll to the wars, she to her single sorrow. Perils. Why, these balls bound, there's noise in it. 'Tis hard. A young man married is a man that's marred. Therefore away, and leave her bravely, go. The king has done you wrong, but hush 'tis so. Exeunt. Scene IV. Paris. The king's palace. Enter Helena and Clown. Helena. My mother greets me kindly. Is she well? Clown. She is not well, but yet she has her health, she's very merry, but yet she is not well. But thanks be given, she's very well, and wants nothing I the world, but yet she is not well. Helena. If she be very well, what does she ail that she's not very well? Clown. Truly, she's very well indeed, but for 2 things. Helena. What 2 things? Clown. 1, that she's not in heaven, whither God send her quickly. The other. That she's in earth, from whence God send her quickly. Enter Perils. Perils. Bless you, my fortunate lady. Helena. I hope, sir, I have your good will to have mine own good fortune. Perils. You had my prayers to lead them on, and to keep them on, have them. Still. Oh, my knave, how does my old lady? Clown. So that you had her wrinkles and I her money, I would she did as you say. Perils. Why, I say nothing. Clown. Marry, you are the wiser man, for many a man's tongue shakes out his master's undoing. To say nothing, to do nothing, to know nothing, and to have nothing is to be a great part of your title, which is within a very little of nothing. Perils. Away. Thou art a knave. Clown. You should have said, sir, before a knave thou art a knave, that is, before me thou art a knave. This had been truth, sir. Perils. Go to, thou art a witty fool, I have found thee. Clown. Did you find me in yourself, sir, or were you taught to find me? The search, sir, was profitable, and much fool may you find in you, even to the world's pleasure and the increase of laughter. Perils. A good knave, I faith, and well fed. Madam, my lord will go away tonight. A very serious business calls on him. The great prerogative and right of love, which, as your due time claims, he does acknowledge, but puts it off to a compelled restraint, whose want and whose delay is strewed with sweets, which they distil now in the curbed time, to make the coming hour o'erflow with joy and pleasure drown the brim. Helena. What's his will else? Perils. That you will take your instant leave, O the king, and make this haste as your own good proceeding. Strengthen it with what apology you think may make it probable need. Helena. What more commands he? Perils. That, having this obtained, you presently attend his further pleasure. Helena. In everything I wait upon his will. Perils. I shall report it so. Helena. I pray you. Come, sirrah. Exeunt. Scene V. Another room in the same. Enter Lafeu and Bertram. Lafeu. But I hope your lordship thinks not him a soldier. Bertram. Yes, my lord, and of very valiant approof. Lafeu. You have it from his own deliverance. Bertram. And by other warranted testimony. Lafeu. Then my dial goes not true, I took this lark for a bunting. Bertram. I do assure you, my lord, he is very great in knowledge, and accordingly, valiant. Lafeu. I have, then, sinned against his experience and transgressed against his valor, and my state that way is dangerous, since I cannot yet find in my heart to repent. Here he comes, I pray you make us friends, I will pursue the amity. Enter Perils. Perils. To Bertram. These things shall be done, sir. Lafeu. Pray you, sir, who's his tailor? Perils. Sir. Lafeu. Oh, I know him well, he, sir, is a good workman, a very good tailor. Bertram. Aside to Perils. Is she gone to the king? Perils. She is. Bertram. Will she wait tonight? Perils. As you'll have her. Bertram. I have writ my letters, casketed my treasure, given order for our horses, and tonight, when I should take possession of the bride, ere I do begin. Lafeu. A good traveller is something at the latter end of a dinner, but one that lies 3/3 and uses a known truth to pass 1,000. Nothing's with, should be once heard and thrice beaten. God save you. Captain. Bertram. Is there any unkindness between my lord and you, monsieur? Perils. I know not how I have deserved to run into my lord's displeasure. Lafeu. You have made shift to run into tea, boots and spurs and all, like him. That leapt into the custard, and out of it you'll run again, rather than suffer question for your residence. Bertram. It may be you have mistaken him, my lord. Lafeu. And shall do so ever, though I took him at his prayers. Fare you well. My lord, and believe this of me, there can be no kernel in this light nut, the soul of this man is his clothes, trust him not in matter of heavy consequence, I have kept of them tame, and know their natures. Farewell, monsieur, I have spoken better of you than you have or will to deserve at my hand, but we must do good against evil. Exit. Perils. An idle lord, I swear. Bertram. I think so. Perils. Why, do you not know him? Bertram. Yes, I do know him well, and common speech gives him a worthy pass. Here comes my clog. Enter Helena. Helena. I have, sir, as I was commanded from you, spoke with the king, and have procured his leave. For present parting, only he desires. some private speech with you. Bertram. I shall obey his will. You must not marvel, Helen, at my course, which holds not color with the time, nor does the ministration and required office. On my particular prepared I was not for such a business, therefore am I found so much unsettled. This drives me to entreat you that presently you take your way for home, and rather muse than ask why I entreat you. For my respects are better than they seem, and my appointments have in them a need greater than shows itself at the first view. To you that know them not. This to my mother. Giving a letter. 'Twill be 2 days ere I shall see you, so I leave you to your wisdom. Helena. Sir, I can nothing say but that I am your most obedient servant. Bertram. Come, no more of that. Helena. And ever shall. With true observance seek to eke out that wherein toward me my homely stars have failed to equal my great fortune. Bertram. Let that go. My haste is very great. Farewell, hie home. Helena. Pray, sir, your pardon. Bertram. Well, what would you say? Helena. I am not worthy of the wealth I owe. Nor dare I say 'tis mine, and yet it is. But, like a timorous thief, most fain would steal what law does vouch mine own. Bertram. What would you have? Helena. Something, and scarce so much, nothing indeed. I would not tell you what I would, my lord. Faith, yes. Strangers and foes do sunder and not kiss. Bertram. I pray you, stay not, but in haste to horse. Helena. I shall not break your bidding, good my lord. Where are my other men, monsieur? Farewell. Exit Helena. Bertram. Go thou'tward home, where I will never come, whilst I can shake my sword or hear the drum. Away, and for our flight. Perils. Bravely, coraggio. Exeunt. Act 3. Scene I Florence. A room in the Duke's palace. Flourish. Enter the Duke of Florence attended, 2 French lords, and soldiers. Duke. So that, from point to point, now have you heard the fundamental reasons of this war, whose great decision hath much blood let forth, and more thirsts after. First Lord. Holy seems the quarrel. Upon your grace's part, black and fearful. On the opposer. Duke. Therefore we marvel much our cousin France would, in so just a business, shut his bosom against our borrowing prayers. Second Lord. Good my lord. The reasons of our state I cannot yield, but like a common and an outward man, that the great figure of a council frames by self-unable motion, therefore dare not say what I think of it, since I have found myself and my uncertain grounds to fail as often as I guessed. Duke. Be it his pleasure. First Lord. But I am sure the younger of our nature, that surfeit on their ease, will day by day come here for physic. Duke. Welcome shall they be, and all the honors that can fly from us shall on them settle. You know your places well. When better fall, for your avails they fell. Tomorrow to the field. Flourish. Exeunt. Scene 2. Rossalon. A room in the Countess's palace. Enter Countess and Clown. Countess. It hath happened at all as I would have had it, save that he comes not along with her. Clown. By my troth, I take my young lord to be a very melancholy man. Countess. By what observance, I pray you? Clown. Why, he will look upon his boot and sing, mend the ruff and sing, ask questions and sing, pick his teeth and sing. I know a man that had this trick of melancholy sold a goodly manor for a song. Countess. Let me see what he writes, and when he means to come. Opening a letter. Clown. I have no mind to Isbel since I was at court. Our old lings and our Isbel's OTH country are nothing like your old ling and your Isbel's OTH court. The brains of my cupids knock it out, and I begin to love as an old man loves money, with no stomach. Countess. What have we here? Clown. And that you have there. Exit. Countess. Reads. I have sent you a daughter-in-law, she hath recovered the king and undone me. I have wedded her, not bedded her, and sworn to make the knot eternal. You shall hear I am run away, know it before the report come. If there be breadth enough in the world, I will hold a long distance. My duty to you. Your unfortunate son. Bertram. This is not well, rash and unbridled boy. To fly the favors of so good a king. To pluck his indignation on thy head. By the misprizing of a maid too virtuous. For the contempt of empire. Enter clown. Clown. Oh madam, yonder is heavy news within between two soldiers and my young lady. Countess. What is the matter? Clown. Nay, there is some comfort in the news, some comfort, your son will not be killed so soon as I thought he would. Countess. Why should he be killed? Clown. So say I, madam, if he run away, as I hear he does, the danger is in standing taut, that's the loss of men, though it be the getting of children. Here they come will tell you more. For my part, I only hear your son was run away. Exit. Enter Helena and the two gentlemen. First gentleman. Save you, good madam. Helena. Madam, my lord is gone, forever gone. Second gentleman. Do not say so. Countess. Think upon patience. Pray you, gentlemen. I have felt so many quirks of joy and grief that the first face of neither on the start can woman me unto tea. Where is my son, I pray you? Second gentleman. Madam, he's gone to serve the Duke of Florence. We met him thitherward, for thence we came. And, after some dispatch in hand at court, thither we bend again. Helena. Look on this letter, madam. Here's my passport. Reads. When thou canst get the ring upon my finger, which never shall come off, and show me a child begotten of thy body that I am father to, then call me husband, but in such of then I write a never. This is a dreadful sentence. Countess. Brought you this letter, gentlemen? First gentleman. Madam, and for the content's sake, are sorry for our pains. Countess. I prithee, lady, have a better cheer. If thou engrossest all the griefs are thine. Thou robb'st me of a moiety. He was my son. But I do wash his name out of my blood. And thou art all my child. Towards Florence is he? Second gentleman. Madam. Countess. And to be a soldier? Second gentleman. Such is his noble purpose, and, Belovit. The Duke will lay upon him all the honor that good convenience claims. Countess. Return you thither? First gentleman. Madam, with the swiftest wing of speed. Helena. Reads. Till I have no wife, I have nothing in France. 'Tis bitter. Countess. Find you that there? Helena. Madam. First gentleman. 'Tis but the boldness of his hand haply, which his heart was not consenting to. Countess. Nothing in France until he have no wife. There's nothing here that is too good for him. But only she, and she deserves a lord. That 20 such rude boys might tend upon. And call her hourly mistress. Who is with him? First gentleman. A servant only, and a gentleman which I have sometime known. Countess. Perils, was it not? First gentleman. My good lady, he. Countess. A very tainted fellow, and full of wickedness. My son corrupts a well-derived nature. With his inducement. First gentleman. Indeed, good lady. The fellow has a deal of that too much. Which holds him much to have. Countess. You're welcome, gentlemen. I will entreat you, when you see my son, to tell him that his sword can never win the honor that he loses. More I'll entreat you. Written to bear along. Second gentleman. We serve you, madam. In that and all your worthiest affairs. Countess. Not so, but as we change our courtesies. Will you draw near? Excellent countess and gentlemen. Helena. Till I have no wife, I have nothing in France. Nothing in France until he has no wife. Thou shalt have none, Rosalon, none in France. Then hast thou all again. Poor lord, is't I? That chase thee from thy country, and expose those tender limbs of thine to the event of the none-sparing war? And is it I that drive thee from the sportive court, where thou wast shot at with fair eyes, to be the mark of smoky muskets? O you leaden messengers! That ride upon the violent speed of fire. Fly with false aim, move the still peering air. That sings with piercing, do not touch my lord. Whoever shoots at him, I set him there. Whoever charges on his forward breast, I am the caitiff that do hold him taut. And though I kill him not, I am the cause. His death was so effected. Better tweer. I met the raven lion when he roared. With sharp constraint of hunger, better tweer. That all the miseries which nature owes were mine at once. No, come thou home, Rosalon. Whence honor, but of danger wins a scar. As oft it loses all. I will be gone. My being here it is that holds thee hence. Shall I stay here to dot? No, no, although the air of paradise did fan the house, and angels offic it all. I will be gone. That pitiful rumor may report my flight. To consolate thine ear. Come, night, and day. For with the dark poor thief, I'll steal away. Exit. Scene 3. Florence. Before the Duke's palace. Flourish. Enter the Duke of Florence, Bertram, drum and trumpets. Soldiers, perils. Duke. The general of our horse thou art, and we, great in our hope, lay our best love and credence upon thy promising fortune. Bertram. Sir, it is a charge too heavy for my strength, but yet we'll strive to bear it for your worthy sake. To th' extreme edge of hazard. Duke. Then go thou forth, and fortune play upon thy prosperous helm as thy auspicious mistress. Bertram. This very day, great Mars, I put myself into thy file. Make me but like my thoughts, and I shall prove the lover of thy drum, hater of love. Exeunt. Scene IV. Rossalon. A room in the Countess's palace. Enter Countess and Steward. Countess. Alas! And would you take the letter of her? Might you not know she would do as she has done? By sending me a letter? Read it again. Steward. Reads. I am Saint Jack's pilgrim, thither gone. Ambitious love hath so in me offended, that barefoot plod I the cold ground upon. With sainted vow my faults to have amended. Right, that from the bloody course of war. My dearest master, your dear son, may I bless him at home in peace, whilst I from far his name with zealous fervor sanctify. His taken labors bid him me forgive. I, his despiteful Juno, sent him forth from courtly friends, with camping foes to live, where death and danger dog the heels of worth. He is too good and fair for death and me, whom I myself embrace to set him free. Countess. Ah, what sharp stings are in her mildest words. Rinaldo, you did never lack advice so much as letting her pass so. Had I spoke with her, I could have well diverted her intents, which thus she hath prevented. Steward. Pardon me, madam. If I had given you this at overnight, she might have been Oerdean, and yet she writes. Pursuit would be but vain. Countess. What angel shall bless this unworthy husband? He cannot thrive unless her prayers, whom heaven delights to hear and loves to grant, reprieve him from the wrath of greatest justice. Right, Rinaldo. To this unworthy husband of his wife, let every word weigh heavy of her worth. That he does weigh too light, my greatest grief. Though little he do feel it, set down sharply. Dispatch the most convenient messenger. When haply he shall hear that she is gone, he will return, and hope I may that she, hearing so much, will speed her foot again. Led hither by pure love, which of them both is dearest to me I have no skill and sense to make distinction. Provide this messenger. My heart is heavy, and mine age is weak. Grief would have tears, and sorrow bids me speak. Exeunt. Scene V. Without the walls of Florence. Enter an old widow of Florence, Diana, Violenta, Mariana and other citizens. Widow. Nay, come, for if they do approach the city, we shall lose all the sight. Diana. They say the French count has done most honorable service. Widow. It is reported that he has taken their greatest commander, and that with his own hand he slew the Duke's brother. A tucket afar off. We have lost our labor, they are gone a contrary way. Hark! You may know by their trumpets. Mariana. Come, let's return again, and suffice ourselves with the report of it. Well, Diana, take heed of this French earl, the honor of a maid is her name, and no legacy is so rich as honesty. Widow. I have told my neighbor how you have been solicited by a gentleman his companion. Mariana. I know that knave, hang him. One perils, a filthy officer he is in. Those suggestions for the young earl. Beware of them, Diana. Their promises, enticements, oaths, tokens, and all these engines of lust are not the things they go under. Many a maid hath been seduced by them, and the misery is, example, that so terrible shows in the wreck of maidenhood, cannot for all that dissuade succession, but that they are lined with the twigs that threaten them. I hope I need not to advise you further, but I hope your own grace will keep you where you are, though there were no further danger known, but the modesty which is so lost. Diana. You shall not need to fear me. Enter Helena in the dress of a pilgrim. Widow. I hope so. Look, here comes a pilgrim. I know she will lie at my house. Thither they send one another, I'll question her. God save you. Pilgrim. Whither are bound? Helena. To St. Jacques le Grand. Where do the Palmers lodge, I do beseech you? Widow. At the St. Francis here, beside the port. Helena. Is this the way? A march afar. Widow. Mary, is't? Hark you, they come this way. If you will tarry, holy pilgrim. But till the troops come by, I will conduct you where you shall be lodged. The rather for I think I know your hostess. As ample as myself. Helena. Is it yourself? Widow. If you shall please so, pilgrim. Helena. I thank you, and will stay upon your leisure. Widow. You came, I think, from France? Helena. I did so. Widow. Here you shall see a countryman of yours. That has done worthy service. Helena. His name, I pray you. Diana. The Count Rosselon. Know you such a one? Helena. But by the ear, that hears most nobly of him. His face I know not. Diana. Whatsoe'er he is. He's bravely taken here. He stole from France. As 'tis reported, for the king had married him. Against his liking. Think you it is so? Helena. Surely, mere the truth, I know his lady. Diana. There is a gentleman that serves the count. Reports but coarsely of her. Helena. What's his name? Diana. Monsieur Perils. Helena. Oh, I believe with him. An argument of praise or to the worth of the great count himself, she is too mean. To have her name repeated, all her deserving, is a reserved honesty, and that I have not heard examined. Diana. Alas, poor lady. 'Tis a hard bondage to become the wife of a detesting lord. Widow. Right, good creature, wheresoe'er she is. Her heart weighs sadly. This young maid might do her a shrewd turn, if she pleased. Helena. How do you mean? Maybe the amorous count solicits her in the unlawful purpose. Widow. He does indeed. And brokes with all that can in such a suit corrupt the tender honor of a maid. But she is armed for him and keeps her guard. An honestest defense. Enter, with a drum and colors, a party of the Florentine army. Bertram and Perils. Mariana. The gods forbid else. Widow. So, now they come. That is Antonio, the Duke's eldest son. That Escalus. Helena. Which is the Frenchman? Diana. He. That with the plume, 'tis a most gallant fellow. I would he loved his wife, if he were honester. He were much goodlier. Is't not a handsome gentleman? Helena. I like him well. Diana. 'Tis pity he is not honest. Yon's that same knave. That leads him to these places. Were I his lady, I would poison that vile rascal. Helena. Which is he? Diana. That jackanapes with scarfs. Why is he melancholy? Helena. Perchance he's heard I the battle. Perils. Lose or drum. Well. Mariana. He's shrewdly vexed at something. Look, he has spied us. Widow. Mary, hang you. Mariana. And your courtesy for a ring carrier. Exeunt Bertram, Perils, officers and soldiers. Widow. The troop is past. Come, pilgrim, I will bring you where you shall host of enjoined penitence. There's 4 or 5 to great St. Jack's bound. Already at my house. Helena. I humbly thank you. Please at this matron and this gentle maid to eat with us tonight, the charge and thanking shall be for me, and, to requite you further, I will bestow some precepts of this virgin. Worthy the note. Both. We'll take your offer kindly. Exeunt. Scene Vi. Camp before Florence. Enter Bertram and the 2 French lords. First Lord. Nay, good my lord, put him taut, let him have his way. Second Lord. If your lordship find him not a hilding, hold me no more in your respect. First Lord. On my life, my lord, a bubble. Bertram. Do you think I am so far deceived in him? First Lord. Believe it, my lord, in mine own direct knowledge, without any malice. But to speak of him as my kinsman, he's a most notable coward, an infinite and endless liar, an hourly promise breaker, the owner of no one good quality worthy your lordship's entertainment. Second Lord. It were fit you knew him, lest, reposing too far in his virtue, which he hath not, he might at some great and trusty business, in a main danger fail you. Bertram. I would I knew in what particular action to try him. Second Lord. None better than to let him fetch off his drum, which you hear him so confidently undertake to do. First Lord. I with a troop of Florentines will suddenly surprise him, such I will have whom I am sure he knows not from the enemy, we will bind and hoodwink him so that he shall suppose no other but that he is carried into the leaguer of the adversaries when we bring him to our own tents. Be but your lordship present at his examination, if he do not for the promise of his life, and in the highest compulsion of base fear, offer to betray you and deliver all the intelligence in his power against you, and that with the divine forfeit of his soul upon oath, never trust my judgment in anything. Second Lord. Oh, for the love of laughter, let him fetch his drum, he says he has a stratagem for't. When your lordship sees the bottom of his success. Int, and to what metal this counterfeit lump of ore will be melted, if you give him not John Drum's entertainment, your inclining cannot be removed. Here he comes. Enter perils. First Lord. Oh, for the love of laughter, hinder not the honor of his design. Let him fetch off his drum in any hand. Bertram. How now, monsieur? This drum sticks sorely in your disposition. Second Lord. A pox on tea, let it go, 'tis but a drum. Perils. But a drum? Is't but a drum? A drum so lost. There was excellent command to charge in with our horse upon our own wings and to rend our own soldiers. Second Lord. That was not to be blamed in the command of the service, it was a disaster of war that Caesar himself could not have prevented if he had been there to command. Bertram. Well, we cannot greatly condemn our success. Some dishonor we had in the loss of that drum, but it is not to be recovered. Perils. It might have been recovered. Bertram. It might, but it is not now. Perils. It is to be recovered. But that the merit of service is seldom attributed to the true and exact performer, I would have that drum or another, or hic jacet dot. Bertram. Why, if you have a stomach, tot, monsieur, if you think your mystery in stratagem can bring this instrument of honor again into his native quarter, be magnanimous in the enterprise, and go on, I will grace the attempt for a worthy exploit, if you speed well in it, the Duke shall both speak of it and extend to you what further becomes his greatness. Even to the utmost syllable of your worthiness. Perils. By the hand of a soldier, I will undertake it. Bertram. But you must not now slumber in it. Perils. I'll about it this evening, and I will presently pen down my dilemmas. Encourage myself in my certainty, put myself into my mortal preparation, and by midnight look to hear further from me. Bertram. May I be bold to acquaint his grace you are gone about it? Perils. I know not what the success will be, my lord, but the attempt I vow. Bertram. I know thou'rt valiant, and to the possibility of thy soldiership, will subscribe for thee. Farewell. Perils. I love not many words. Exit. First Lord. No more than a fish loves water. Is not this a strange fellow, my lord? That so confidently seems to undertake this business, which he knows is not to be done, damns himself to do, and dares better be damned than to. Second Lord. You do not know him, my lord, as we do, certain it is that he will steel himself into a man's favor and for a week escape a great deal of discoveries, but when you find him out, you have him ever after. Bertram. Why, do you think he will make no deed of all of this, that so seriously he does address himself unto? First Lord. None in the world, but return with an invention, and clap upon you 2 or 3 probable lies, but we have almost embossed him, you shall see. His fall tonight, for indeed he is not for your lordship's respect. Second Lord. We'll make you some sport with the fox ere we case him. He was first smocked by the old Lord Laffew, when his disguise and he is parted, tell me what a sprat you shall find him, which you shall see this very night. First Lord. I must go look my twigs. He shall be caught. Bertram. Your brother, he shall go along with me. First Lord. As't please your lordship. I'll leave you. Exit. Bertram. Now will I lead you to the house and show you the lass I spoke of. Second Lord. But you say she's honest. Bertram. That's all the fault. I spoke with her but once. And found her wondrous cold, but I sent to her. By this same coxcomb that we have I the wind. Tokens and letters which she did resend. And this is all I have done. She's a fair creature. Will you go see her? Second Lord. With all my heart, my lord. Exeunt. Scene by Florence. A room in the widow's house. Enter Helena and widow. Helena. If you misdoubt me that I am not she. I know not how I shall assure you further. But I shall lose the grounds I work upon. Widow. Though my estate be foul, I was well born. Nothing acquainted with these businesses. And would not put my reputation now. In any staining act. Helena. Nor would I wish you. First give me trust, the county is my husband. And what to your sworn counsel I have spoken. Is so from word to word, and then you cannot. By the good aid that I of you shall borrow. Err in bestowing it. Widow. I should believe you. For you have showed me that which well approves. E're great in fortune. Helena. Take this purse of gold. And let me buy your friendly help thus far. Which I will overpay, and pay again. When I have found it. The count he woos your daughter. Lays down his wanton siege before her beauty. Resolved to carry her, let her in fine consent. As we'll direct her how 'tis best to bear it. Now his important blood will not deny. That she'll demand, a ring the county wears. That downward hath succeeded in his house. From son to son, some 4 or 5 descents. Since the first father wore it. This ring he holds. In most rich choice, yet, in his idle fire. To buy his will, it would not seem too dear. Hoyer repented after. Widow. Now I see. The bottom of your purpose. Helena. You see it lawful then, it is no more. But that your daughter, ere she seems as one. Desires this ring, appoints him an encounter. In fine, delivers me to fill the time. Herself most chastely absent. After. To marry her, I'll add 3,000 crowns. To what is passed already. Widow. I have yielded. Instruct my daughter how she shall persevere. That time and place with this deceit so lawful. May prove coherent. Every night he comes. With musics of all sorts, and songs composite. To her unworthiness. It nothing steads us. To chide him from our eaves, for he persists. As if his life lay on tea. Helena. Why then tonight? Let us assay our plot, which, if it speed. Is wicked meaning in a lawful deed. And lawful meaning in a lawful act. Where both not sin, and yet a sinful fact. But let's about it. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I without the Florentine camp. Enter First Lord with 5 or 6 soldiers in ambush. First Lord. He can come no other way but by this hedge corner. When you sally upon him, speak what terrible language you will, though you understand it. Not yourselves, no matter, for we must not seem to understand him. Unless someone among us, whom we must produce for an interpreter. First Soldier. Good captain, let me be th interpreter. First Lord. Art not acquainted with him? Knows he not thy voice? First Soldier. No sir, I warrant you. First Lord. But what linsey woolsey hast thou to speak to us again? First Soldier. And such as you speak to me. First Lord. He must think us some band of strangers I the adversaries. Entertainment. Now he hath a smack of all neighboring languages. Therefore we must every one be a man of his own fancy, not to know what we speak one to another, so we seem to know, is to know straight our purpose. Chose language, gabble enough, and good enough. As for you, interpreter, you must seem very politic. But couch, ho! Here he comes. To beguile 2 hours in a sleep, and then to return and swear the lies. He forges. Enter Perils. Perils. 10 o'clock. Within these 3 hours 'twill be time enough to go home. What shall I say I have done? It must be a very plausive invention that carries it. They begin to smoke me, and disgraces have of late knocked too often at my door. I find my tongue is too foolhardy, but my heart hath the fear of Mars before it, and of his creatures, not daring the reports of my tongue. First Lord. Aside. This is the first truth that e'er thine own tongue was guilty of. Perils. What the devil should move me to undertake the recovery of this drum? Being not ignorant of the impossibility, and knowing I had no such purpose, I must give myself some hurts, and say I got them in exploit. Yet slight ones will not carry it. They will say came you off with so little? and great ones I dare not give. Wherefore, what's the instance? Tongue, I must put you into a butter woman's mouth, and buy myself another of Badgesett's mule, if you prattle me into these perils. First Lord. Aside. Is it possible he should know what he is, and be that he is? Perils. I would the cutting of my garments would serve the turn, or the breaking of my Spanish sword. First Lord. Aside. We cannot afford you so. Perils. Or the bearing of my beard, and to say it was in stratagem. First Lord. Aside. 'Twold not do. Perils. Or to drown my clothes, and say I was stripped. First Lord. Aside. Hardly serve. Perils. Though I swore I leaped from the window of the citadel. First Lord. Aside. How deep? Perils. 30 fathom. First Lord. Aside. 3 great oaths would scarce make that be believed. Perils. I would I had any drum of the enemies, I would swear I recovered it. First Lord. Aside. You shall hear one anon. Perils. The drum now of the enemies. Alarum within. First Lord. Throcum of Ausis, cargo, cargo, cargo. All. Cargo, 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 Valianta par corbo, cargo. They seize and blindfold him. Perils. Oh, ransom, ransom. Do not hide mine eyes. First Soldier. Boscos Tramuldo Boscos. Perils. I know you are the Musco's regiment. And I shall lose my life for want of language. If there be here German, or Dane, Low Dutch, Italian, or French, let him speak to me. I'll discover that which shall undo the Florentine. First Soldier. Boscos Vovato. I understand thee, and can speak thy tongue. Corellabonto. Sir, bedict thee to thy faith, for 17 poniards are at thy bosom. Perils. Oh. First Soldier. Oh, pray, pray, pray. Manca rivania dulce. First Lord. Escorbadulchos bolivorco. First Soldier. The general is content to spare thee yet. And, hoodwinked as thou art, will lead thee on. To gather from thee. Haply thou mayst inform. Something to save thy life. Perils. Oh, let me live. And all the secrets of our camp I'll show. Their force, their purposes, nay, I'll speak that. Which you will wonder at. First Soldier. But wilt thou faithfully? Perils. If I do not, damn me. First Soldier. Accordo linta. Come on, thou art granted space. Exit, with perils guarded. A short alarum within. First Lord. Go tell the Count Rossalon and my brother. We have caught the woodcock, and will keep him muffled. Till we do hear from them. Second Soldier. Captain, I will. First Lord. A will betray us all unto ourselves. Inform on that. Second Soldier. So I will, sir. First Lord. Till then I'll keep him dark and safely locked. Exeunt. Scene 2. Florence. A room in the widow's house. Enter Bertram and Diana. Bertram. They told me that your name was Fontybell. Diana. No, my good lord Diana. Bertram. Titled goddess. And worth it, with addition. But, fair soul. In your fine frame hath love no quality? If the quick fire of youth light not your mind. You are no maiden but a monument. When you are dead, you should be such a one. As you are now, for you are cold and stern. And now you should be as your mother was. When your sweet self was got. Diana. She then was honest. Bertram. So should you be. Diana. No. My mother did but duty, such, my lord. As you owe to your wife. Bertram. No more that. I prithee do not strive against my vows. I was compelled to her, but I love thee. By love's own sweet constraint, and will forever do thee all rights of service. Diana. So you serve us. Till we serve you, but when you have our roses, you barely leave our thorns to prick ourselves. And mock us with our bareness. Bertram. How have I sworn? Diana. 'Tis not the many oaths that makes the truth, but the plain single vow that is vowed true. What is not holy, that we swear not by, but take the highest to witness. Then, pray you, tell me. If I should swear by Jove's great attributes, I loved you dearly, would you believe my oaths? When I did love you ill, this has no holding. To swear by him whom I protest to love, that I will work against him. Therefore your oaths are words and poor conditions, but unsealed. At least in my opinion. Bertram. Change it, change it. Be not so wholly cruel. Love is holy. And my integrity ne'er knew the crafts that you do charge men with. Stand no more off. But give thyself unto my sick desires. Who then recovers? Say thou art mine, and ever. My love as it begins shall so persevere. Diana. I see that men make hopes in such a case. That we'll forsake ourselves. Give me that ring. Bertram. I'll lend it thee, my dear, but have no power to give it from me. Diana. Will you not, my lord? Bertram. It is an honor longing to our house, bequeathed down from many ancestors, which were the greatest obloquy I the world, and me to lose. Diana. Mine honor's such a ring. My chastity's the jewel of our house, bequeathed down from many ancestors, which were the greatest obloquy I the world, and me to lose. Thus your own proper wisdom brings in the champion honor on my part against your vain assault. Bertram. Here, take my ring. My house, mine honor, yea, my life be thine. And I'll be bid by thee. Diana. When midnight comes, knock at my chamber window. I'll order take my mother shall not hear. Now will I charge you in the band of truth. When you have conquered my yet maiden bed, remain there but an hour, nor speak to me. My reasons are most strong, and you shall know them. When back again this ring shall be delivered. And on your finger in the night I'll put another ring, that what in time proceeds may token to the future our past deeds. That you till then fail not. You have won the wife of me, though there my hope be done. Bertram. The heaven on earth I have won by wooing thee. Exit. Diana. For which live long to thank both heaven and me. You may so in the end. My mother told me just how he would woo. As if she saddens heart. She says all men have the like oaths. He had sworn to marry me. When his wife's dead, therefore I'll lie with him. When I am buried, since Frenchmen are so braid, marry that will, I live and die a maid. Only, in this disguise, I think no sin to cozen him that would unjustly win. Exit. Scene 3. The Florentine camp. Enter the 2 French lords and 2 or 3 soldiers. First Lord. You have not given him his mother's letter? Second Lord. I have delivered it an hour since, there is something in that stings his nature, for on the reading it, he chang it almost into another man. First Lord. He has much worthy blame laid upon him for shaking off so good a wife and so sweet a lady. Second Lord. Especially he hath incurred the everlasting displeasure of the king, who had even done it his bounty to sing happiness to him. I will tell you a thing, but you shall let it dwell darkly with you. First Lord. When you have spoken it, 'tis dead, and I am the grave of it. Second Lord. He hath perverted a young gentlewoman here in Florence, of a most chaste renown, and this night he fleshes his will in the spoil of her honor. He hath given her his monumental ring, and thinks himself made in the unchaste composition. First Lord. Now, God delay our rebellion. As we are ourselves, what things are we? Second Lord. Merely our own traitors. And as in the common course of all treasons, we still see them reveal themselves till they attain to their abhorred ends, so he that in this action contrives against his own nobility, in his proper stream, o'erflows himself. First Lord. Is it not meant damnable in us to be trumpeters of our unlawful intents? We shall not then have his company tonight? Second Lord. Not till after midnight, for he is dieted to his hour. First Lord. That approaches apace. I would gladly have him see his company anatomized, that he might take a measure of his own judgments, wherein so curiously he had set this counterfeit. Second Lord. We will not meddle with him till he come, for his presence must be the whip of the other. First Lord. In the meantime, what hear you of these wars? Second Lord. I hear there is an overture of peace. First Lord. Nay, I assure you, a peace concluded. Second Lord. What will Count Rosselon do then? Will he travel higher, or return again into France? First Lord. I perceive by this demand, you are not altogether of his counsel. Second Lord. Let it be forbid, sir. So should I be a great deal of his act. First Lord. Sir, his wife some 2 months since fled from his house. Her pretence is a pilgrimage to St. Jacques le Grand, which holy undertaking with most austere sanctimony she accomplished, and there residing, the tenderness of her nature became as a prey to her grief, in fine, made a Groan of her last breath, and now she sings in heaven. Second Lord. How is this justified? First Lord. The stronger part of it by her own letters, which makes her story true. Even to the point of her death. Her death itself, which could not be. Her office to say is come, was faithfully confirmed by the rector of the place. Second Lord. Hath the count all this intelligence? First Lord. And the particular confirmations, point from point, to the full arming of the verity. Second Lord. I am heartily sorry that he'll be glad of this. First Lord. How mightily sometimes we make us comforts of our losses. Second Lord. And how mightily some other times we drown our gain in tears. The great dignity that his valor hath here acquired for him shall at home be encountered with a shame as ample. First Lord. The web of our life is of a mingled yarn, good and ill together, our virtues would be proud if our faults whipped them not, and our crimes would despair if they were not cherished by our virtues. Enter a messenger. How now? Where's your master? Messenger. He met the Duke in the street, sir, of whom he hath taken a solemn leave. His lordship will next morning for France. The Duke hath offered him letters of commendations to the king. Second Lord. They shall be no more than needful there, if they were more than they can commend. Enter Bertram. First Lord. They cannot be too sweet for the king's tartness. Here's his lordship. Now. How now, my lord, is't not after midnight? Bertram. I have tonight dispatched 16 businesses, a month's length apiece. By an abstract of success. I have conned with the Duke, done my adieu. With his nearest, buried a wife, mourned for her, writ to my lady. Mother I am returning, entertained my convoy, and between these main parcels of dispatch effected many nicer needs. The last was the greatest, but that I have not ended yet. Second Lord. If the business be of any difficulty in this morning your departure. Hence, it requires haste of your lordship. Bertram. I mean the business is not ended, as fearing to hear of it hereafter. But shall we have this dialogue between the fool and the soldier? Come. Bring forth this counterfeit module has deceived me like a double-meaning prophesier. Second Lord. Bring him forth. Excellent soldiers. Has sat I the stocks all night, poor gallant knave. Bertram. No matter, his heels have deserved it, in usurping his spurs so long. How does he carry himself? First Lord. I have told your lordship already, the stocks carry him. But to answer you as you would be understood. He weeps like a wench that had shed her milk, he hath confessed himself to Morgan, whom he supposes to be a friar, from the time of his remembrance to this very instant disaster. Of his setting I the stocks. And what think you he hath confessed? Bertram. Nothing of me, has he? Second Lord. His confession is taken, and it shall be read to his face, if your lordship be in't, as I believe you are, you must have the patience to hear it. Enter soldiers with perils. Bertram. A plague upon him. Muffled. He can say nothing of me, hush, hush. First Lord. Hoodman comes. Porta Tartarassa. First Soldier. He calls for the tortures. What will you say without 'em? Perils. I will confess what I know without constraint. If ye pinch me like a pasty I can say no more. First Soldier. Bosco Chimercho. First Lord. Boblabindo Chickermerco. First Soldier. You are a merciful general. Our general bids you answer to what I shall ask you out of a note. Perils. And truly, as I hope to live. First Soldier. First demand of him how many horse the Duke is strong. What say you to that? Perils. 5 or 6,000, but very weak and unserviceable. The troops are all scattered, and the commanders very poor rogues, upon my reputation and credit, and as I hope to live. First Soldier. Shall I set down your answer so? Perils. Do. I'll take the sacrament on tea, how and which way you will. Bertram. All's one to him. What a past saving slave is this? First Lord. You are deceived, my lord, this is Monsieur Perils, the gallant militarist, that was his own phrase, that had the whole theoric of war in the knot of his scarf and the practice in the chape of his dagger. Second Lord. I will never trust a man again for keeping his sword clean, nor believe he can have everything in him by wearing his apparel neatly. First Soldier. Well, that's set down. Perils. 5 or 6,000 horse. I said I will say true or thereabouts, set. Down for I'll speak truth. First Lord. He's very near the truth in this. Bertram. But I con him no thanks for it in the nature he delivers it. Perils. Poor rogues, I pray you say. First Soldier. Well, that's set down. Perils. I humbly thank you, sir. A truth's a truth, the rogues are marvelous. Poor. First Soldier. Demand of him of what strength they are afoot. What say you to that? Perils. By my troth, sir, if I were to live this present hour, I will tell. True. Let me see. Spurio, 150, Sebastian, so many. Corymbus, so many, Jax, so many, Gilshan, Cosmo, Lodowick, and Gradii, 250 each, mine own company, Chittifer, Vaumont. Bentii, 250 each. So that the muster file rotten and sound, upon my life, amounts not to 15,000 poll, half of the which dare not shake the snow from off their cassocks lest they shake themselves to pieces. Bertram. What shall be done to him? First Lord. Nothing, but let him have thanks. Demand of him my condition, and what credit I have with the Duke. First Soldier. Well, that's set down. You shall demand of him whether one captain do main be I the camp, a Frenchman, what his reputation is with the Duke, what his valor, honesty and expertness in wars, or whether he thinks it were not possible with well-weighing sums of gold to corrupt him to a revolt. What say you to this? What do you know of it? Perils. I beseech you, let me answer to the particular of the interrogatories. Demand them singly. First Soldier. Do you know this Captain Dumaine? Perils. I know him. He was a botcher's prentice in Paris, from whence he was whipped for getting the Shreve's fool with child, a dumb innocent that could not say him nay. First Lord lifts up his hand in anger. Bertram. Nay, by your leave, hold your hands, though I know his brains are forfeit to the next tile that falls. First Soldier. Well, is this captain in the Duke of Florence's camp? Perils. Upon my knowledge, he is, and lousy. First Lord. Nay, look not so upon me, we shall hear of your lordship anon. First Soldier. What is his reputation with the Duke? Perils. The Duke knows him for no other but a poor officer of mine, and writ to me this other day to turn him out o' the band. I think I have his letter in my pocket. First Soldier. Marry, we'll search. Perils. In good sadness, I do not know, either it is there or it is upon a file, with the Duke's other letters, in my tent. First Soldier. Here 'tis, here's a paper, shall I read it to you? Perils. I do not know if it be it or no. Bertram. Our interpreter does it well. First Lord. Excellently. First Soldier. Reads. Dian, the Count's a fool, and full of gold. Perils. That is not the Duke's letter, sir, that is an advertisement to a proper maid in Florence, one Diana, to take heed of the allurement of one Count Rosselon, a foolish idle boy, but for all that very ruddish. I pray you, sir, put it up again. First Soldier. Nay, I'll read it first by your favor. Perils. My meaning in't, I protest, was very honest in the behalf of the maid. For I knew the young Count to be a dangerous and lascivious boy, who is a whale to virginity, and devours up all the fry it finds. Bertram. Damnable both sides rogue. First Soldier. Reads. When he swears oaths, bid him drop gold, and take it. After he scores, he never pays the score. Half one is match well made, match, and well make it. He ne'er pays after debts, take it before. And say a soldier, Dian told thee this. Men are to mell with, boys are not to kiss. For count of this, the Count's a fool, I know it. Who pays before, but not when he does owe it. Thine, as he vowed to thee in thine ear. Perils. Bertram. He shall be whipped through the army with this rhyman's forehead. Second Lord. This is your devoted friend, sir, the manifold linguist, and the armipotent soldier. Bertram. I couldn't do anything before but a cat, and now he's a cat to me. First Soldier. I perceive, sir, by our general's looks we shall be fain to hang you. Perils. My life, sir, in any case. Not that I am afraid to die, but that, my offences being many, I would repent out the remainder of nature. Let me live, sir, in a dungeon, I the stocks, or anywhere, so I may live. First Soldier. We'll see what may be done, so you confess freely. Therefore, once more. To this Captain Dumaine? You have answered to his reputation with the Duke, and to his valor. What is his honesty? Perils. He will steal, sir, an egg out of a cloister. For rapes and ravishments. He parallels Nessus. He professes not keeping of oaths, in breaking them he is stronger than Hercules. He will lie, sir, with such volubility that you would think truth were a fool. Drunkenness is his best virtue, for he will be swine drunk, and in his sleep he does little harm, save to his bedclothes about him, but they know his conditions and lay him in straw. I have but little more to say, sir, of his honesty. He has everything that an honest man should not have. What an honest man should have, he has nothing. First Lord. I begin to love him for this. Bertram. For this description of thine honesty? A pox upon him for me, he's more and more a cat. First Soldier. What say you to his expertness in war? Perils. Faith, sir, has led the drum before the English tragedians to belie him. I will not, and more of his soldiership I know not, except in that country he had the honor to be the officer at a place there called Mile-end, to instruct for the doubling of files. I would do the man what honor I can, but of this I am not certain. First Lord. He hath outvillained villainy so far that the rarity redeems him. Bertram. A pox on him. He's a cat still. First Soldier. His qualities being at this poor price, I need not to ask you if gold will corrupt him to revolt. Perils. Sir, for a quart decu he will sell the fee simple of his salvation, the inheritance of it, and cut the entail from all remainders, and a perpetual succession for it perpetually. First Soldier. What's his brother, the other Captain Dumaine? Second Lord. Why does he ask him of me? First Soldier. What's he? Perils. And a crow o' the same nest, not altogether so great as the first in goodness, but greater a great deal in evil. He excels his brother for a coward, yet his brother is reputed one of the best that is in a retreat he outruns any lackey, marry, in coming on he has the cramp. First Soldier. If your life be saved, will you undertake to betray the Florentine? Perils. And the captain of his horse, Count Rosselon. First Soldier. I'll whisper with the general and know his pleasure. Perils. Beside, I'll no more drumming, a plague of all drums. Only to seem to deserve well, and to beguile the supposition of that lascivious young boy the Count, have I run into this danger? Yet who would have suspected an ambush where I was taken? First Soldier. There is no remedy, sir, but you must die. The general says you that have so traitorously discovered the secrets of your army and made such pestiferous reports of men very nobly held, can serve the world for no honest use, therefore you must die. Come, headsman, off with his head. Perils. O Lord. Sir, let me live, or let me see my death. First Soldier. That shall you, and take your leave of all your friends. Unmuffling him. So, look about you, know you any here? Bertram. Good morrow, noble captain. Second Lord. God bless you, Captain Perils. First Lord. God save you, noble captain. Second Lord. Captain, what greeting will you to my lord laugh you? I am for France. First Lord. Good captain, will you give me a copy of the sonnet you writ to Diana in behalf of the Count Rosselon? And I were not a very coward I'd compel it of you, but fare you well. Excellent Bertram, Lords N.C. First Soldier. You are undone, captain. All but your scarf, that has a knot on't yet. Perils. Who cannot be crushed with a plot? First Soldier. If you could find out a country where but women were that had received so much shame, you might begin an impudent nation. Fare ye well, sir. I am for France too, we shall speak of you there. Excellent. Perils. Yet am I thankful. If my heart were great, 'twould burst at this. Captain, I'll be no more. But I will eat and drink and sleep as soft as captain shall. Simply the thing I am shall make me live. Who knows himself a braggart? Let him fear this, for it will come to pass that every braggart shall be found an ass. Rust, sword, cool, blushes, and perils live. Safest in shame, being fooled, by foolery thrive. There's place and means for every man alive. I laughter them. Exit. Scene IV. Florence. A room in the widow's house. Enter Helena, widow and Diana. Helena. that you may well perceive I have not wronged you. One of the greatest in the Christian world shall be my surety, for whose throne 'tis needful. Ere I can perfect mine intents, to kneel. Time was I did him a desired office. Dear almost as his life, which gratitude through flinty Tartar's bosom would peep forth and answer thanks. I duly am informed. His Grace is at Marseille, to which place we have convenient convoy. You must know. I am supposed dead. The army breaking. My husband hies him home, where, heaven aiding, and by the leave of my good lord the king, we'll be before our welcome. Widow. Gentle madam. You never had a servant to whose trust your business was more welcome. Helena. Nor you, mistress. Ever a friend whose thoughts more truly labor to recompense your love. Doubt not but heaven hath brought me up to be your daughter's dower, as it hath fated her to be my motive and helper to a husband. But, oh strange men, that can such sweet use make of what they hate. When saucy trusting of the cozened thoughts defiles the pitchy night, so lust doth play with what it loathes for that which is away. But more of this hereafter. You, Diana, under my poor instructions yet must suffer something in my behalf. Diana. Let death and honesty go with your impositions, I am yours. Upon your will to suffer. Helena. Yet, I pray you. But with the word the time will bring on summer, when briars shall have leaves as well as thorns, and be as sweet as sharp. We must away. Our wagon is prepared, and time revives us. All's well that ends well, still the finds the crown. Whate'er the course, the end is the renown. Exeunt. Scene V. Rossalon. A room in the Countess's palace. Enter Clown, Countess and Laffew. Laffew. No, 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 your son was misled with a snip taffeta fellow there, whose villainous saffron would have made all the unbacket and doughy youth of a nation in his color. Your daughter-in-law had been alive at this hour, and your son here at home, more advocated by the king than by that red-tailed humble bee I speak of. Countess. I would I had not known him, it was the death of the most virtuous gentlewoman that ever nature had praise for creating. If she had partaken of my flesh and cost me the dearest groans of a mother, I could not have owed her a more rooted love. Laffew. 'Twas a good lady, 'twas a good lady. We may pick 1,000 salads ere we light on such another herb. Clown. Indeed, sir, she was the sweet marjoram of the salad, or, rather, the herb of grace. Laffew. They are not herbs, you knave, they are no herbs. Clown. I am no great Nebuchadnezzar, sir, I have not much skill in grass. Laffew. Whether dost thou profess thyself a knave or a fool? Clown. A fool, sir, at a woman's service, and a knave at a man's. Laffew. Your distinction? Clown. I would cozen the man of his wife and do his service. Laffew. So you were a knave at his service indeed. Clown. And I would give his wife my bauble, sir, to do her service. Laffew. I will subscribe for thee, thou art both knave and fool. Clown. At your service. Laffew. No, no, no. Clown. Why, sir, if I cannot serve you, I can serve as great a prince as you are. Laffew. Who's that? A Frenchman? Clown. Faith, sir, has an English name, but his physiognomy is more hotter in France than there. Laffew. What prince is that? Clown. The Black Prince, sir, alias the Prince of Darkness, alias the Devil. Laffew. Hold thee, there's my purse. I give thee not this to suggest thee from thy master thou talk'st of, serve him still. Clown. I am a woodland fellow, sir, that always loved a great fire, and the master I speak of ever keeps a good fire. But sure he is the prince of the world, let his nobility remain in's court. I am for the house with the narrow gate, which I take to be too little for pomp to enter. Some that humble themselves may, but the many will be too chill and tender. And they'll be for the flowery way that leads to the broad gate and the great fire. Laffew. Go thy ways, I begin to be aweary of thee, and I tell thee so before, because I would not fall out with thee. Go thy ways, let my horses be well looked to, without any tricks. Clown. If I put any tricks upon 'em, sir, they shall be jade's tricks, which are their own right by the law of nature. Exit. Laffew. A shrewd knave and an unhappy Countess. So he is. My lord that's gone made himself much sport out of him, by his authority he remains here, which he thinks is a patent for his sauciness, and indeed he has no pace, but runs where he will. Laugh you. I like him well, 'tis not amiss. And I was about to tell you, since I heard of the good lady's death, and that my lord your son was upon his return home, I moved the king my master to speak in the behalf of my daughter, which, in the minority of them both, his majesty out of a self-gracious remembrance did first propose. His highness hath promised me to do it, and, to stop up the displeasure he hath conceived against your son, there is no fitter matter. How does your ladyship like it? Countess. With very much content, my lord, and I wish it happily effected. Laugh you. His highness comes post from Marseille, of as able body as when he numbered 30, he will be here tomorrow, or I am deceived by him that. And such intelligence hath seldom failed. Countess. It rejoices me that I hope I shall see him ere I die. I have letters that my son will be here tonight. I shall beseech your lordship to remain with me till they meet together. Laugh you. Madam, I was thinking with what manners I might safely be admitted. Countess. You need but plead your honorable privilege. Laugh you. Lady, of that I have made a bold charter, but, I thank my God, it holds. Yet. Enter clown. Clown. Oh madam, yonder's my lord your son with a patch of velvet on's face. Whether there be a scar under't or no, the velvet knows, but 'tis a goodly patch of velvet. His left cheek is a cheek of 2 pile and a half, but his right cheek is worn bare. Laugh you. A scar nobly got, or a noble scar, is a good livery of honor, so belike is that. Clown. But it is your carbonadoed face. Laugh you. Let us go see your son, I pray you. I long to talk with the young noble. Soldier. Clown. Faith, there's a dozen of 'em, with delicate fine hats, and most courteous feathers, which bow the head and nod at every man. Exeunt. Act 5. Scene I Marseille. A street. Enter Helena, widow and Diana with 2 attendants. Helena. But this exceeding posting day and night must wear your spirits low. We cannot help it. But since you have made the days and nights as one, to wear your gentle limbs in my affairs, be bold you do so grow in my requital, as nothing can unroot you. In happy time. Enter a gentleman. This man may help me to his majesty's ear, if he would spend his power. God save you, sir. Gentleman. And you. Helena. Sir, I have seen you in the court of France. Gentleman. I have been sometimes there. Helena. I do presume, sir, that you are not fallen from the report that goes upon your goodness, and therefore, goaded with most sharp occasions, which lay nice manners by, I put you to the use of your own virtues, for the which I shall continue thankful. Gentlemen. What's your will? Helena. That it will please you to give this poor petition to the king, and aid me with that store of power you have to come into his presence. Gentlemen. The king's not here. Helena. Not here, sir? Gentlemen. Not indeed. He hence removed last night, and with more haste than is his use. Widow. Lord, how we lose our pains. Helena. All's well that ends well yet. Though time seems so adverse and means unfit, I do beseech you, whither is he gone? Gentlemen. Mary, as I take it, to Roussillon. Whither I am going. Helena. I do beseech you, sir, since you are like to see the king before me, commend the paper to his gracious hand, which I presume shall render you no blame, but rather make you thank your pains for it. I will come after you with what good speed our means will make us means. Gentlemen. This I'll do for you. Helena. And you shall find yourself to be well thanked. Whatever falls more. We must to horse again. Go, go, provide. Exeunt. Scene 2. Roussillon. The inner court of the countess's palace. Enter clown and Perils. Perils. Good Monsieur Lavake, give my lord Lafeu this letter, I have ere now, sir, been better known to you, when I have held familiarity with fresher clothes, but I am now, sir, muddied in fortune's mood, and smells somewhat strong of her strong displeasure. Clown. Truly, fortune's displeasure is but sluttish, if it smell so strongly. As thou speak'st of, I will henceforth eat no fish of fortune's buttering. Prithee, allow the wind. Perils. Nay, You need not to stop your nose, sir. I spake but by a metaphor. Clown. Indeed, sir, if your metaphors stink, I will stop my nose, against any man's metaphor. Prithee, get thee further. Perils. Pray you, sir, deliver me this paper. Clown. Foe, prithee stand away. A paper from Fortune's close stool to give to a nobleman. Look, here he comes himself. Enter. Laugh you. Here is a purr of Fortune's, sir, or of Fortune's cat, but not a musk cat that has fallen into the unclean fishpond of her displeasure. And as he says, is muddied with al. Pray you, sir, use the carp as you may, for he looks like a poor, decayed, ingenious, foolish, rascally knave. I do pity his distress in my similes of comfort, and leave him to your lordship. Exit. Perils. My lord, I am a man whom fortune hath cruelly scratched. Laugh you. And what would you have me to do? 'Tis too late to pare her nails now. Wherein have you played the knave with fortune that she should scratch? You, who of herself is a good lady, and would not have knaves thrive long under her? There's a court decu for you. Let the justices make you and fortune friends. I am for other business. Perils. I beseech your honor to hear me one single word. Laugh you. You beg a single penny more. Come, you shall hat, save your word. Perils. My name, my good lord, is Perils. Laugh you. You beg more than word then. Cox my passion. Give me your hand. How? Does your drum? Perils. Oh my good lord, you were the first that found me. Laugh you. Was I, in sooth? And I was the first that lost thee. Perils. It lies in you, my lord, to bring me in some grace, for you did bring me out. Laugh you. Out upon thee, knave. Dost thou put upon me at once both the office of God and the devil? One brings thee in grace, and the other brings thee out. Trumpets sound. The king's coming, I know by his trumpets. Sirrah, inquire further. After me. I had talk of you last night, though you are a fool and a knave, you shall eat. Go to, follow. Perils. I praise God for you. Excellent. Scene 3. The same. A room in the countess's palace. Flourish. Enter king, countess, laugh you, lords, gentlemen, guards and see. King. We lost a jewel of her, and our esteem was made much poorer by it, but your son, as mad in folly, lacked the sense to know her estimation home. Countess. 'Tis past, my liege. And I beseech your majesty to make it natural rebellion, done I the blaze of youth. When oil and fire, too strong for reason's force, o'erbears it and burns on. King. My honored lady. I have forgiven and forgotten all, though my revenges were high bent upon him, and watched the time to shoot. Laugh you. This I must say. But first, I beg my pardon, the young lord did to his majesty, his mother, and his lady offense of mighty note, but to himself the greatest wrong of all. He lost a wife whose beauty did astonish the survey of richest eyes, whose words all ears took captive, whose dear perfection hearts that scorned to serve humbly called mistress. King. Praising what is lost makes the remembrance dear. Well, call him hither. We are reconciled, and the first view shall kill all repetition. Let him not ask our pardon. The nature of his great offense is dead, and deeper than oblivion do we bury incensing relics of it. Let him approach a stranger, no offender, and inform him. So 'tis our will he should. Gentlemen. I shall, my liege. Exit gentlemen. King. What says he to your daughter? Have you spoke? Laugh you. All that he is hath reference to your highness. King. Then shall we have a match. I have letters sent me. That sets him high in fame. Enter Bertram. Laugh you. He looks well on tea. King. I am not a day of season. For thou mayst see a sunshine and a hail in me at once. But to the brightest beams distracted clouds give way, so stand thou forth. The time is fair again. Bertram. My high repented blames. Dear sovereign, pardon to me. King. All is whole. Not one word more of the consumed time. Let's take the instant by the forward top. For we are old, and on our quicks decrees the inaudible and noiseless foot of time steals ere we can effect them. You remember the daughter of this lord? Bertram. Admiringly, my liege. At first I stuck my choice upon her, ere my heart durst make too bold herald of my tongue. Where the impression of mine eye infixing contempt his scornful perspective did lend me, which warped the line of every other favor. Scorn it a fair color, or express it stolen. Extended or contracted all proportions to a most hideous object. Thence it came that she whom all men praised, and whom myself, since I have lost, have loved, was in mine eye the dust that did offend it. King. Well excused that thou didst love her, strikes some scores away from the great compt. But love that comes too late, like a remorseful pardon slowly carried to the great sender, turns a sour offense. Crying, that's good, that's gone. Our rash faults make trivial price of serious things we have, not knowing them until we know their grave. Oft our displeasures, to ourselves unjust, destroy our friends, and after weep their dust. Our own love waking cries to see what's done, while shameful hate sleeps out the afternoon. Be this sweet Helen's knell, and now forget her. Send forth your amorous token for fair Maudlin. The main consents are had, and here we'll stay to see our widower's second marriage day. Countess. Which better than the first, O dear heaven, bless. Or, ere they meet, in me, O nature, cess. Laugh you. Come on, my son, in whom my house's name must be digested, give a favor from you to sparkle in the spirits of my daughter, that she may quickly come. Bertram gives a ring to laugh you. By my old beard and every hair that's on T, Helen that's dead was a sweet creature. Such a ring as this, the last that ere I took her leave at court, I saw upon her finger. Bertram. Hers it was not. King. Now, pray you, let me see it, for mine eye, while I was speaking, oft was fastened to it. This ring was mine, and when I gave it Helen, I bade her, if her fortunes ever stood necessitied to help, that by this token I would relieve her. Had you that craft to reave her of what should stead her most? Bertram. My gracious sovereign. Howe'er it pleases you to take it so. The ring was never hers. Countess. Son, on my life, I have seen her wear it, and she reckoned it at her life's rate. Laugh you. I am sure I saw her wear it. Bertram. You are deceived, my lord, she never saw it. In Florence was it from a casement thrown me, wrapped in a paper, which contained the name of her that threw it. Noble she was, and thought I stood engagged, but when I had subscribed to mine own fortune, and informed her fully, I could not answer in that course of honor. As she had made the overture, she seized in heavy satisfaction, and would never receive the ring again. King. Plutus himself, that knows the tinct and multiplying medicine, hath not in nature's mystery more science than I have in this ring. 'Twas mine, 'twas Helen's. Whoever gave it you? Then if you know that you are well acquainted with yourself, confess 'twas hers, and by what rough enforcement you got it from her. She called the saints to surety that she would never put it from her finger unless she gave it to yourself in bed, where you have never come, or sent it us. Upon her great disaster. Bertram. She never saw it. King. Thou speak'st it falsely, as I love mine honor, and maxed conjectural fears to come into me, which I would fain shut out. If it should prove that thou art so inhuman, 'twill not prove so. And yet I know not, thou didst hate her deadly, and she is dead, which nothing but to close her eyes myself could win me to believe, more than to see this ring. Take him away. Guards seize Bertram. My 4 past proofs, howe'er the matter fall, shall tax my fears of little vanity. Having vainly feared too little, away with him. We'll sift this matter further. Bertram. If you shall prove this ring was ever hers, you shall as easy prove that I husbanded her bed in Florence, where she yet never was. Exit, guarded. King. I am rapid in dismal thinkings. Enter a gentleman. Gentleman. Gracious sovereign. Whether I have been to blame or no, I know not. Here's a petition from a Florentine, who hath for 4 or 5 removes come short to tender it herself. I undertook it, vanquished thereto by the fair grace and speech of the poor suppliant, who by this, I know, is here attending. Her business looks in her with an importing visage, and she told me in a sweet verbal brief, it did concern your highness with herself. King. Reads. Upon his many protestations to marry me when his wife was dead, I blush to say it, He won me. Now is the Count Rosselon a widower, his vows are forfeited to me, and my honors paid to him. He stole from Florence, taking no leave, and I follow him to his country. For justice. Grant it me, O king, in you it best lies, otherwise a seducer flourishes, and a poor maid is undone. Diana Capulet. Laugh you. I will buy me a son-in-law in a fair, and toll for this. I'll none of him. King. The heavens have thought well on thee, laugh you. To bring forth this discovery. Seek these suitors. Go speedily, and bring again the count. Exeunt gentlemen and some attendants. I am afeard the life of Helen, lady, was foully snatched. Countess. Now, justice on the doers. Enter Bertram, guarded. King. I wonder, sir, since wives are monsters to you, and that you fly them as you swear them lordship, yet you desire to marry. What woman's that? Enter widow and Diana. Diana. I am, my lord, a wretched Florentine, derived from the ancient Capulet. My suit, as I do understand, you know, and therefore know how far I may be pitied. Widow. I am her mother, sir, whose age and honor both suffer under this complaint we bring, and both shall cease without your remedy. King. Come hither, Count, do you know these women? Bertram. My lord, I neither can nor will deny, but that I know them. Do they charge me further? Diana. Why do you look so strange upon your wife? Bertram. She's none of mine, my lord. Diana. If you shall marry, you give away this hand, and that is mine. You give away heaven's vows, and those are mine. You give away myself, which is known mine. For I by vow am so embodied yours, that she which marries you must marry me. Either both or none. Laugh you. To Bertram your reputation comes too short for my daughter, you are no husband for her. Bertram. My lord, this is a fond and desperate creature, whom sometime I have laughed with. Let your highness lay a more noble thought upon mine honor than for to think that I would sink it here. King. Sir, for my thoughts, you have the mill to friend. Till your deeds gain them, fairer prove your honor than in my thought it lies. Diana. Good my lord. Ask him upon his oath if he does think he had not my virginity. King. What say'st thou to her? Bertram. She's impudent, my lord, and was a common gamester to the camp. Diana. He does me wrong, my lord, if I were so, he might have bought me at a common price. Do not believe him. Oh, behold this ring, whose high respect and rich validity did lack a parallel, yet for all that he gave it to a commoner o' the camp. If I be one countess. He blushes, and 'tis it. Of 6 preceding ancestors, that gem, conferred by testament to th sequent issue, hath it been owed and worn. This is his wife. That rings 1,000 proofs. King. Method you said. You saw one here in court could witness it. Diana. I did, my lord, but loathsome to produce so bad an instrument, his name's Perils. Laugh you. I saw the man today, if man he be. King. Find him, and bring him hither. Exit an attendant. Bertram. What of him? He's quoted for a most perfidious slave, with all the spots o' the world taxed and debauched, whose nature sickens but to speak a truth. Am I or that or this for what he'll utter? That will speak anything? King. She hath that ring of yours. Bertram. I think she has. Certain it is I licked her, and boarded her I the wanton way of youth. She knew her distance, and did angle for me, matting my eagerness with her restraint. As all impediments in fancy's course are motives of more fancy, and in fine, her infinite cunning with her modern grace subdued me to her rate. She got the ring, and I had that which any inferior might at market price have bought. Diana. I must be patient. You that have turned it off a first so noble wife may justly diet me. I pray you yet. Since you lack virtue, I will lose a husband. Send for your ring, I will return it home, and give me mine again. Bertram. I have it not. King. What ring was yours, I pray you? Diana. Sir, much like the same upon your finger. King. Know you this ring? This ring was his of late. Diana. And this was it I gave him, being abed. King. The story then goes false you threw at him out of a casement. Diana. I have spoke the truth. Enter attendant with Perils. Bertram. My lord, I do confess the ring was hers. King. You boggle shrewdly, every feather starts you. Is this the man you speak of? Diana. My lord. King. Tell me, sirrah, but tell me true I charge you. Not fearing the displeasure of your master. Which on your just proceeding, I'll keep off. By him and by this woman here what know you? Perils. So please your majesty, my master hath been an honorable gentleman. Tricks he hath had in him, which gentlemen have. King. Come, to the purpose. Did he love this woman? Perils. Faith, sir, he did love her, but how? King. How, I pray you? Perils. He did love her, sir, as a gentleman loves a woman. King. How is that? Perils. He loved her, sir, and loved her not. King. As thou art a knave and no knave. What an equivocal companion is this? Perils. I am a poor man, and at your majesty's command. Laugh you. He's a good drum, my lord, but a naughty orator. Diana. Do you know he promised me marriage? Perils. Faith, I know more than I'll speak. King. But wilt thou not speak all thou knowst? Perils. Yes, so please your majesty. I did go between them as I said, but more than that, he loved her, for indeed he was mad for her, and talked of Satan, and of limbo, and of furies, and I know not what. Yet I was in that credit with them at that time that I knew of their going to bed. And of other motions, as promising her marriage, and things which would derive me ill will to speak of, therefore I will not speak what I know. King. Thou hast spoken all already, unless thou canst say they are married. But thou art too fine in thy evidence, therefore stand aside. This ring, you say, was yours? Diana. My good lord. King. Where did you buy it? Or who gave it you? Diana. It was not given me, nor I did not buy it. King. Who lent it you? Diana. It was not lent me neither. King. Where did you find it then? Diana. I found it not. King. If it were yours by none of all these ways, how could you give it him? Diana. I never gave it him. Laugh you. This woman's an easy glove, my lord, she goes off and on at pleasure. King. This ring was mine, I gave it his first wife. Diana. It might be yours or hers for aught I know. King. Take her away, I do not like her now. To prison with her. And away with him. Unless thou tell'st me where thou hadst this ring. Thou diest within this hour. Diana. I'll never tell you. King. Take her away. Diana. I'll put in bail, my liege. King. I think thee now some common customer. Diana. By Jove, if ever I knew man, 'twas you. King. Wherefore hast thou accused him all this while? Diana. Because he's guilty, and he is not guilty. He knows I am no maid, and he'll swear taut. I'll swear I am a maid, and he knows not. Great king, I am no strumpet, by my life. I am either maid, or else this old man's wife. Pointing to laugh you. King. She does abuse our ears, to prison with her. Diana. Good mother, fetch my bail. Stay, royal sir. Exit widow. The jeweler that owes the ring is sent for. And he shall surety me. But for this lord, who hath abused me as he knows himself. Though yet he never harmed me, here I quit him. He knows himself my Betty hath defilled. And at that time he got his wife with child. Dead though she be, she feels her young one kick. So there's my riddle. One that's dead is quick. And now behold the meaning. Enter widow with Helena. King. Is there no exorcist? Beguiles the truer office of mine eyes? Istriel did I see? Helena. No, my good lord. 'Tis but the shadow of a wife you see. The name, and not the thing. Bertram. Both. Oh, pardon. Helena. Oh, my good lord, when I was like this maid, I found you wondrous kind. There is your ring. And, look you, here's your letter. This it says. When from my finger you can get this ring. And is by me with child, and see. This is done. Will you be mine now you are doubly won? Bertram. If she, my liege, can make me know this clearly, I'll love her dearly, ever dearly. Helena. If it appear not plain, and prove untrue, deadly divorce step between me and you. Oh my dear mother, do I see you living? Laugh you. Mine eyes smell onions, I shall weep anon. To peril's good Tom Drum, lend me a handkercher. So, I thank thee. Wait on me home, I'll make sport with thee. Let thy courtesies alone, they are scurvy ones. King. Let us from point to point this story know, to make the even truth in pleasure flow. To Diana. If thou be'st yet a fresh uncropped flower, choose thou thy husband, and I'll pay thy dower. For I can guess that by thy honest aid, thou kept'st a wife herself, thyself a maid. Of that and all the progress more and less, resolvedly more leisure shall express. All yet seems well, and if it ends so meet, the bitter past, more welcome is the sweet. Flourish. Epilogue. The king's a beggar, now the play is done. All is well ended if this suit be won. That you express content, which we will pay, with strife to please you, day exceeding day. Ours be your patience then, and yours our parts. Your gentle hands lend us, and take our hearts. Exeunt Omnes. Antony and Cleopatra. Contents. Act 1. Scene I. Alexandria. A room in Cleopatra's palace. Scene 2. Alexandria. Another room in Cleopatra's palace. Scene 3. Alexandria. A room in Cleopatra's palace. Scene IV. Rome. An apartment in Caesar's house. Scene V. Alexandria. A room in the palace. Act 2. Scene I. Messina. A room in Pompey's house. Scene 2. Rome. A room in the house of Lepidus. Scene 3. Rome. A room in Caesar's house. Scene IV. Rome. A street. Scene V. Alexandria. A room in the palace. Scene VI. Near Misenum. Scene VII. On board Pompey's galley, lying near Misenum. Act 3. Scene I. A plain in Syria. Scene 2. Rome. An antechamber in Caesar's house. Scene 3. Alexandria. A room in the palace. Scene IV. Athens. A room in Antony's house. Scene V. Athens. Another room in Antony's house. Scene VI. Rome. A room in Caesar's house. Scene VI. Antony's camp near the promontory of Actium. Scene V. A plain near Actium. Scene X. Another part of the plain. Scene X. Another part of the plain. Scenes I. Alexandria. A room in the palace. Scene She. Caesar's camp in Egypt. Scene She. Alexandria. A room in the palace. Act 4. Scene I. Caesar's camp at Alexandria. Scene 2. Alexandria. A room in the palace. Scene 3. Alexandria. Before the palace. Scene IV. Alexandria. A room in the palace. Scene V. Antony's camp near Alexandria. Scene VI. Alexandria. Caesar's camp. Scene VI. Field of battle between the camps. Scene V. Under the walls of Alexandria. Scene X. Caesar's camp. Scene X. Ground between the two camps. Scenes I. Another part of the ground. Scene She. Another part of the ground. Scene She. Alexandria. A room in the palace. Scene Ziv. Alexandria. Another room. Scene XV. Alexandria. A monument. Act 5. Scene I. Caesar's camp before Alexandria. Scene 2. Alexandria. A room in the monument. Dramatis Personae. Mark Antony, triumvir. Octavius Caesar, triumvir. Lepidus, triumvir. Sextus Pompeius. Domitius Inoberbus, friend to Antony. Ventidius, friend to Antony. Eros, friend to Antony. Scarus, friend to Antony. Dercetus, friend to Antony. Demetrius, friend to Antony. Philo, friend to Antony. Maecenas, friend to Caesar. Agrippa, friend to Caesar. Dolabella, friend to Caesar. Proculius, friend to Caesar. Phidias, friend to Caesar. Gallus, friend to Caesar. Menas, friend to Pompey. Menecrates, friend to Pompey. Varius, friend to Pompey. Taurus, lieutenant general to Caesar. Canidius, lieutenant general to Antony. Silius, an officer in Ventidius's army. Euphronius, an ambassador from Antony to Caesar. Alexas, attendant on Cleopatra. Mardian, attendant on Cleopatra. Seleucus, attendant on Cleopatra. Diomedes, attendant on Cleopatra. A soothsayer. A clown. Cleopatra, queen of Egypt. Octavia, sister to Caesar and wife to Antony. Charmian, attendant on Cleopatra. Iris, attendant on Cleopatra. Officers, soldiers, messengers, and other attendants. Scene. Dispersed in several parts of the Roman Empire. Act 1. Scene I Alexandria. A room in Cleopatra's palace. Enter Demetrius and Philo. Philo. Nay, but this dotage of our generals. O'erflows the measure. Those his goodly eyes. That are the files and musters of the war. Have glowed like plated Mars, now bend, now turn. The office and devotion of their view. Upon a tawny front. His captain's heart. Which in the scuffles of great fights hath burst. The buckles on his breast reneges all temper. And is become the bellows and the fan. To cool a gypsy's lust. Flourish. Enter Antony and Cleopatra, her ladies, the train, with eunuchs fanning her. Look where they come. Take but good note, and you shall see in him the triple pillar of the world transformed into a strumpet's fool. Behold and see. Cleopatra. If it be love indeed, tell me how much. Antony. There's beggary in the love that can be reckoned. Cleopatra. I'll set a bourne how far to be beloved. Antony. Then must thou needs find out new heaven, new earth. Enter a messenger. Messenger. News, my good lord, from Rome. Antony. Great's me, the sum. Cleopatra. Nay, hear them Antony. Fulvia perchance is angry, or who knows? If the scarce bearded Caesar have not sent his powerful mandate to you. Do this or this. Take in that kingdom and enfranchise that. Performed, or else we damn thee. Antony. How, my love? Cleopatra. Perchance. Nay, and most like. You must not stay here longer, your dismission is come from Caesar, therefore hear it Antony. Where's Fulvia's process? Caesar's I would say? Both? Call in the messengers. As I am Egypt's queen. Thou blushest, Antony, and that blood of thine is Caesar's homager, else so thy cheek pays shame. When shrill-tongued Fulvia scolds the messengers. Antony. Let Rome and Tiber melt, and the white arch of the ranged empire fall. Here is my space. Kingdoms are clay. Are dungy earth alike. Feeds beast as man. The nobleness of life is to do thus embracing, when such a mutual pair and such a twain can dot, in which I bind on pain of punishment, the world to weet. We stand up peerless. Cleopatra. Excellent falsehood. Why did he marry Fulvia and not love her? I'll seem the fool I am not. Antony. Will be himself. Antony. But stirred by Cleopatra. Now, for the love of love and her soft hours. Let's not confound the time with conference harsh. There's not a minute of our lives should stretch without some pleasure now. What sport tonight? Cleopatra. Hear the ambassadors. Antony. Fie, wrangling queen. Whom everything becomes to chide, to laugh, to weep, whose every passion fully strives to make itself in thee fair and admired. No messenger but thine, and all alone. Tonight we'll wander through the streets and note the qualities of people. Come, my queen. Last night you did desire it. Speak not to us. Exeunt Antony and Cleopatra with the train. Demetrius. Is Caesar with Antonius prized so slight? Philo. Sir, sometimes when he is not Antony, he comes too short of that great property, which still should go with Antony. Demetrius. I am full sorry that he approves the common liar who thus speaks of him at Rome, but I will hope of better deeds tomorrow. Rest you happy. Exeunt. Scene 2. Alexandria. Another room in Cleopatra's palace. Enter an Oberbus, a soothsayer, Charmian, Iris, Mardian and Alexis. Charmian. Lord Alexis, sweet Alexis, most anything Alexis, almost most absolute. Alexis, where's the soothsayer that you praised so to th queen? Oh. That I knew this husband which you say must charge his horns with garlands. Alexis. Soothsayer. Soothsayer. Your will? Charmian. Is this the man? Is't you, sir, that know things? Soothsayer. In nature's infinite book of secrecy. A little I can read. Alexis. Show him your hand. An Oberbus. Bring in the banquet quickly, wine enough. Cleopatra's health to drink. Charmian. Good, sir, give me good fortune. Soothsayer. I make not, but foresee. Charmian. Pray, then, foresee me one. Soothsayer. You shall be yet far fairer than you are. Charmian. He means in flesh. Iris. No, you shall paint when you are old. Charmian. Wrinkles forbid. Alexis. Vex not is prescience. Be attentive. Charmian. Hush. Soothsayer. You shall be more beloving than beloved. Charmian. I had rather heat my liver with drinking. Alexis. Nay, hear him. Charmian. Good now, some excellent fortune. Let me be married to 3 kings in a forenoon and widow them all. Let me have a child at 50, to whom Herod of Jury may do homage. Find me to marry me with Octavius Caesar. And companion me with my mistress. Soothsayer. You shall outlive the lady whom you serve. Charmian. Oh, excellent. I love long life better than figs. Soothsayer. You have seen and proved a fairer former fortune than that which is to approach. Charmian. Then belike my children shall have no names. Prithee, how many boys and wenches must I have? Soothsayer. If every of your wishes had a womb, and fertile every wish, 1,000,000. Charmian. Out, fool. I forgive thee for a witch. Alexis. You think none but your sheets are privy to your wishes. Charmian. Nay, come, tell Iris hers. Alexis. We'll know all our fortunes. Enobribus. Mine, and most of our fortunes tonight, shall be drunk to bed. Iris. There's a palm presages chastity, if nothing else. Charmian. And as the o'erflowing Nilus presageth famine. Iris. Go, you wild bedfellow, you cannot soothsay. Charmian. Nay, if an oily palm be not a fruitful prognostication, I cannot. Scratch mine ear. Prithee, tell her but work a day fortune. Soothsayer. Your fortunes are alike. Iris. But how? Give me particulars. Soothsayer. I have said. Iris. Am I not an inch of fortune better than she? Charmian. Well, if you were but an inch of fortune better than I, where would you choose it? Iris. Not in my husband's nose. Charmian. Our worser thoughts heavens mend. Alexis come, his fortune. His fortune. Oh, let him marry a woman that cannot go, sweet Isis, I beseech thee, and let her die too, and give him a worse, and let worse follow. Worse, till the worst of all follow him laughing to his grave. 50-fold a cuckold. Good Isis, hear me this prayer, though thou deny me a matter of more weight, good Isis, I beseech thee. Iris. Amen? Dear goddess, hear that prayer of the people. For, as it is heartbreaking to see a handsome man loose-wived, so it is a deadly sorrow to behold a foul knave uncuckolded. Therefore, dear Isis, keep decorum and fortune him accordingly. Charmian. Amen. Alexis. Lo now, if it lay in their hands to make me a cuckold, they would make themselves whores, but they dot. Enter Cleopatra. Enobribus. Hush, here comes Antony. Charmian. Not he, the queen. Cleopatra. Saw you my lord? Enobribus. No, lady. Cleopatra. Was he not here? Charmian. No, madam. Cleopatra. He was disposed to mirth, but on the sudden a Roman thought hath struck him. Enobribus. Enobribus. Madam? Cleopatra. Seek him and bring him hither. Where's Alexis? Alexis. Here, at your service. My lord approaches. Enter Antony with a messenger. Cleopatra. We will not look upon him. Go with us. Exeunt Cleopatra, Enobribus, Charmian, Iris, Alexis and Soothsayer. Messenger. Fulvia thy wife first came into the field. Antony. Against my brother Lucius. Messenger. But soon that war had end, and the times state made friends of them, jointing their force gainst Caesar. Whose better issue in the war from Italy upon the first encounter drave them. Antony. Well, what worst? Messenger. The nature of bad news infects the teller. Antony. When it concerns the fool or coward. On things that are past are done with me. 'Tis thus. Who tells me true, though in his tale lie death? I hear him as he flattered. Messenger. Labienus. This is stiff news hath with his Parthian force extended Asia from Euphrates. His conquering banner shook from Syria to Lydia and to Ionia. Whilst. Antony. Antony, thou wouldst say. Messenger. Oh, my lord. Antony. Speak to me home, mince not the general tongue. Name Cleopatra as she is called in Rome. Rail thou in Fulvia's phrase, and taunt my faults. with such full license as both truth and malice have power to utter. Oh, then we bring forth weeds. When our quick minds lie still, and our ills told us, is as our earring. Fare thee well awhile. Messenger. At your noble pleasure. Exit messenger. Enter another messenger. Antony. From Sicyon, ho, the news? Speak there. Second messenger. The man from Sicyon. Antony. Is there such a one? Second messenger. He stays upon your will. Antony. Let him appear. Exit second messenger. These strong Egyptian fetters I must break, or lose myself in dotage. Enter another messenger with a letter. What are you? Third messenger. Fulvia thy wife is dead. Antony. Where died she? Third messenger. In Sicyon. Her length of sickness, with what else more serious, importeth thee to know, this bears. Gives a letter. Antony. Forbear me. Exit third messenger. There's a great spirit gone. Thus did I desire it. What our contempts doth often hurl from us. We wish it ours again. The present pleasure, by revolution lowering, does become the opposite of itself. She's good, being gone. The hand could pluck her back that shoved her on. I must from this enchanting queen break off. 10,000 harms, more than the ills I know, my idleness doth hatch. How now, in Oberbus? Enter an Oberbus. An Oberbus. What's your pleasure, sir? Antony. I must with haste from hence. An Oberbus. Why then we kill all our women. We see how mortal an unkindness is to them. If they suffer our departure, death's the word. Antony. I must be gone. An Oberbus. Under a compelling occasion, let women die. It were pity to cast them away for nothing, though, between them and a great cause they should be esteemed nothing. Cleopatra, catching but the least noise of this, dies instantly. I have seen her die 20 times upon far poorer moment. I do think there is metal in death which commits some loving act upon her, she hath such a celerity in dying. Antony. She is cunning past man's thought. An Oberbus. Alack, sir, no, her passions are made of nothing but the finest part of pure love. We cannot call her winds and waters, sighs and tears, they are greater storms and tempests than almanacs can report. This cannot be cunning in her, if it be, she makes a shower of rain as well as Jove. Antony. Would I had never seen her. An Oberbus. Oh, sir, you had then left unseen a wonderful piece of work, which not to have been blessed withal would have discredited your travel. Antony. Fulvia is dead. An Oberbus. Sir? Antony. Fulvia is dead. An Oberbus. Fulvia? Antony. Dead. An Oberbus. Why, sir, give the gods a thankful sacrifice. When it pleaseth their deities to take the wife of a man from him, it shows to man the tailors of the earth, comforting therein that when old robes are worn out, there are members to make new. If there were no more women but Fulvia, then had you indeed a cut and the case to be lamented. This grief is crowned with consolation, your old smock brings forth a new petticoat. And indeed the tears live in an onion that should water this sorrow. Antony. The business she hath broached in the state cannot endure my absence. An Oberbus. And the business you have broached here cannot be without you. Especially that of Cleopatra's, which wholly depends on your abode. Antony. No more light answers. Let our officers have notice what we purpose. I shall break the cause of our expedience to the queen and get her leave to part. For not alone the death of Fulvia, with more urgent touches, do strongly speak to us, but the letters too of many our contriving friends in Rome petition us at home. Sextus Pompeius hath given the dare to Caesar and commands the empire of the sea, our slippery people, whose love is never linked to the deserver, till his deserts are past, begin to throw Pompey the Great and all his dignities upon his son, who, high in name and power, higher than both in blood and life, stands up for the main soldier, whose quality, going on the sides oth world may danger much is breeding, which, like the courser's hair, hath yet but life, and not a serpent's poison. Say our pleasure to such whose place is under us, requires our quick remove from hence. An Oberbus. I shall dot. Exeunt. Scene 3. Alexandria. A room in Cleopatra's palace. Enter Cleopatra, Charmian, Alexis and Iris. Cleopatra. Where is he? Charmian. I did not see him since. Cleopatra. See where he is, who's with him, what he does. I did not send you. If you find him sad, say I am dancing, if in mirth, report that I am sudden sick. Quick, and return. Exit Alexis. Charmian. Madam, methinks, if you did love him dearly, you do not hold the method to enforce the like from him. Cleopatra. What should I do? I do not. Charmian. In each thing give him way, cross him in nothing. Cleopatra. Thou teachest like a fool the way to lose him. Charmian. Tempt him not so too far, I wish, forbear. In time we hate that which we often fear. But here comes Antony. Enter Antony. Cleopatra. I am sick and sullen. Antony. I am sorry to give breathing to my purpose. Cleopatra. Help me away, dear Charmian. I shall fall. It cannot be thus long, the sides of nature will not sustain it. Antony. Now, my dearest queen. Cleopatra. Pray you, stand farther from me. Antony. What's the matter? Cleopatra. I know by that same eye there's some good news. What, says the married woman, you may go. Would she had never given you leave to come. Let her not say 'tis I that keep you here. I have no power upon you, hers you are. Antony. The gods best know. Cleopatra. Oh, never was there queen so mightily betrayed. Yet at the first I saw the treasons planted. Antony. Cleopatra. Cleopatra. Why should I think you can be mine and true, though you in swearing shake the throned gods, who have been false to Fulvia? Riotous madness. To be entangled with those mouth-made vows, which break themselves in swearing. Antony. Most sweet queen. Cleopatra. Nay, pray you seek no color for your going, but bid farewell and go. When you sued staying, then was the time for words. No going then. Eternity was in our lips and eyes. Bliss in our brows bent, none our parts so poor. But was a race of heaven. They are so still. Or thou, the greatest soldier of the world, art turned the greatest liar. Antony. How now, lady? Cleopatra. I would I had thy inches, thou shouldst know. There were a heart in Egypt. Antony. Hear me, queen. The strong necessity of time commands our services awhile, but my full heart remains in use with you. Our Italy shines o'er with civil swords. Sextus Pompeius makes his approaches to the port of Rome. Equality of two domestic powers breed scrupulous faction. The hated, grown to strength, are newly grown to love. The condemned Pompey, rich in his father's honor, creeps apace into the hearts of such as have not thrived upon the present state, whose numbers threaten, and quietness, grown sick of rest, would purge by any desperate change. My more particular, and that which most with you should safe my going, is Fulvia's death. Cleopatra. Though age from folly could not give me freedom, it does from childishness. Can Fulvia die? Antony. She's dead, my queen. Look here, and at thy sovereign leisure read the garboils she awaked, at the last, best. See when and where she died. Cleopatra. O most false love! Where be the sacred vials thou shouldst fill with sorrowful water? Now I see. In Fulvia's death how mine received shall be. Antony. Quarrel no more, but be prepared to know the purposes I bear, which are, or cease, as you shall give advice. By the fire that quickens Nilus's slime, I go from hence. Thy soldier, servant, making peace or war, as thou affects. Cleopatra. Cut my lace, Charmian, come. But let it be, I am quickly ill and well. So Antony loves. Antony. My precious queen, forbear, and give true evidence to his love, which stands an honorable trial. Cleopatra. So Fulvia told me. I prithee, turn aside and weep for her. Then bid adieu to me, and say the tears belong to Egypt. Good, now, play one scene of excellent dissembling, and let it look like perfect honor. Antony. You'll heat my blood. No more. Cleopatra. You can do better yet, but this is meetly. Antony. Now, by my sword. Cleopatra. And target. Still, he mends. But this is not the best. Look, prithee, Charmian, how this Herculean Roman does become the carriage of his chafe. Antony. I'll leave you, lady. Cleopatra. Courteous lord, one word. Sir, you and I must part, but that's not it. Sir, you and I have loved, but there's not it. That you know well. Something it is I would. Oh, my oblivion is a very Antony. And I am all forgotten. Antony. But that your royalty holds idleness your subject, I should take you for idleness itself. Cleopatra. 'Tis sweating labor to bear such idleness so near the heart. As Cleopatra this. But, sir, forgive me. Since my becomings kill me when they do not. I well to you. Your honor calls you hence. Therefore be deaf to my unpitied folly. And all the gods go with you. Upon your sword. Sit laurel victory and smooth success. Be strewed before your feet. Antony. Let us go. Come. Our separation so abides and flies. That thou, residing here, goes yet with me. And I, hence fleeting, here remain with thee. Away. Exeunt. Scene IV. Rome. An apartment in Caesar's house. Enter Octavius Caesar, Lepidus and their train. Caesar. You may see, Lepidus, and henceforth know. It is not Caesar's natural vice to hate. Our great competitor. From Alexandria. This is the news. He fishes, drinks, and wastes the lamps of night and revel. Is not more manlike than Cleopatra, nor the queen of Ptolemy. More womanly than he, hardly gave audience or vouchsafed to think he had partners. You shall find there a man who is the abstract of all faults that all men follow. Lepidus. I must not think there are evils enough to darken all his goodness. His faults in him seem as the spots of heaven. More fiery by night's blackness, hereditary. Rather than purchased, what he cannot change. Than what he chooses. Caesar. You are too indulgent. Let's grant it is not amiss to tumble on the bed of Ptolemy. To give a kingdom for a mirth, to sit and keep the turn of tippling with a slave. To reel the streets at noon and stand the buffet with knaves that smell of sweat. Say this becomes him. As his composure must be rare indeed. Whom these things cannot blemish yet must Antony. No way excuse his foils when we do bear so great weight in his lightness. If he filled his vacancy with his voluptuousness, full surfeits and the dryness of his bones, call on him for't. But to confound such time that drums him from his sport and speaks as loud as his own state and ours, 'tis to be chid. As we rate boys who, being mature in knowledge, pawn their experience to their present pleasure, and so rebel to judgment. Enter a messenger. Lepidus. Here's more news. Messenger. Thy biddings have been done, and every hour. Most noble Caesar, shalt thou have report how 'tis abroad. Pompey is strong at sea. And it appears he is beloved of those that only have feared Caesar. To the ports. The discontents repair, and men's reports give him much wronged. Caesar. I should have known no less. It hath been taught us from the primal state that he which is was wished until he were. And the ebbed man, ne'er loved till ne'er worth love, comes deared by being lacked. This common body, like to a vagabond flag upon the stream, goes to and back, lacking the varying tide to rot itself with motion. Enter a second messenger. Second messenger. Caesar, I bring thee word. Menecrates and Minas, famous pirates, make the sea serve them, which they ear and wound with keels of every kind. Many hot inroads they make in Italy the borders maritime. Lack blood to think on't and flush youth revolt. No vessel can peep forth, but 'tis as soon taken as seen, for Pompey's name strikes more than could his war resisted. Caesar. Antony. Leave thy lascivious wassails. When thou once was beaten from Medina, where thou slewst Hirtius and Ponsa, consuls, at thy heel, did famine follow, whom thou fought'st against. Though daintily brought up, with patience more than savages could suffer, thou didst drink the stale of horses and the gilded puddle, which beasts would cough at. Thy palate then did deign the roughest berry on the rudest hedge. Yea, like the stag when snow the pasture sheets, the barks of trees thou browsed on the Alps. It is reported thou didst eat strange flesh, which some did die to look on. And all this, it wounds thine honor that I speak it now, was born so like a soldier that thy cheek so much as lanked not. Lepidus. 'Tis pity of him. Caesar. Let his shames quickly drive him to Rome. 'Tis time we twain Did show ourselves ith field, and to that end. Assemble we immediate council. Pompey. Thrives in our idleness. Lepidus. Tomorrow, Caesar. I shall be furnished to inform you rightly. Both what by sea and land I can be able. To front this present time. Caesar. Till which encounter. It is my business too. Farewell. Lepidus. Farewell, my lord. What you shall know meantime. Of stirs abroad, I shall beseech you, sir. To let me be partaker. Caesar. Doubt not, sir. I knew it for my bond. Exeunt. Scene v Alexandria. A room in the palace. Enter Cleopatra, Charmian, Iras and Mardian. Cleopatra. Charmian. Charmian. Madam? Cleopatra. Ha, ha. Give me to drink mandragora. Charmian. Why, madam? Cleopatra. That I might sleep out this great gap of time. My Antony is away. Charmian. You think of him too much. Cleopatra. Oh, 'tis treason. Charmian. Madam, I trust not so. Cleopatra. Thou, eunuch Mardian. Mardian. What's your highness's pleasure? Cleopatra. Not now to hear thee sing. I take no pleasure. In aught an eunuch has. 'Tis well for thee. That, being unseminared, thy freer thoughts may not fly forth of Egypt. Hast thou affections? Mardian. Yes, gracious madam. Cleopatra. Indeed? Mardian. Not indeed, madam, for I can do nothing. But what indeed is honest to be done? Yet have I fierce affections, and think. What Venus did with Mars. Cleopatra. Oh, Charmian. Where thinkst thou he is now? Stands he, or sits he? Or does he walk? Or is he on his horse? O happy horse, to bear the weight of Antony. Do bravely, horse, for wot'st thou whom thou mov'st? The demi-atlas of this earth, the arm and Bergonet of men. He's speaking now. Or murmuring, where's my serpent of old Nile? For so he calls me. Now I feed myself with most delicious poison. Think on me. That am with Phobos's amorous pinches black and wrinkled deep in time? Broad-fronted Caesar. When thou wast here above the ground, I was a morsel for a monarch. And great Pompey would stand and make his eyes grow in my brow. There would he anchor his aspect, and I with looking on his life. Enter Alexis. Alexis. Sovereign of Egypt, hail. Cleopatra. How much unlike art thou, Mark Antony. Yet, coming from him, that great medicine hath with his tinct gilded thee. How goes it with my brave Mark Antony? Alexis. Last thing he did, dear queen. He kissed the last of many doubled kisses. This orient pearl. His speech sticks in my heart. Cleopatra. Mine ear must pluck it thence. Alexis. Good friend, quoth he. Say, the firm Roman to great Egypt sends this treasure of an oyster, at whose foot to mend the petty present, I will peace her opulent throne with kingdoms. All the East, say thou, shall call her mistress. So he nodded. And soberly did mount an arm-gaunt steed, who neighed so high that what I would have spoke was beastly dumbed by him. Cleopatra. What, was he sad or merry? Alexis. Like to the time oth year between the extremes of hot and cold, he was nor sad nor merry. Cleopatra. O well-divided disposition. Note him. Note him, good Charmian, 'tis the man, but note him. He was not sad, for he would shine on those that make their looks by his. He was not merry, which seemed to tell them his remembrance lay in Egypt with his joy, but between both, O heavenly mingle. Best thou sad or merry. The violence of either thee becomes. So does it no man else. Metst thou my posts? Alexis. Madam, 20 several messengers. Why do you send so thick? Cleopatra. Who's born that day when I forget to send to Antony shall die a beggar. Ink and paper, Charmian. Welcome, my good Alexis. Did I, Charmian, ever love Caesar so? Charmian. Oh, that brave Caesar. Cleopatra. Be choked with such another emphasis. Say the brave Antony. Charmian. The valiant Caesar. Cleopatra. By Isis, I will give thee bloody teeth if thou with Caesar paragon again. My man of men. Charmian. By your most gracious pardon. I sing but after you. Cleopatra. My salad days. When I was green in judgment, cold in blood. To say as I said then. But come, away. Get me ink and paper. He shall have every day a several greeting. Or island people Egypt. Exeunt. Act 2. Scena Messina. A room in Pompey's house. Enter Pompey, Menecrates and Minas in warlike manner. Pompey. If the great gods be just, they shall assist the deeds of justest men. Menecrates. No, worthy Pompey. That what they do delay they not deny. Pompey. Whiles we are suitors to their throne, decays the thing we sue for. Menecrates. We, ignorant of ourselves, beg often our own harms, which the wise powers deny us for our good, so find we profit by losing of our prayers. Pompey. I shall do well. The people love me, and the sea is mine. My powers are crescent, and my auguring hope says it will come to th full. Mark Antony. In Egypt sits at dinner, and will make no wars without doors. Caesar gets money where he loses hearts. Lepidus flatters both. Of both is flattered, but he neither loves nor either cares for him. Minas. Caesar and Lepidus are in the field. A mighty strength they carry. Pompey. Where have you this? 'Tis false. Minas. From Silvius, sir. Pompey. He dreams. I know they are in Rome together. Looking for Antony? But all the charms of love. Salt Cleopatra, soften thy waned lip. Let witchcraft join with beauty, lust with both. Tie up the libertine in a field of feasts. Keep his brain fuming. Epicurean cooks. Sharpen with cloyless sauce his appetite. That sleep and feeding may prorogue his honor. Even till allay the dullness. Enter Varius. How now, Varius? Varius. This is most certain that I shall deliver. Mark Antony is every hour in Rome. Expected. Since he went from Egypt 'tis a space for farther travel. Pompey. I could have given less matter. A better ear. Minas, I did not think this amorous surfeiter would have donned his helm for such a petty war. His soldiership is twice the other twain. But let us rear the higher our opinion that our stirring can from the lap of Egypt's widow pluck the ne'er lust-wearied Antony. Minas. I cannot hope. Caesar and Antony shall well greet together. His wife that's dead did trespasses to Caesar. His brother warred upon him, although I think not moved by Antony. Pompey. I know not, Minas, how lesser enmities may give way to greater. Were it not that we stand up against them all, 'twere pregnant they should square between themselves. For they have entertained cause enough to draw their swords. But how the fear of us may cement their divisions and bind up the petty difference we yet not know. Bet as our gods will have it. It only stands our lives upon to use our strongest hands. Come, Minas. Exeunt. Scene 2. Rome. A room in the house of Lepidus. Enter Enobarbus and Lepidus. Lepidus. Good Enobarbus, 'tis a worthy deed. And shall become you well, to entreat your captain to soft and gentle speech. Enobarbus. I shall entreat him to answer like himself. If Caesar move him, let Antony look over Caesar's head and speak as loud as Mars. By Jupiter, were I the wearer of Antonius's beard, I would not shave it today. Lepidus. 'Tis not a time for private stomaching. Enobarbus. Every time serves for the matter that is then born in't. Lepidus. But small to greater matters must give way. Enobarbus. Not if the small come first. Lepidus. Your speech is passion. But pray you stir no embers up. Here comes the noble Antony. Enter Antony and Ventidius. Enobarbus. And yonder Caesar. Enter Caesar, Maecenas and Agrippa. Antony. If we compose well here, to Parthia. Hark, Ventidius. Caesar. I do not know, Maecenas. Ask Agrippa. Lepidus. Noble friends. That which combined us was most great, and let not a leaner action rend us. What's amiss? May it be gently heard. When we debate our trivial difference loud, we do commit murder in healing wounds. Then, noble partners, the rather for I earnestly beseech, touch you the sourest points with sweetest terms, nor cursedness grow to th matter. Antony. 'Tis spoken well. Were we before our armies and to fight, I should do thus. Caesar. Welcome to Rome. Antony. Thank you. Caesar. Sit. Antony. Sit, sir. Caesar. Nay, then, Antony. I learn you take things ill which are not so. Or being, concern you not. Caesar. I must be laughed at. If, or for nothing or a little, I should say myself offended, and with you. Chiefly ith world, more laughed at that I should once name you derogately when to sound your name. It not concerned me. Antony. My being in Egypt, Caesar. What was to you? Caesar. No more than my residing here at Rome. Might be to you in Egypt. Yet if you there did practice on my state, your being in Egypt might be my question. Antony. How intend you, practiced? Caesar. You may be pleased to catch at mine intent. By what did here befall me? Your wife and brother made wars upon me, and their contestation was theme for you, you were the word of war. Antony. You do mistake your business. My brother never did urge me in his act. I did inquire it and have my learning from some true reports that drew their swords with you. Did he not rather discredit my authority with yours and make the wars alike against my stomach? Having alike your cause? Of this my letters before did satisfy you. If you'll patch a quarrel, as matter whole you have not to make it with. It must not be with this. Caesar. You praise yourself by laying defects of judgment to me, but you patched up your excuses. Antony. Not so, not so. I know you could not lack, I am certain on't very necessity of this thought, that I, your partner in the cause gainst which he fought, could not with graceful eyes attend those wars which fronted mine own peace. As for my wife, I would you had her spirit in such another. The third OTH world is yours, which with a snaffle you may pace easy, but not such a wife. Enobribus. Would we had all such wives, that the men might go to wars with the women. Antony. So much uncurbable, her garboils, Caesar. Made out of her impatience which not wanted. Shrewdness of policy too I grieving grant. Did you too much disquiet? For that you must. But say I could not help it. Caesar. I wrote to you. When rioting in Alexandria, you did pocket up my letters and with taunts did jibe my missive out of audience. Antony. Sir. He fell upon me ere admitted, then. 3 kings I had newly feasted and did want of what I was ith mourning. But next day I told him of myself, which was as much as to have asked him pardon. Let this fellow be nothing of our strife, if we contend. Out of our question wipe him. Caesar. You have broken the article of your oath, which you shall never have tongue to charge me with. Lepidus. Soft, Caesar. Antony. No, Lepidus, let him speak. The honor is sacred which he talks on now. Supposing that I lacked it. But on, Caesar. The article of my oath? Caesar. To lend me arms and aid when I required them. The which you both denied. Antony. Neglected, rather. And then when poisoned hours had bound me up. From mine own knowledge. As nearly as I may. I'll play the penitent to you. But mine honesty shall not make poor my greatness, nor my power work without it. Truth is that Fulvia, to have me out of Egypt, made wars here. For which myself, the ignorant motive, do so far ask pardon as befits mine honor. To stoop in such a case. Lepidus. 'Tis noble spoken. Maecenas. If it might please you to enforce no further the griefs between ye, to forget them quite. Were to remember that the present need speaks to atone you. Lepidus. Worthily spoken, Maecenas. Enobribus. Or, if you borrow one another's love for the instant, you may, when you hear no more words of Pompey, return it again. You shall have time to wrangle in when you have nothing else to do. Antony. Thou art a soldier only. Speak no more. Enobribus. That truth should be silent I had almost forgot. Antony. You wrong this presence, therefore speak no more. Enobribus. Go to, then. Your considerate stone. Caesar. I do not much dislike the matter, but the manner of his speech, for it cannot be. We shall remain in friendship, our conditions so differing in their acts. Yet if I knew what hoop should hold us staunch from edge to edge, OTH world I would pursue it. Agrippa. Give me leave, Caesar. Caesar. Speak, Agrippa. Agrippa. Thou hast a sister by the mother's side. Admired Octavia. Great Mark Antony is now a widower. Caesar. Say not so, Agrippa. If Cleopatra heard you, your reproof were well deserved of rashness. Antony. I am not married, Caesar. Let me hear. Agrippa further speak. Agrippa. To hold you in perpetual amity. To make you brothers and to knit your hearts. With an unslipping knot, take Antony. Octavia to his wife, whose beauty claims no worse a husband than the best of men. Whose virtue and whose general graces speak that which none else can utter. By this marriage, all little jealousies, which now seem great, and all great fears, which now import their dangers, would then be nothing. Truths would be tales, where now half tales be truths. Her love to both would each to other, and all loves to both draw after her. Pardon what I have spoke, for 'tis a studied, not a present thought, by duty ruminated. Antony. Will Caesar speak? Caesar. Not till he hears how Antony is touched with what is spoke already. Antony. What power is in Agrippa? If I would say Agrippa, be it so. To make this good? Caesar. The power of Caesar, and his power unto Octavia. Antony. May I never, to this good purpose that so fairly shows, dream of impediment. Let me have thy hand. Further this act of grace, and from this hour, the heart of brothers govern in our loves, and sway our great designs. Caesar. There's my hand. A sister I bequeath you, whom no brother did ever love so dearly. Let her live, to join our kingdoms and our hearts, and never fly off our loves again. Lepidus. Happily, amen. Antony. I did not think to draw my sword 'gainst Pompey, for he hath laid strange courtesies and great of late upon me. I must thank him only, lest my remembrance suffer ill report. At heel of that, defy him. Lepidus. Time calls upon us. Of us must Pompey presently be sought, or else he seeks out us. Antony. Where lies he? Caesar. About the Mount Messina. Antony. What is his strength by land? Caesar. Great and increasing, but by sea he is an absolute master. Antony. So is the fame. Would we had spoke together. Haste we for it. Yet, ere we put ourselves in arms, dispatch we the business we have talked of. Caesar. With most gladness. And do invite you to my sister's view, whither straight I'll lead you. Antony. Let us, Lepidus, not lack your company. Lepidus. Noble Antony, not sickness should detain me. Flourish. Exeunt all except Enobribus, Agrippa and Maecenas. Maecenas. Welcome from Egypt, sir. Enobribus. Hath the heart of Caesar, worthy Maecenas. My honorable friend. Agrippa. Agrippa. Good Enobribus. Maecenas. We have cause to be glad that matters are so well digested. You stayed well by tea in Egypt. Enobribus. Sir, we did sleep day out of countenance and made the night light with drinking. Maecenas. 8 wild boars roasted whole at a breakfast, and but 12 persons there. Is this true? Enobribus. This was but as a fly by an eagle. We had much more monstrous matter of feast, which worthily deserved noting. Maecenas. She's a most triumphant lady, if report be square to her. Enobribus. When she first met Mark Antony, she pursed up his heart upon the river of Cydnus. Agrippa. There she appeared indeed, or my reporter devised well for her. Enobribus. I will tell you. The barge she sat in, like a burnished throne, burned on the water. The poop was beaten gold, purple the sails, and so perfumed that the winds were love-sick with them. The oars were silver, which to the tune of flutes kept stroke and made the water which they beat to follow faster. As amorous of their strokes, for her own person, it beggared all description. She did lie in her pavilion, cloth of gold of tissue, o'erpicturing that Venus where we see the fancy outwork nature. On each side her stood pretty dimpled boys, like smiling cupids, with divers colored fans, whose wind did seem to glow the delicate cheeks which they did cool. And what they undid did. Agrippa. Oh, rare for Antony. Enobribus. Her gentlewomen, like the Nereids, so many mermaids, tended her ithis, and made their bends adornings. At the helm, a seeming mermaid steers the silken tackle, swell with the touches of those flower-soft hands that yearly frame the office. From the barge, a strange invisible perfume hits the sense of the adjacent wharfs. The city cast Her people out upon her, and Antony, enthroned ith marketplace, did sit alone, whistling to th air, which, but for vacancy, had gone to gaze on Cleopatra too, and made a gap in nature. Agrippa, rare Egyptian, in Oberbus. Upon her landing, Antony sent to her, invited her to supper. She replied, it should be better he became her guest. Which she entreated. Our courteous Antony, whom ne'er the word of no woman heard speak, being barbered 10 times o'er, goes to the feast, and, for his ordinary, pays his heart for what his eyes eat only. Agrippa, royal wench, she made great Caesar lay his sword to bed. He plowed her, and she cropped. In Oberbus, I saw her once hop 40 paces through the public street, and, having lost her breath, she spoke and panted that she did make defect perfection, and, breathless, pour breath forth. Maecenas, now Antony must leave her utterly. In Oberbus, never. He will not. Age cannot wither her, nor custom stale her infinite variety. Other women cloy the appetites they feed, but she makes hungry where most she satisfies. For vilest things become themselves in her, that the holy priests bless her when she is riggish. Maecenas, if beauty, wisdom, modesty can settle the heart of Antony, Octavia is a blessed lottery to him. Agrippa, let us go. Good Oberbus, make yourself my guest whilst you abide here. In Oberbus, humbly, sir, I thank you. Exeunt. Scene 3. Rome. A room in Caesar's house. Enter Antony, Caesar, Octavia between them. Antony, the world and my great office will sometimes divide me from your bosom. Octavia, all which time before the gods my knee shall bow my prayers to them for you. Antony, good night, sir. My Octavia, read not my blemishes in the world's report. I have not kept my square, but that to come shall all be done by th rule. Good night, dear lady. Octavia, good night, sir. Caesar, good night. Exeunt Caesar and Octavia. Enter Soothsayer. Antony, now, sirrah, you do wish yourself in Egypt? Soothsayer, would I had never come from thence, nor you thither. Antony, if you can, your reason. Soothsayer, I see it in my motion, have it not in my tongue. But yet hie you to Egypt again. Antony, say to me, whose fortunes shall rise higher, Caesar's or mine? Soothsayer, Caesar's. Therefore, O Antony, stay not by his side. Thy demon that thy spirit which keeps thee is noble, courageous, high, unmatchable. Where Caesar's is not, but near him, thy angel becomes afeared, as being o'erpowered. Therefore, make space enough between you. Antony, speak this no more. Soothsayer, to none but thee, no more but when to thee. If thou dost play with him at any game, thou art sure to lose, and of that natural luck. He beats thee 'gainst the odds. Thy luster thickens when he shines by. I say again, thy spirit is all afraid to govern thee near him. But, he away, 'tis noble. Antony, get thee gone. Say to Ventidius I would speak with him. Exit Soothsayer. He shall to Parthia. Be it art or hap. He hath spoken true. The very dice obey him. And in our sports my better cunning faints under his chance. If we draw lots, he speeds. His cocks do win the battle still of mine. When it is all to naught, and his quails ever beat mine, inhooped, at odds. I will to Egypt. And though I make this marriage for my peace, ith east my pleasure lies. Enter Ventidius. Oh, come, Ventidius. You must to Parthia. Your commission's ready. Follow me and receive tea. Exeunt. Scene IV. Rome. A street. Enter Lepidus, Maecenas and Agrippa. Lepidus. Trouble yourselves no further. Pray you hasten. Your general's after. Agrippa. Sir, Mark Antony. We'll end but kiss Octavia, and we'll follow. Lepidus. Till I shall see you in your soldier's dress, which will become you both, farewell. Maecenas. We shall, as I conceive the journey, be at the mount. Before you, Lepidus. Lepidus. Your way is shorter. My purposes do draw me much about. You'll win 2 days upon me. Both. Sir, good success. Lepidus. Farewell. Exeunt. Scene V. Alexandria. A room in the palace. Enter Cleopatra, Charmian, Iris, Alexis. Cleopatra. Give me some music, moody food. Of us that trade in love. All. The music, ho. Enter Mardian, the eunuch. Cleopatra. Let it alone. Let's to billiards. Come, Charmian. Charmian. My arm is sore. Best play with Mardian. Cleopatra. As well a woman with an eunuch played. As with a woman. Come, you'll play with me, sir? Mardian. As well as I can, madam. Cleopatra. And when good will is showed, thought come too short. The actor may plead pardon. I'll none now. Give me mine angle, we'll to the river. There. My music playing far off, I will betray. Tawny-finned fishes. My bended hook shall pierce their slimy jaws, and as I draw them up, I'll think them every one an Antony. And say, ah, ha. You're caught. Charmian. 'Twas merry when you wagered on your angling, when your diver did hang a salt fish on his hook, which he with fervency drew up. Cleopatra. That time? Oh, times? I laughed him out of patience, and that night I laughed him into patience, and next morn, ere the 9th hour, I drunk him to his bed. Then put my tires and mantles on him, whilst I wore his sword Philippan. Enter messenger. Oh. From Italy. Ram thou thy fruitful tidings in mine ears. That long time have been barren. Messenger. Madam, madam. Cleopatra. Antony's dead. If thou say so, villain. Thou kill'st thy mistress. But well and free. If thou so yield him, there is gold, and here my bluest veins to kiss, a hand that kings have lipped and trembled kissing. Messenger. First, madam, he's well. Cleopatra. Why, there's more gold. But sirrah, mark, we use to say the dead are well. Bring it to that. The gold I give thee will I melt and pour down thy ill-uttering throat. Messenger. Good madam, hear me. Cleopatra. Well, go to, I will. But there's no goodness in thy face if Antony be free and healthful. So tart a favor to trumpet such good tidings. If not, well, thou shouldst come like a fury crowned with snakes, not like a formal man. Messenger. Wilt please you hear me? Cleopatra. I have a mind to strike thee ere thou speakst. Yet if thou say Antony lives, is well, or friends with Caesar, or not captive to him, I'll set thee in a shower of gold and hail rich pearls upon thee. Messenger. Madam, he's well. Cleopatra. Well said. Messenger. And friends with Caesar. Cleopatra. Art an honest man. Messenger. Caesar and he are greater friends than ever. Cleopatra. Make thee a fortune from me. Messenger. But yet, madam. Cleopatra. I do not like but yet, it does allay the good precedence. Fie upon but yet. But yet is as a gaoler to bring forth some monstrous malefactor. Prithee, friend. Pour out the pack of matter to mine ear. The good and bad together. He's friends with Caesar. In state of health, thou say'st, and, thou say'st, free. Messenger. Free, madam? No. I made no such report. He's bound unto Octavia. Cleopatra. For what good turn? Messenger. For the best turn ith bed. Cleopatra. I am pale, Charmian. Messenger. Madam, he's married to Octavia. Cleopatra. The most infectious pestilence upon thee strikes him down. Messenger. Good madam, patience. Cleopatra. What say you? Strikes him again. Hence, horrible villain, or I'll spurn thine eyes like balls before me. I'll unhair thy head. She hails him up and down. Thou shalt be whipped with wire and stewed in brine, smarting in lingering pickle. Messenger. Gracious madam. I that do bring the news made not the match. Cleopatra. Say 'tis not so, a province I will give thee, and make thy fortunes proud. The blow thou hadst shall make thy peace for moving me to rage, and I will boot thee with what gift beside thy modesty can beg. Messenger. He's married, madam. Cleopatra. Rogue, thou hast lived too long. Draws a knife. Messenger. Nay then I'll run. What mean you, madam? I have made no fault. Exit. Charmian. Good madam, keep yourself within yourself. The man is innocent. Cleopatra. Some innocents 'scape not the thunderbolt. Melt Egypt into Nile, and kindly creatures turn all to serpents. Call the slave again. Though I am mad, I will not bite him. Call Charmian. He is afeard to come. Cleopatra. I will not hurt him. Exit Charmian. These hands do lack nobility that they strike. A meaner than myself, since I myself have given myself the cause. Enter the messenger again with Charmian. Come hither, sir. Though it be honest, it is never good to bring bad news. Give to a gracious message an host of tongues, but let ill tidings tell themselves when they be felt. Messenger. I have done my duty. Cleopatra. Is he married? I cannot hate thee worser than I do. If thou again say yes. Messenger. He's married, madam. Cleopatra. The gods confound thee. Dost thou hold there still? Messenger. Should I lie, madam? Cleopatra. Oh, I would thou didst. So hath my Egypt were submerged and made a cistern for scaled snakes. Go, get thee hence. Hadst thou Narcissus in thy face, to me thou wouldst appear most ugly. He is married? Messenger. I crave your highness's pardon. Cleopatra. He is married? Messenger. Take no offense that I would not offend you. To punish me for what you make me do seems much unequal. He's married to Octavia. Cleopatra. Oh, that his fault should make a knave of thee. That art not what thou'rt sure of. Get thee hence. The merchandise which thou hast brought from Rome are all too dear for me. Lie they upon thy hand and be undone by 'em. Exit messenger. Charmian. Good your highness, patience. Cleopatra. In praising Antony I have dispraised Caesar. Charmian. Many times, madam. Cleopatra. I am paid for't now. Lead me from hence. I faint. O Iras, Charmian. 'Tis no matter. Go to the fellow, good Alexis, bid him report the feature of Octavia, her years, her inclination, let him not leave out the color of her hair. Bring me word quickly. Exit Alexis. Let him forever go, let him not, Charmian. Though he be painted one way like a Gorgon, the other way as a Mars. To Mardian bid you, Alexis. Bring me word how tall she is. Pity me, Charmian. But do not speak to me. Lead me to my chamber. Exeunt. Scene vi. Near Misenum. Flourish. Enter Pompey and Minas at one door, with drum and trumpet. At another, Caesar, Lepidus, Antony, Enobribus, Maecenas, Agrippa. With soldiers marching. Pompey. Your hostages I have, so have you mine. And we shall talk before we fight. Caesar. Most meet. That first we come to words, and therefore have we our written purposes before us sent. Which if thou hast considered, let us know. If 'twill tie up thy discontented sword and carry back to Sicily much tall youth. That else must perish here. Pompey. To you all three. The senators alone of this great world. Chief factors for the gods. I do not know. Wherefore my father should revengers want. Having a son and friends, since Julius Caesar, who at Philippi the good Brutus ghosted, there saw you laboring for him. What was't that moved pale Cassius to conspire? And what made the all-honored honest Roman, Brutus, with the armed rest, courtiers of bodeous freedom, to drench the Capitol, but that they would have one man but a man? And that is it. Hath made me rig my navy, at whose burden the angered ocean foams, with which I meant to scourge ingratitude that despiteful Rome cast on my noble father. Caesar. Take your time. Antony. Thou canst not fear us, Pompey, with thy sails. We'll speak with thee at sea. At land thou know'st how much we do o'ercount thee. Pompey. At land indeed. Thou dost o'ercount me of my father's house. But since the cuckoo builds not for himself, remain in't as thou mayst. Lepidus. Be pleased to tell us. For this is from the present how you take the offers we have sent you. Caesar. There's the point. Antony. Which do not be entreated to, but weigh what it is worth embraced. Caesar. And what may follow? To try a larger fortune. Pompey. You have made me offer of Sicily, Sardinia, and I must rid all the sea of pirates, than to send measures of wheat to Rome. This agreed upon. To part with unhacked edges and bare back our targes undinted. Caesar, Antony, and Lepidus. That's our offer. Pompey. No, then. I came before you here a man prepared to take this offer. But Mark Antony. Put me to some impatience. Though I lose The praise of it by telling, you must know. When Caesar and your brother were at blows, your mother came to Sicily and did find her welcome friendly. Antony. I have heard it, Pompey. And am well studied for a liberal thanks. Which I do owe you. Pompey. Let me have your hand. I did not think, sir, to have met you here. Antony. The beds ithe are soft, and thanks to you. That called me timelier than my purpose hither. For I have gained by tea. Caesar. Since I saw you last. There is a change upon you. Pompey. Well, I know not. What counts harsh fortune casts upon my face. But in my bosom shall she never come. To make my heart her vassal. Lepidus. Well met here. Pompey. I hope so, Lepidus. Thus we are agreed. I crave our composition may be written. And sealed between us. Caesar. That's the next to do. Pompey. We'll feast each other ere we part, and let's draw lots who shall begin. Antony. That will I, Pompey. Pompey. No, Antony, take the lot. But, first or last, your fine Egyptian cookery shall have the fame. I have heard that Julius Caesar grew fat with feasting there. Antony. You have heard much. Pompey. I have fair meanings, sir. Antony. And fair words to them. Pompey. Then so much have I heard. And I have heard Apollodorus carried an obribus. No more of that. He did so. Pompey. What, I pray you? An obribus. A certain queen to Caesar in a mattress. Pompey. I know thee now. How farest thou, soldier? An obribus. Well. And well am like to do, for I perceive 4 feasts are toward. Pompey. Let me shake thy hand. I never hated thee. I have seen thee fight. When I have envied thy behavior. An obribus. Sir. I never loved you much, but I ha praised ye. When you have well deserved 10 times as much. As I have said you did. Pompey. Enjoy thy plainness. It nothing ill becomes thee. Aboard my galley I invite you all. Will you lead, lords? Caesar, Antony, and Lepidus. Shows the way, sir. Pompey. Come. Excellent all but an obribus and Minas. Minas. Aside. Thy father, Pompey, would ne'er have made this treaty. You and I have known, sir. An obribus. At sea, I think. Minas. We have, sir. An obribus. You have done well by water. Minas. And you by land. An obribus. I will praise any man that will praise me, though it cannot be denied. What I have done by land. Minas. Nor what I have done by water. An obribus. Yes, something you can deny for your own safety. You have been a great thief by sea. Minas. And you by land. An obribus. There I deny my land service. But give me your hand, Minas. If our eyes had authority, here they might take 2 thieves kissing. Minas. All men's faces are true, whatsoever their hands are. An obribus. But there is never a fair woman has a true face. Minas. No slander. They steal hearts. An obribus. We came hither to fight with you. Minas. For my part, I am sorry it is turned to a drinking. Pompey doth this day laugh away his fortune. An obribus. If he do, sure he cannot weep tea back again. Minas. You have said, sir. We look not for Mark Antony here. Pray you, is he married to Cleopatra? An obribus. Caesar's sister is called Octavia. Minas. True, sir. She was the wife of Caius Marcellus. An obribus. But she is now the wife of Marcus Antonius. Minas. Pray you, sir? An obribus. 'Tis true. Minas. Then is Caesar and he forever knit together. An obribus. If I were bound to divine of this unity, I would not prophesy so. Minas. I think the policy of that purpose made more in the marriage than the love of the parties. An obribus. I think so too. But you shall find the band that seems to tie their friendship together will be the very strangler of their amity. Octavia. Is of a holy, cold, and still conversation. Minas. Who would not have his wife so? An obribus. Not he that himself is not so, which is Mark Antony. He will to his Egyptian dish again. Then shall the sighs of Octavia blow the fire up in Caesar, and, as I said before, that which is the strength of their amity shall prove the immediate author of their variance. Antony will use his affection where it is He married but his occasion here. Minas. And thus it may be. Come, sir, will you aboard? I have a health for you. An oberbus. I shall take it, sir. We have used our throats in Egypt. Minas. Come, let's away. Exeunt. Scene VII. On board Pompey's galley, lying near Misenum. Music. Enter 2 or 3 servants with a banquet. First servant. Here they'll be, man. Some o' their plants are ill-rooted already, the least wind ith world will blow them down. Second servant. Lepidus is high-colored. First servant. They have made him drink drink. Second servant. As they pinch one another by the disposition, he cries out no more. Reconciles them to his entreaty and himself to drink. First servant. But it raises the greater war between him and his discretion. Second servant. Why, this it is to have a name in great men's fellowship. I had as lief have a reed that will do me no service as a partisan I could not heave. First servant. To be called into a huge sphere and not to be seen to move in t.r. the holes where eyes should be, which pitifully disaster the cheeks. The Senate sounded. Enter Caesar, Antony, Pompey, Lepidus, Agrippa. Maecenas, Enoberbus, Minas with other captains. Antony. To Caesar. Thus do they, sir. They take the flow o'th Nile. By certain scales ith pyramid, they know. By th height, the lowness or the mean, if dearth or foison follow. The higher Nilus swells, the more it promises. As it ebbs, the seedsman upon the slime and ooze scatters his grain. And shortly comes to harvest. Lepidus. You've strange serpents there? Antony. Lepidus. Lepidus. Your serpent of Egypt is bred now of your mud by the operation of your son, so is your crocodile. Antony. They are so. Pompey. Sit, and some wine. A health to Lepidus. Lepidus. I am not so well as I should be, but I'll ne'er out. Enoberbus. Not till you have slept. I fear me you'll be until then. Lepidus. Nay, certainly, I have heard the Ptolemy's pyramises are very goodly things. Without contradiction I have heard that. Minas. Aside to Pompey. Pompey, a word. Pompey. Aside to Minas. Say in mine ear what is tea? Minas. Whispers in s ear. Forsake thy seat, I do beseech thee, captain. And hear me speak a word. Pompey. Aside to Minas. Forbear me till anon. This wine for Lepidus. Lepidus. What manner o' thing is your crocodile? Antony. It is shaped, sir, like itself, and it is as broad as it hath breadth. It is just so high as it is, and moves with its own organs. It lives by that which nourisheth it, and the elements once out of it, it transmigrates. Lepidus. What color is it of? Antony. Of its own color too. Lepidus. 'Tis a strange serpent. Antony. 'Tis so, and the tears of it are wet. Caesar. Will this description satisfy him? Antony. With the health that Pompey gives him, else he is a very epicure. Pompey. Aside to Minas. Go hang, sir, hang. Tell me of that? Away. Do as I bid you. Where's this cup I called for? Minas. Aside to Pompey. If for the sake of merit thou wilt hear me, rise from thy stool. Pompey. Aside to Minas. I think thou'rt mad. Rises and walks aside. The matter? Minas. I have ever held my cap off to thy fortunes. Pompey. Thou hast served me with much faith. What's else to say? Be jolly, lords. Antony. These quicksands, Lepidus. Keep off them, for you sink. Minas. Wilt thou be lord of all the world? Pompey. What say'st thou? Minas. Wilt thou be lord of the whole world? That's twice. Pompey. How should that be? Minas. But entertain it. And though you think me poor, I am the man. Will give thee all the world. Pompey. Hast thou drunk well? Minas. No, Pompey, I have kept me from the cup. Thou art, if thou darest be, the earthly Jove. Whate'er the ocean pales or sky inclops is thine, if thou wilt have it. Pompey. Show me which way. Minas. These 3 world sharers, these competitors, are in thy vessel. Let me cut the cable. And when we are put off, fall to their throats. All then is thine. Pompey. Ah, this thou shouldst have done. And not have spoke on tea. In me 'tis villainy. In thee tea had been good service. Thou must know. 'Tis not my profit that does lead mine honor. Mine honor it. Repent that ere thy tongue hath so betrayed thine act. Being done unknown, I should have found it afterwards well done. But must condemn it now. Desist, and drink. Minas. Aside. For this I'll never follow thy pulled fortunes more. Who seeks, and will not take when once 'tis offered, shall never find it more. Pompey. This health to Lepidus. Antony. Bear him ashore. I'll pledge it for him, Pompey. Enobribus. Here's to thee, Minas. Minas. Enobribus, welcome. Pompey. Fill till the cup be hid. Enobribus. There's a strong fellow, Minas. Pointing to the servant who carries off Lepidus. Minas. Why? Enobribus. Bears the third part of the world, man. Seest not? Minas. The third part, then, is drunk. Would it were all, that it might go on wheels. Enobribus. Drink thou. Increase the reels. Minas. Come. Pompey. This is not yet an Alexandrian feast. Antony. It ripens towards it. Strike the vessels, ho! Here is to Caesar. Caesar. I could well forbert. It's monstrous labor when I wash my brain. And it grows fouler. Antony. Be a child o' the time. Caesar. Possess it, I'll make answer. But I had rather fast from all 4 days than drink so much in one. Enobribus. To Antony. Ha, my brave emperor. Shall we dance now the Egyptian bacchanals? And celebrate or drink? Pompey. Let's hat, good soldier. Antony. Come, let's all take hands. Till that the conquering wine hath steeped our sense in soft and delicate lethe. Enobribus. All take hands. Make battery to our ears with the loud music. The while I'll place you, then the boy shall sing. The holding every man shall beat as loud as his strong sides can volley. Music plays. Enobribus places them hand in hand. The song. Come, thou monarch of the vine. Plumpy Bacchus with pink Ain. In thy vats our cares be drowned. With thy grapes our hairs be crowned. Cup us till the world go round. Cup us till the world go round. Caesar. What would you more? Pompey, good night. Good brother. Let me request you off. Our graver business frowns at this levity. Gentle lords, let's part. You see we have burned our cheeks. Strong Enoburb is weaker than the wine, and mine own tongue splits what it speaks. The wild disguise hath almost anticked us all. What needs more words? Good night. Good Antony, your hand. Pompey. I'll try you on the shore. Antony. And shall sir. Gives your hand. Pompey. Oh Antony. You have my father's house. But, what? We are friends. Come, down into the boat. Enobribus. Take heed you fall not. Exeunt Pompey, Caesar, Antony and attendants. Minas, I'll not on shore. Minas. No, to my cabin. These drums, these trumpets, flutes. What? Let Neptune hear we bid a loud farewell. To these great fellows. Sound and be hanged, sound out. Sound a flourish with drums. Enobribus. Who, says A. There's my cap. Minas. Who? Noble captain, come. Exeunt. Act 3. Scene I a plain in Syria. Enter Ventidius as it were in triumph, with Silius and other Romans. Officers and soldiers, the dead body of Pacorus borne before him. Ventidius. Now, darting Parthia, art thou struck, and now? Pleased fortune does of Marcus Crassus's death make me revenger. Bear the king's son's body before our army. Thy Pacorus, Orodes, pays this for Marcus Crassus. Silius. Noble Ventidius. Whilst yet with Parthian blood thy sword is warm, the fugitive Parthians follow. Spur through Media, Mesopotamia, and the shelters whither the routed fly. So thy grand captain Antony shall set thee on triumphant chariots, and put garlands on thy head. Ventidius. O Silius, Silius. I have done enough. A lower place, note well, may make too great an act. For learn this, Silius. Better to leave undone than by our deed acquire too high a fame when him we serves away. Caesar and Antony have ever won more in their officer than person. Saucius. One of my place in Syria, his lieutenant. For quick accumulation of renown, which he achieved by minute, lost his favor. Who does ith wars more than his captain can. becomes his captain's captain, and ambition. The soldier's virtue rather makes choice of loss than gain which darkens him. I could do more to do Antonius good, but 'twill defend him, and in his offense should my performance perish. Silius. Thou hast, Ventidius, that without the which a soldier and his sword grants scarce distinction. Thou wilt write to Antony? Ventidius. I'll humbly signify what in his name that magical word of war we have effected. How, with his banners and his well-paid ranks, the ne'er yet beaten horse of Parthia, we have jaded out Oth field. Silius. Where is he now? Ventidius. He purposeth to Athens, whither, with what haste the weight we must convey with us will permit. We shall appear before him. On there, pass along. Exeunt. Scene 2. Rome. An antechamber in Caesar's house. Enter Agrippa at one door, Enobribus at another. Agrippa. What, are the brothers parted? Enobribus. They have dispatched with Pompey, he is gone. The other three are sealing. Octavia weeps. To part from Rome. Caesar is sad, and Lepidus. Since Pompey's feast, as Menas says, is troubled with the greensickness. Agrippa. 'Tis a noble Lepidus. Enobribus. A very fine one. Oh, how he loves Caesar. Agrippa. Nay, but how dearly he adores Mark Antony. Enobribus. Caesar? Why, he's the Jupiter of men. Agrippa. What's Antony? The god of Jupiter. Enobribus. Spake you of Caesar? How, the nonpareil? Agrippa. O Antony. O thou Arabian bird. Enobribus. Would you praise Caesar, say Caesar. Go no further. Agrippa. Indeed, he plied them both with excellent praises. Enobribus. But he loves Caesar best, yet he loves Antony. Who? Hearts, tongues, figures, scribes, bards, poets, cannot think, speak, cast, write, sing, number who. His love to Antony. But as for Caesar. Kneel down, and wonder. Agrippa. Both he loves. Enobribus. They are his shards, and he their beetle. Trumpets within. So. This is to horse. Adieu, noble Agrippa. Agrippa. Good fortune, worthy soldier, and farewell. Enter Caesar, Antony, Lepidus and Octavia. Antony. No further, sir. Caesar. You take from me a great part of myself. Use me well in't. Sister, prove such a wife as my thoughts make thee, and as my farthest bond shall pass on thy approof. Most noble Antony. Let not the piece of virtue which is set betwixt us as the cement of our love, to keep it builded, be the ram to batter the fortress of it. For better might we have loved without this mean, if on both parts this be not cherished. Antony. Make me not offended in your distrust. Caesar. I have said. Antony. You shall not find, though you be therein curious, the least cause for what you seem to fear. So the gods keep you and make the hearts of Romans serve your ends. We will here part. Caesar. Farewell, my dearest sister, fare thee well. The elements be kind to thee, and make thy spirits all of comfort. Fare thee well. Octavia. My noble brother. Antony. The April's in her eyes. It is love's spring. And these the showers to bring it on. Be cheerful. Octavia. Sir, look well to my husband's house, and Caesar. What, Octavia? Octavia. I'll tell you in your ear. Antony. Her tongue will not obey her heart, nor can her heart inform her tongue the swan's down feather that stands upon the swell at the full of tide, and neither way inclines. Enobribus. Aside to Agrippa. Will Caesar weep? Agrippa. Aside to Enobribus. He has a cloud in his face. Enobribus. Aside to Agrippa. He were the worse for that were he a horse. So is he, being a man. Agrippa. Aside to Enobribus. Why, Enobribus. When Antony found Julius Caesar dead, he cried almost to roaring, and he wept. When at Philippi he found Brutus slain. Enobribus. Aside to Agrippa. That year, indeed, he was troubled with a rheum. What willingly he did confound he wailed. Believe t, till I weep too. Caesar. No, sweet Octavia. You shall hear from me still. The time shall not outgo my thinking on you. Antony. Come, sir, come. I'll wrestle with you in my strength of love. Look, here I have you, thus I let you go and give you to the gods. Caesar. Adieu, be happy. Lepidus. Let all the number of the stars give light to thy fair way. Caesar. Farewell, farewell. Kisses Octavia. Antony. Farewell. Trumpets sound. Exeunt. Scene 3. Alexandria. A room in the palace. Enter Cleopatra, Charmian, Iris and Alexis. Cleopatra. Where is the fellow? Alexis. Half afeared to come. Cleopatra. Go to, go to. Enter a messenger as before. Come hither, sir. Alexis. Good majesty. Herod of jury dare not look upon you. But when you are well pleased. Cleopatra. That Herod's head. I'll have. But how, when Antony is gone? Through whom I might command it. Come thou near. Messenger. Most gracious majesty. Cleopatra. Didst thou behold Octavia? Messenger. Dread queen. Cleopatra. Where? Messenger. Madam, in Rome. I looked her in the face and saw her led between her brother and Mark Antony. Cleopatra. Is she as tall as me? Messenger. She is not, madam. Cleopatra. Didst hear her speak? Is she shrill-tongued or low? Messenger. Madam, I heard her speak. She is low-voiced. Cleopatra. That's not so good. He cannot like her long. Charmian. Like her? O Isis. 'Tis impossible. Cleopatra. I think so, Charmian. Dull of tongue and dwarfish. What majesty is in her gait? Remember. If e'er thou look'st on majesty. Messenger. She creeps. Her motion and her station are as one. She shows a body rather than a life. A statue than a breather. Cleopatra. Is this certain? Messenger. Or I have no observance. Charmian. 3 in Egypt. Cannot make better note. Cleopatra. He's very knowing. I do perceive it. There's nothing in her yet. The fellow has good judgment. Charmian. Excellent. Cleopatra. Guess at her years, I prithee. Messenger. Madam. She was a widow. Cleopatra. Widow. Charmian, hark. Messenger. And I do think she's 30. Cleopatra. Bear'st thou her face in mind? Is't long or round? Messenger. Round even to faultiness. Cleopatra. For the most part, too, they are foolish that are so. Her hair, what color? Messenger. Brown, madam, and her forehead. As low as she would wish it. Cleopatra. There's gold for thee. Thou must not take my former sharpness ill. I will employ thee back again, I find thee most fit for business. Go make thee ready. Our letters are prepared. Exit messenger. Charmian. A proper man. Cleopatra. Indeed, he is so. I repent me much. That so I harried him. Why, methinks, by him. This creature's no such thing. Charmian. Nothing, madam. Cleopatra. The man hath seen some majesty and should know. Charmian. Hath he seen majesty? Isis else defend. And serving you so long. Cleopatra. I have one thing more to ask him yet, good Charmian. But 'tis no matter, thou shalt bring him to me. Where I will write. All may be well enough. Charmian. I warrant you, madam. Exeunt. Scene IV. Athens. A room in Antony's house. Enter Antony and Octavia. Antony. Nay, Octavia, not only that. That were excusable, that and thousands more. Of semblable import, but he hath waged new wars gainst Pompey, made his will, and read it to public ear. Spoke scantly of me, when perforce he could not. But pay me terms of honor, cold and sickly. He vented them, most narrow measure lent me. When the best hint was given him, he not took tea. Or did it from his teeth. Octavia. Oh, my good lord. Believe not all, or if you must believe. Stomach not all. A more unhappy lady. If this division chance, ne'er stood between. Praying for both parts. The good gods will mock me presently. When I shall pray, oh, bless my lord and husband. Undo that prayer by crying out as loud. Oh, bless my brother. Husband win brother. Praise and destroys the prayer, no midway. Twixt these extremes at all. Antony. Gentle Octavia. Let your best love draw to that point which seeks best to preserve it. If I lose mine honor, I lose myself, better I were not yours than yours so branchless. But, as you requested, yourself shall go betweens. The meantime, lady, I'll raise the preparation of a war. Shall stain your brother. Make your soonest haste. So your desires are yours. Octavia. Thanks to my lord. The Jove of power make me most weak, most weak. Your reconciler. Wars twixt you twain would be. As if the world should cleave, and that slain men should solder up the rift. Antony. When it appears to you where this begins, turn your displeasure that way, for our faults can never be so equal that your love can equally move with them. Provide your going. Choose your own company, and command what cost your heart has mind to. Exeunt. Scene V. Athens. Another room in Antony's house. Enter Enobarbus and Eros meeting. Enobarbus. How now, friend Eros? Eros. There's strange news come, sir. Enobarbus. What, man? Eros. Caesar and Lepidus have made wars upon Pompey. Enobarbus. This is old. What is the success? Eros. Caesar, having made use of him in the wars gainst Pompey, presently denied him rivality, would not let him partake in the glory of the action, and, not resting here, accuses him of letters he had formerly wrote to Pompey, upon his own appeal, seizes him. So the poor third is up, till death enlarge his confine. Enobarbus. Then, world, thou hast a pair of chaps, no more. And throw between them all the food thou hast. They'll grind the one the other. Where's Antony? Eros. He's walking in the garden, thus, and spurns the rush that lies before him, cries full Lepidus, and threats the throat of that his officer that murdered Pompey. Enobarbus. Our great navy's rigged. Eros. For Italy and Caesar. More, Domitius. My lord desires you presently. My news I might have told hereafter. Enobarbus. 'Twill be naught. But let it be. Bring me to Antony. Eros. Come, sir. Exeunt. Scene Vi. Rome. A room in Caesar's house. Enter Agrippa, Maecenas and Caesar. Caesar. Contuming Rome, he has done all this, and more. In Alexandria. Here's the manner of ith marketplace, on a tribunal silvered. Cleopatra and himself in chairs of gold were publicly enthroned. At the feet sat Caesarion, whom they call my father's son. And all the unlawful issue that their lust since then hath made between them. Unto her he gave the stablishment of Egypt, made her of Lower Syria, Cyprus, Lydia absolute queen. Maecenas. This in the public eye? Caesar. Ith common showplace where they exercise. His sons he there proclaimed the kings of kings. Great Media, Parthia, and Armenia he gave to Alexander, to Ptolemy he assigned Syria, Cilicia, and Phoenicia. She in habiliments of the goddess Isis that day appeared, and oft before gave audience. As 'tis reported, so. Maecenas. Let Rome be thus informed. Agrippa. Who, queasy with his insolence already, will their good thoughts call from him? Caesar. The people knows it and have now received his accusations. Agrippa. Who does he accuse? Caesar. Caesar, and that, having in Sicily Sextus Pompeius spoiled, we had not rated him. His part Othil. Then does he say he lent me some shipping, unrestored. Lastly, he frets that Lepidus of the triumvirate should be deposed and, being, that we detain all his revenue. Agrippa. Sir, this should be answered. Caesar. 'Tis done already, and messenger gone. I have told him Lepidus was grown too cruel, that he his high authority abused, and did deserve his change. For what I have conquered, I grant him part, but then in his Armenia and other of his conquered kingdoms, I demand the like. Maecenas. He'll never yield to that. Caesar. Nor must not then be yielded to in this. Enter Octavia with her train. Octavia. Hail, Caesar, and my lord. Hail, most dear Caesar. Caesar. That ever I should call thee castaway. Octavia. You have not called me so, nor have you cause. Caesar. Why have you stolen upon us thus? You come not. Like Caesar's sister, the wife of Antony, should have an army for an usher, and the neighs of horse to tell of her approach. Long ere she did appear, the trees by way should have borne men, and expectation fainted, longing for what it had not. Nay, the dust should have ascended to the roof of heaven, raised by your populous troops. But you are come. a market made to Rome, and have prevented the ostentation of our love, which, left unshown, is often left unloved. We should have met you by sea and land, supplying every stage with an augmented greeting. Octavia. Good my lord. To come thus was I not constrained, but did it on my free will. My lord, Mark Antony. Hearing that you prepared for war, acquainted my grieved ear withal, whereon I begged his pardon for return. Caesar. Which soon he granted, being an abstract tween his lust and him. Octavia. Do not say so, my lord. Caesar. I have eyes upon him, and his affairs come to me on the wind. Where is he now? Octavia. My lord, in Athens. Caesar. No, my most wronged sister, Cleopatra, hath knotted him to her. He hath given his empire up to a whore, who now are levying the king's oath earth for war. He hath assembled Bacchus, the king of Libya, Archelaus of Cappadocia, Philadelphos, king of Paphlagonia, the Thracian king, Adalas, King Mantius of Arabia, king of Pont, Herod of Juri, Mithridates, king of Commagene, Polemon and Amintas, the kings of Mede and Lycaonia, with a more larger list of scepters. Octavia. Amy, most wretched, that have my heart parted betwixt two friends that does afflict each other. Caesar. Welcome hither. Your letters did withhold our breaking forth, till we perceived both how you were wrong led, and we in negligent danger. Cheer your heart. Be you not troubled with the time, which drives, or your content these strong necessities, but let determined things to destiny hold unbewailed their way. Welcome to Rome. Nothing more dear to me. You are abused beyond the mark of thought, and the high gods, to do you justice, make their ministers of us and those that love you best of comfort, and ever welcome to us. Agrippa. Welcome, lady. Maecenas. Welcome, dear madam. Each heart in Rome does love and pity you. Only adulterous Antony, most large in his abominations, turns you off and gives his potent regiment to a trull that noises it against us. Octavia. Is it so, sir? Caesar. Most certain. Sister, welcome. Pray you, be ever known to patience. My dearest sister. Exeunt. Scene VII. Antony's camp near the promontory of Actium. Enter Cleopatra and Enoberbus. Cleopatra. I will be even with thee, doubt it not. Enoberbus. But why? Cleopatra. Thou hast forspoke my being in these wars, and say'st it is not fit. Enoberbus. Well, is it? Cleopatra. Is he not denounced against us? Why should not we be there in person? Enoberbus. Well, I could reply. If we should serve with horse and mares together, the horse were merely lost. The mares would bear a soldier and his horse. Cleopatra. What is't you say? Enoberbus. Your presence needs must puzzle Antony. Take from his heart, take from his brain, from his time. What should not then be spared? He is already traduced for levity, and 'tis said in Rome that Fontanus and Eunuch and your maids manage this war. Cleopatra. Sink Rome, and their tongues rot that speak against us. A charge we bear ith war. And, as the president of my kingdom, will appear there for a man. Speak not against it. I will not stay behind. Enter Antony and Canidius. Enoberbus. Nay, I have done. Here comes the emperor. Antony. Is it not strange, Canidius, that from Tarentum and Brundusium he could so quickly cut the Ionian Sea and taken Taurine? You have heard on sweet Cleopatra. Celerity is never more admired than by the negligent. Antony. A good rebuke, which might have well become the best of men. To taunt at slackness. Canidius. We will fight with him by sea. Cleopatra. By sea, what else? Canidius. Why will my lord do so? Antony. For that he dares us to Enoberbus. So hath my lord dared him to single fight. Canidius. And to wage this battle at Pharsalia, where Caesar fought with Pompey. But these offers, which serve not for his vantage, he shakes off. And so should you. Enoberbus. Your ships are not well manned. Your mariners are muleteers, reapers, people engrossed by swift impress. In Caesar's fleet are those that often have gainst Pompey fought. Their ships are yours heavy. No disgrace shall fall you for refusing him at sea. Being prepared for land. Antony. By sea. Enobribus. Most worthy sir, you therein throw away the absolute soldiership you have by land. Distract your army, which doth most consist of war-marked footmen, leave unexecuted your own renowned knowledge, quite forego the way which promises assurance, and give up yourself merely to chance and hazard from firm security. Antony. I'll fight at sea. Cleopatra. I have 60 sails, Caesar none better. Antony. Our overplus of shipping will we burn, and with the rest full manned, from head of Actium. Beat approaching Caesar. But if we fail, we then can do at land. Enter a messenger. Thy business? Messenger. The news is true, my lord, he is descried. Caesar has taken Taurine. Antony. Can he be there in person? 'Tis impossible. Strange that his power should be. Canidius. Our 19 legions thou shalt hold by land, and our 12,000 horse. Wheel to our ship. Away, my Thetis. Enter a soldier. How now, worthy soldier? Soldier. O noble emperor, do not fight by sea. Trust not to rotten planks. Do you misdoubt this sword and these my wounds? Let Egyptians and the Phoenicians go a-ducking. We have used to conquer standing on the earth and fighting foot to foot. Antony. Well, away. Exeunt Antony, Cleopatra and Enobribus. Soldier. By Hercules, I think I am right. Canidius. Soldier, thou art. But his whole action grows not in the power on so our leaders led, and we are women's men. Soldier. You keep by land the legions and the horse whole, do you not? Canidius. Marcus Octavius, Marcus Justius, Publicola, and Callias are for sea. But we keep whole by land. This speed of Caesar's carries beyond belief. Soldier. While he was yet in Rome, his power went out in such distractions as beguiled all spies. Canidius. Who's his lieutenant, hear you? Soldier. They say one Taurus. Canidius. Well, I know the man. Enter a messenger. Messenger. The emperor calls Canidius. Canidius. With news the times with labor, and throws forth each minute some. Exeunt. Scene V. A plain near Actium. Enter Caesar with his army and Taurus marching. Caesar. Taurus. My lord? Caesar. Strike not by land, keep whole, provoke not battle. Till we have done at sea. Do not exceed the prescript of this scroll. Our fortune lies upon this jump. Exeunt. Scene X. Another part of the plain. Enter Antony and Enobribus. Antony. Set we our squadrons on yon side Oth hill. An eye of Caesar's battle, from which place we may the number of the ships behold, and so proceed accordingly. Exeunt. Scene X. Another part of the plain. Canidius marching with his land army one way over the stage, and Taurus, the lieutenant of Caesar, with his army, the other way. After their going in, is heard the noise of a sea fight. Alarum. Enter Enobribus. Enobribus. Naught, all naught. I can behold no longer. Antoniad, the Egyptian admiral, with all their 60, fly and turn the rudder. To see mine eyes are blasted. Enter Scarus. Scarus. Gods and goddesses. All the whole synod of them. Enobribus. What's thy passion? Scarus. The greater cantle of the world is lost. With very ignorance. We have kissed away kingdoms and provinces. Enobribus. How appears the fight? Scarus. On our side like the token pestilence, where death is sure. Yon ribodred nag of Egypt, whom leprosy o'ertook, midst fight. When vantage like a pair of twins appeared, both as the same or, rather, ours the elder. The breeze upon her, like a cow in June, hoist sails and flies. Enobribus. That I beheld. Mine eyes did sicken at the sight and could not endure a further view. Scarus. She once being loofed. The noble ruin of her magic, Antony. Claps on his sea wing and, like a doting mallard, leaving the fight in height, flies after her. I never saw an action of such shame. Experience, manhood, honor, ne'er before did violate so itself. Enobribus. Alack, alack. Enter Canidius. Canidius. Our fortune on the sea is out of breath. And sinks most lamentably. Had our general been what he knew himself, it had gone well. Oh, he has given example for our flight. Most grossly by his own inoberbus. Are you thereabouts? Why, then, good night indeed. Canidius. Toward Peloponnesus are they fled. Scarus. 'Tis easy taught, and there I will attend. What further comes? Canidius. To Caesar will I render my legions and my horse. 6 kings already. Show me the way of yielding. Inoberbus. I'll yet follow. The wounded chance of Antony, though my reason sits in the wind against me. Exeunt. Scenes I. Alexandria. A room in the palace. Enter Antony with attendants. Antony. Hark, the land bids me tread no more upon't. It is a shame to bear me. Friends, come hither. I am so lated in the world that I have lost my way forever. I have a ship laden with gold. Take that, divide it. Fly. And make your peace with Caesar. All. Fly? Not we. Antony. I have fled myself and have instructed cowards to run and show their shoulders. Friends, be gone. I have myself resolved upon a course which has no need of you. Be gone. My treasure's in the harbor. Take it. Oh. I followed that I blush to look upon. My very hairs do mutiny for the white. Reprove the brown for rashness, and they them for fear and doting. Friends, be gone. You shall have letters from me to some friends that will sweep your way for you. Pray you, look not sad, nor make replies of lothness. Take the hint which my despair proclaims. Let that be left which leaves itself to the seaside straightway. I will possess you of that ship and treasure. Leave me, I pray, a little pray you, now. Nay, do so, for indeed I have lost command. Therefore I pray you. I'll see you by and by. Sits down. Enter Cleopatra led by Charmian, Iris and Eros. Eros. Nay, gentle madam, to him. Comfort him. Iris. Do, most dear queen. Charmian. Do. Why, what else? Cleopatra. Let me sit down. O Juno. Antony. No, 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 no. Eros. See you here, sir? Antony. Oh, fie, fie, fie. Charmian. Madam. Iris. Madam, O good empress. Eros. Sir, sir. Antony. Yes, my lord, yes. He at Philippi kept his sword and like a dancer, while I struck the lean and wrinkled Cassius, and 'twas I that the mad Brutus ended. He alone dealt on lieutenantry, and no practice had in the brave squares of war. Yet now no matter. Cleopatra. Ah, stand by. Eros. The queen, my lord, the queen. Iris. Go to him, madam. Speak to him. He is unqualified with very shame. Cleopatra. Well then, sustain me. Oh. Eros. Most noble sir, arise. The queen approaches. Her head's declined, and death will seize her, but your comfort makes the rescue. Antony. I have offended reputation. A most unnoble swerving. Eros. Sir, the queen. Antony. Oh, whither hast thou led me, Egypt? See how I convey my shame out of thine eyes. By looking back what I have left behind. Destroyed in dishonor. Cleopatra. Oh my lord, forgive my fearful sails. I little thought you would have followed. Antony. Egypt, thou knewst too well. My heart was to thy rudder tied by strings. And thou shouldst tow me after. Or my spirit. Thy full supremacy thou knewst, and that thy beck might from the bidding of the gods command me. Cleopatra. Oh, my pardon. Antony. Now I must to the young man send humble treaties, dodge and palter in the shifts of Lonus, who with half the bulk o' world played as I pleased, making and marring fortunes. You did know how much you were my conqueror, and that my sword, made weak by my affection, would obey it on all cause. Cleopatra. Pardon, pardon. Antony. Fall not a tear, I say, one of them rates all that is won and lost. Give me a kiss. Even this repays me. We sent our schoolmaster. Is he come back? Love, I am full of lead. Some wine within there, and our viands. Fortune knows We scorn her most when most she offers blows. Exeunt. Scene she. Caesar's camp in Egypt. Enter Caesar, Agrippa, Dolabella with others. Caesar. Let him appear that's come from Antony. Know you him? Dolabella. Caesar, 'tis his schoolmaster. An argument that he is plucked, when hither. He sends so poor opinion of his wing. Which had superfluous kings for messengers. Not many moons gone by. Enter ambassador from Antony. Caesar. Approach, and speak. Ambassador. Such as I am, I come from Antony. I was of late as petty to his ends. As is the morn dew on the myrtle leaf. To his grand see. Caesar. Bet so. Declare thine office. Ambassador. Lord of his fortunes he salutes thee, and requires to live in Egypt, which not granted. He lessens his requests, and to thee sues. To let him breathe between the heavens and earth. A private man in Athens. This for him. Next, Cleopatra does confess thy greatness. Submits her to thy might, and of thee craves. The circle of the Ptolemies for her heirs. Now hazarded to thy grace. Caesar. For Antony. I have no ears to his request. The queen. Of audience nor desire shall fail, so she. From Egypt drive her all disgraced friend. Or take his life there. This if she perform. She shall not sue unheard. So to them both. Ambassador. Fortune pursue thee. Caesar. Bring him through the bands. Exit ambassador, attended. To Thetis. To try thy eloquence now 'tis time. Dispatch. From Antony win Cleopatra. Promise. And in our name, what she requires, add more. From thine invention, offers. Women are not. In their best fortunes strong, but want will perjure. The ne'er touched vestal. Try thy cunning, Thetis. Make thine own edict for thy pains, which we will answer as a law. Thetis. Caesar, I go. Caesar. Observe how Antony becomes his flaw. And what thou think'st his very action speaks. In every power that moves. Thetis. Caesar, I shall. Exeunt. Scene she. Alexandria. A room in the palace. Enter Cleopatra, Enoberbus, Charmian and Iris. Cleopatra. What shall we do, Enoberbus? Enoberbus. Think, and I. Cleopatra. Is Antony or we in fault for this? Enoberbus. Antony only, that would make his will. Lord of his reason. What though you fled? From that great face of war, whose several ranges frighted each other? Why should he follow? The itch of his affection should not then have nicked his captainship at such a point. When half to half the world opposed, he being the mere question. 'Twas a shame no less than was his loss to course your flying flags and leave his navy gazing. Cleopatra. Prithee, peace. Enter the ambassador with Antony. Antony. Is that his answer? Ambassador. My lord. Antony. The queen shall then have courtesy, so she will yield us up. Ambassador. He says so. Antony. Let her note. To the boy Caesar send this grizzled head. And he will fill thy wishes to the brim with principalities. Cleopatra. That head, my lord? Antony. To him again. Tell him he wears the rose of youth upon him, from which the world should note something particular. His coin, ships, legions. May be a coward's, whose ministers would prevail under the service of a child as soon as ith command of Caesar. I dare him therefore to lay his gay comparisons apart and answer me declined, sword against sword. Ourselves alone. I'll write it. Follow me. Exeunt Antony and ambassador. Enoberbus. Yes, like enough high-battled Caesar will unstayed his happiness and be staged to show. Against a sworder. I see men's judgments are a parcel of their fortunes and things outward do draw the inward quality after them. To suffer all alike. That he should dream. Knowing all measures, the full Caesar will answer his emptiness. Caesar, thou hast subdued his judgment too. Enter a servant. Servant. A messenger from Caesar. Cleopatra. What, no more ceremony. See, my women. Against a blown rose may they stop their nose. That kneeled unto the buds. Admit him, sir. Exit servant. Enoberbus. Aside. Mine honesty and I begin to square. The loyalty well held to fools does make our faith mere folly. Yet he that can endure to follow with allegiance a fallen lord Does conquer him that did his master conquer. And earns a place ith story. Enter Thetis. Cleopatra. Caesar's will? Thetis. Hear it apart. Cleopatra. None but friends. Say boldly. Thetis. So haply are they friends to Antony. Enobribus. He needs as many, sir, as Caesar has. Or needs not us. If Caesar please, our master will leap to be his friend. For us, you know, whose he is we are, and that is Caesar's. Thetis. So. Thus then, thou most renowned. Caesar entreats. Not to consider in what case thou standst. Further than he is Caesar. Cleopatra. Go on, right royal. Thetis. He knows that you embrace not Antony. As you did love, but as you feared him. Cleopatra. Oh. Thetis. The scars upon your honor, therefore, he does pity as constrained blemishes. Not as deserved. Cleopatra. He is a god and knows what is most right. Mine honor was not yielded, but conquered merely. Enobribus. Aside. To be sure of that, I will ask Antony. Sir, thou art so leaky that we must leave thee to thy sinking, for thy dearest quit thee. Exit Enobribus. Thetis. Shall I say to Caesar what you require of him? For he partly begs to be desired to give. It much would please him that of his fortunes you should make a staff to lean upon. But it would warm his spirits to hear from me you had left Antony and put yourself under his shroud. The universal landlord. Cleopatra. What's your name? Thetis. My name is Thetis. Cleopatra. Most kind messenger. Say to great Caesar this in deputation. I kiss his conquering hand. Tell him I am prompt to lay my crown at its feet and there to kneel. Tell him, from his all-obeying breath I hear the doom of Egypt. Thetis. 'Tis your noblest course. Wisdom and fortune combating together. If that the former dare but what it can, no chance may shake it. Give me grace to lay my duty on your hand. Cleopatra. Your Caesar's father oft, when he hath mused of taking kingdoms in, bestowed his lips on that unworthy place. As it rained kisses. Enter Antony and Enobribus. Antony. Favors, by Jove that thunders. What art thou, fellow? Thetis. One that but performs the bidding of the fullest man and worthiest to have command obeyed. Enobribus. Aside. You will be whipped. Antony. Approach there. Ah, you kite. Now, gods and devils. Authority melts from me. Of late when I cried ho, like boys unto a muss, kings would start forth and cry your will? Have you no ears? I am Antony yet. Enter servants. Take hence this jack and whip him. Enobribus. 'Tis better playing with a lion's whelp than with an old one dying. Antony. Moon and stars. Whip him. Wear it 20 of the greatest tributaries that do acknowledge Caesar, should I find them. So saucy with the hand of she here what's her name? Since she was Cleopatra? Whip him, fellows. Till like a boy you see him cringe his face and whine aloud for mercy. Take him hence. Thetis. Mark Antony. Antony. Tug him away. Being whipped. Bring him again. This jack of Caesar's shall bear us an errand to him. Excellent servants with Thetis. You were half blasted ere I knew you. Ha! Have I my pillow left unpressed in Rome? Forborne the getting of a lawful race. And by a gem of women, to be abused. By one that looks on feeders? Cleopatra. Good my lord. Antony. You have been a boggler ever. But when we in our viciousness grow hard. O misery on't. The wise gods seal our eyes. In our own filth drop our clear judgments, make us adore our errors, laugh at's while we strut. To our confusion. Cleopatra. Oh, is't come to this? Antony. I found you as a morsel cold upon dead Caesar's trencher, nay, you were a fragment of Cnaeus Pompey's, besides what hotter hours, unregistered in vulgar fame, you have luxuriously picked out. For I am sure, though you can guess what temperance should be, you know not what it is. Cleopatra. Wherefore is this? Antony. To let a fellow that will take rewards and say God quit you be familiar with my playfellow, your hand, this kingly seal and plighter of high hearts. Oh that I were upon the hill of Basin to outroar the horned herd, for I have savage cause and to proclaim it civilly were like a haltered neck which does the hangman thank for being yare about him. Enter a servant with Titias. Is he whipped? Servant. Soundly, my lord. Antony. Cried he? And begged he pardon? Servant. He did ask favor. Antony. If that thy father live, let him repent. Thou wast not made his daughter, and be thou sorry to follow Caesar in his triumph, since thou hast been whipped for following him. Henceforth the white hand of a lady fever thee. Shake thou to look on't. Get thee back to Caesar. Tell him thy entertainment. Look thou say. He makes me angry with him, for he seems proud and disdainful, harping on what I am, not what he knew I was. He makes me angry. And at this time most easy 'tis to dot, when my good stars that were my former guides have empty left their orbs and shot their fires into th abysm of hell. If he mislike my speech and what is done, tell him he has Hipparchus, my infringed bondman, whom he may at pleasure whip or hang or torture, as he shall like, to quit me. Urge it thou. Hence with thy stripes, be gone. Exit Titias. Cleopatra. Have you done yet? Antony. Alack, our terrene moon is now eclipsed. And it portends alone the fall of Antony. Cleopatra. I must stay his time. Antony. To flatter Caesar, would you mingle eyes with one that ties his points? Cleopatra. Not know me yet? Antony. Cold-hearted toward me? Cleopatra. Ah, dear, if I be so. From my cold heart let heaven engender hail, and poison it in the source, and the first stone drop in my neck, as it determines, so dissolve my life, the next Caesarean smite, till, by degrees the memory of my womb, together with my brave Egyptians all, by the descandying of this pelleted storm, lie graveless, till the flies and gnats of Nile have buried them for prey. Antony. I am satisfied. Caesar sits down in Alexandria, where I will oppose his fate. Our force by land hath nobly held, our severed navy too have knit again, and fleet threatening most sea-like. Where hast thou been, my heart? Dost thou hear, lady? If from the field I shall return once more to kiss these lips, I will appear in blood. I and my sword will earn our chronicle. There's hope in't yet. Cleopatra. That's my brave lord. Antony. I will be treble-sinewed, hearted, breathed, and fight maliciously. For when mine hours were nice and lucky, men did ransom lives of me for jests. But now I'll set my teeth and send to darkness all that stop me. Come. Let's have one other gaudy night. Call to me all my sad captains. Fill our bowls once more. Let's mock the midnight bell. Cleopatra. It is my birthday. I had thought t'ave held it poor, but since my lord is Antony again, I will be Cleopatra. Antony. We will yet do well. Cleopatra. Call all his noble captains to my lord. Antony. Do so, we'll speak to them, and tonight I'll force the wine peep through their scars. Come on, my queen. There's sap in't yet. The next time I do fight, I'll make death love me, for I will contend even with his pestilent scythe. Excellent all but an oberbus. An oberbus. Now he'll outstare the lightning. To be furious is to be frighted out of fear, and in that mood the dove will peck the estrage, and I see still a diminution in our captain's brain restores his heart when valor preys on reason. It eats the sword it fights with. I will seek some way to leave him. Exit. Act 4. Scene I Caesar's camp at Alexandria. Enter Caesar, Agrippa, and Maecenas with his army. Caesar reading a letter. Caesar. He calls me boy and chides as he had power to beat me out of Egypt. My messenger he hath whipped with rods, dares me to personal combat. Caesar to Antony. Let the old ruffian know I have many other ways to die, meantime. Laugh at his challenge. Maecenas. Caesar must think. When one so great begins to rage, he's hunted even to falling. Give him no breath, but now make boot of his distraction. Never anger. Made good guard for itself. Caesar. Let our best heads know that tomorrow the last of many battles we mean to fight. Within our files there are of those that served Mark Antony but late enough to fetch him in. See it done. And feast the army, we have store to dot. And they have earned the waste. Poor Antony. Exeunt. Scene 2. Alexandria. A room in the palace. Enter Antony, Cleopatra, Inoberbus, Charmian, Iris, Alexis with others. Antony. He will not fight with me, Domitius. Inoberbus. No. Antony. Why should he not? Inoberbus. He thinks, being 20 times of better fortune. He is 20 men to 1. Antony. Tomorrow, soldier. By sea and land I'll fight. Or I will live. Or bathe my dying honor in the blood. Shall make it live again. Woot thou fight well? Inoberbus. I'll strike and crite ache all. Antony. Well said. Come on. Call forth my household servants. Let's tonight be bounteous at our meal. Enter servants. Give me thy hand. Thou hast been rightly honest, so hast thou. Thou, and thou, and thou. You have served me well. And kings have been your fellows. Cleopatra. Aside to Inoberbus. What means this? Inoberbus. Aside to Cleopatra. 'Tis one of those odd tricks which sorrow shoots out of the mind. Antony. And thou art honest too. I wish I could be made so many men. And all of you clapped up together in an Antony, that I might do you service. So good as you have done. All the servants. The gods forbid. Antony. Well, my good fellows, wait on me tonight. Scant not my cups, and make as much of me as when mine empire was your fellow too. And suffered my command. Cleopatra. Aside to Inoberbus. What does he mean? Inoberbus. Aside to Cleopatra. To make his followers weep. Antony. Tend me tonight. Maybe it is the period of your duty. Haply you shall not see me more, or if a mangled shadow. Perchance tomorrow you'll serve another master. I look on you as one that takes his leave. Mine honest friends. I turn you not away, but, like a master, married to your good service, stay till death. Tend me tonight 2 hours, I ask no more. And the gods yield you fort. Inoberbus. What mean you, sir? To give them this discomfort? Look, they weep. And I, an ass, am onion-eyed. For shame. Transform us not to women. Antony. Ho, ho, ho. Now the witch take me if I meant it thus. Grace grow where those drops fall. My hearty friends. You take me in $2 a cents. For I spake to you for your comfort, did desire you to burn this night with torches. No, my hearts. I hope well of tomorrow, and will lead you where rather I'll expect victorious life than death and honor. Let's to supper, come. And round consideration. Exeunt. Scene 3. Alexandria. Before the palace. Enter a company of soldiers. First soldier. Brother, good night. Tomorrow is the day. Second soldier. It will determine one way. Fare you well. Heard you of nothing strange about the streets? First soldier. Nothing. What news? Second soldier. Belike 'tis but a rumor. Good night to you. First soldier. Well, sir, good night. Enter 2 other soldiers. Second soldier. Soldiers, have careful watch. Third soldier. And you. Good night, good night. They place themselves in every corner of the stage. Second soldier. Here we. And if tomorrow our navy thrive, I have an absolute hope. Our landmen will stand up. First soldier. 'Tis a brave army and full of purpose. Music of the hautboys under the stage. Second soldier. Peace, what noise? First soldier. List, list. Second soldier. Hark. First soldier. Music ith air. Third soldier. Under the earth. Fourth soldier. It signs well, does it not? Third soldier. No. First soldier. Peace, I say. What should this mean? Second soldier. 'Tis the god Hercules, whom Antony loved. Now leaves him. First soldier. Walk. Let's see if other watchmen do hear what we do. They advance to another post. Second soldier. How now, masters? All. How now? How now? Do you hear this? First soldier. Is't not strange? Third soldier. Do you hear, masters? Do you hear? First soldier. Follow the noise so far as we have quarter. Let's see how it will give off. All. Content. 'Tis strange. Exeunt. Scene IV. Alexandria. A room in the palace. Enter Antony and Cleopatra with others. Antony. Heroes. Mine armor, heroes. Cleopatra. Sleep a little. Antony. No, my chuck. Eros. Come, mine armor, Eros. Enter Eros with armor. Come, good fellow, put thine iron on. If fortune be not ours today, it is because we brave her. Come. Cleopatra. Nay, I'll help too. What's this for? Antony. Ah, let be, let be. Thou art the armor of my heart. False, false. This. Cleopatra. Sooth, law, I'll help. Thus it must be. Antony. Well, well. We shall thrive now. Seest thou, my good fellow? Go put on thy defenses. Eros. Briefly, sir. Cleopatra. Is not this buckled well? Antony. Rarely, rarely. He that unbuckles this, till we do please to daft for our repose, shall hear a storm. Thou fumblest, Eros, and my queen's a squire. More tight at this than thou. Dispatch. O love. That thou couldst see my wars today, and knewst the royal occupation, thou shouldst see the workman in't. Enter an officer, armed. Good morrow to thee. Welcome. Thou look'st like him that knows a warlike charge. To business that we love we rise bedom. And go taut with delight. Officer. 1,000, sir. Early thought be, have on their riveted trim. And at the port expect you. Shout. Trumpets flourish. Enter other captains and soldiers. Captain. The morn is fair. Good morrow, general. All. Good morrow, general. Antony. 'Tis well blown, lads. This morning, like the spirit of a youth that means to be of note, begins bedoms. So. Come, give me that. This way. Well said. Fare thee well, dame. Whate'er becomes of me. This is a soldier's kiss. Kisses her. Rebukable. And worthy shameful check it were, to stand on more mechanic compliment. I'll leave thee now like a man of steel. You that will fight, follow me close, I'll bring you taut. Adieu. Exeunt Antony, Eros, captains and soldiers. Charmian. Please you, retire to your chamber. Cleopatra. Lead me. He goes forth gallantly, that he and Caesar might determine this great war in single fight. Then Antony but now. Well, on. Exeunt. Scene v Antony's camp near Alexandria. Trumpets sound. Enter Antony and Eros, a soldier meeting them. Soldier. The gods make this a happy day to Antony. Antony. Would thou and those thy scars had once prevailed to make me fight at land. Soldier. Hadst thou done so, the kings that have revolted and the soldier that has this morning left thee would have still followed thy heels. Antony. Who's gone this morning? Soldier. Who? One ever near thee. Call for an oberbus. He shall not hear thee, or from Caesar's camp. Say I am none of thine. Antony. What sayest thou? Soldier. Sir. He is with Caesar. Eros. Sir, his chests and treasure he has not with him. Antony. Is he gone? Soldier. Most certain. Antony. Go, Eros, send his treasure after. Do it. Detain no jot, I charge thee. Write to him. I will subscribe gentle adieus and greetings. Say that I wish he never find more cause to change a master. Oh, my fortunes have corrupted honest men. Dispatch. An oberbus. Exeunt. Scene vi. Alexandria. Caesar's camp. Flourish. Enter Agrippa, Caesar with an oberbus and Dolabella. Caesar. Go forth, Agrippa, and begin the fight. Our will is Antony be took alive. Make it so known. Agrippa. Caesar, I shall. Exit. Caesar. The time of universal peace is near. Prove this a prosperous day, the three-nooked world shall bear the olive freely. Enter a messenger. Messenger. Antony. Is come into the field. Caesar. Go charge Agrippa. Plant those that have revolted in the van. That Antony may seem to spend his fury upon himself. Exeunt Caesar and his train. An oberbus. Alexas did revolt and went to Durion. Affairs of Antony, there did dissuade great Herod to incline himself to Caesar and leave his master Antony. For this pains Caesar hath hanged him. Canidius and the rest that fell away have entertainment, but no honorable trust. I have done ill, of which I do accuse myself so sorely that I will join no more. Enter a soldier of Caesar's. Soldier. An oberbus, Antony. hath after thee sent all thy treasure, with his bounty overplus. The messenger came on my guard, and at thy tent is now unloading of his mules. Enoberbus, I give it you. Soldier, mock not, Enoberbus. I tell you true. Best you safe the bringer out of the host. I must attend mine office, or would have done it myself. Your emperor continues still a Jove. Exit. Enoberbus, I am alone the villain of the earth, and feel I am so most. O Antony, thou mine of bounty, how wouldst thou have paid my better service when my turpitude thou dost so crown with gold? This blows my heart. If swift thought break it not, a swifter mean shall outstrike thought, but thought will dot, I feel. I fight against thee. No, I will go seek some ditch wherein to die, the foulst best fits my latter part of life. Exit. Scene Vie. Field of battle between the camps. Alarum. Drums and trumpets. Enter Agrippa and others. Agrippa. Retire. We have engaged ourselves too far. Caesar himself has work, and our oppression exceeds what we expected. Exeunt. Alarums. Enter Antony and Scarus wounded. Scarus. O my brave emperor, this is fought indeed. Had we done so at first, we had droven them home with clouts about their heads. Antony. Thou bleedst apace. Scarus. I had a wound here that was like a T, but now 'tis made an H. Sounds retreat far off. Antony. They do retire. Scarus. We'll beat 'em into bench holes. I have yet room for 6 scotches more. Enter Eros. Eros. They are beaten, sir, and our advantage serves for a fair victory. Scarus. Let us score their backs and snatch 'em up as we take hares behind. 'Tis sport to maul a runner. Antony. I will reward thee once for thy sprightly comfort and tenfold for thy good valor. Come thee on. Scarus. I'll halt after. Exeunt. Scene V. Under the walls of Alexandria. Alarum. Enter Antony again in a march, Scarus with others. Antony. We have beat him to his camp. Run one before. And let the queen know of our jests. Tomorrow, before the sun shall cease, we'll spill the blood that is today escaped. I thank you all. For doughty-handed are you, and have fought not as you served the cause, but as 'had been each man's like mine. You have shown all Hectors. Enter the city, clip your wives, your friends. Tell them your feats, whilst they with joyful tears wash the congealment from your wounds and kiss the honored gashes whole. Enter Cleopatra. To Scarus. Give me thy hand. To this great fairy I'll commend thy acts. Make her thanks bless thee. O thou Deoth world. Chain mine armed neck. Leap thou, attire and all. Through proof of harness to my heart, and there ride on the pants triumphing. Cleopatra. Lord of lords. O infinite virtue, comest thou smiling from the world's great snare uncaught? Antony. My nightingale. We have beat them to their beds. What, girl? Though grey, do something mingle with our younger brown, yet how we a brain that nourishes our nerves and can get goal for goal of youth. Behold this man. Commend unto his lips thy favoring hand. Kiss it, my warrior. He hath fought today as if a god, in hate of mankind, had destroyed in such a shape. Cleopatra. I'll give thee, friend, an armor all of gold. It was a king's. Antony. He has deserved it, were it carbuncled like holy Phobos's car. Give me thy hand. Through Alexandria make a jolly march. Bear our hacked targets like the men that owe them. Had our great palace the capacity to camp this host, we all would sup together and drink carouses to the next day's fate, which promises royal peril. Trumpeters. With brazen din blast you the city's ear. Make mingle with our rattling tabourines, that heaven and earth may strike their sounds together, applauding our approach. Exeunt. Scene X. Caesar's camp. Enter a sentry and his company. An oberbus follows. Sentry. If we be not relieved within this hour, we must return to court of guard. The night is shiny, and they say we shall embattle by second hour morn. First watch. This last day was a shrewd one to's. An oberbus. Oh, bear me witness, knight. Second watch. What man is this? First watch. Stand close and list him. An oberbus. Be witness to me, O thou blessed moon. When men revolted shall upon record bear hateful memory, poor and Oberbus did. Before thy face repent. Sentry. And Oberbus? Second watch. Peace. Hark further. And Oberbus. O sovereign mistress of true melancholy. The poisonous damp of night dispenge upon me. That life, a very rebel to my will, may hang no longer on me. Throw my heart against a flint and hardness of my fault, which, being dried with grief, will break to powder and finish all foul thoughts. O Antony. Nobler than my revolt is infamous. Forgive me in thine own particular, but let the world rank me in register a master leaver and a fugitive. O Antony. O Antony. Dies. First watch. Let's speak to him. Sentry. Let's hear him, for the things he speaks may concern Caesar. Second watch. Let's do so. But he sleeps. Sentry. Swoons rather, for so bad a prayer as his was never yet for sleep. First watch. Go we to him. Second watch. Awake, sir, awake. Speak to us. First watch. Hear you, sir? Sentry. The hand of death hath wrought him. Drums afar off. Hark. The drums. Demurely wake the sleepers. Let us bear him to th court of guard, he is of note. Our hour is fully out. Second watch. Come on, then. He may recover yet. Exeunt with the body. Scene X ground between the two camps. Enter Antony and Scarus with their army. Antony. Their preparation is today by sea. We please them not by land. Scarus. For both, my lord. Antony. I would they'd fight ith fire or ith air. We'd fight there too. But this it is. Our foot. Upon the hills adjoining to the city. Shall stay with us order for sea is given. They have put forth the haven. Where their appointment we may best discover. And look on their endeavor. Exeunt. Scenes I. Another part of the ground. Enter Caesar and his army. Caesar. But being charged, we will be still by land. Which, as I tack it, we shall, for his best force is forth to man his galleys to the vales and hold our best advantage. Exeunt. Scene she. Another part of the ground. Alarum afar off, as at a sea fight. Enter Antony and Scarus. Antony. Yet they are not joined. Where yon pine does stand. I shall discover all. I'll bring thee word. Straight how 'tis like to go. Exit. Scarus. Swallows have built in Cleopatra's sails their nests. The augurs say they know not, they cannot tell, look grimly, and dare not speak their knowledge. Antony is valiant and dejected, and by starts his fretted fortunes give him hope and fear of what he has and has not. Enter Antony. Antony. All is lost. This foul Egyptian hath betrayed me. My fleet hath yielded to the foe, and yonder they cast their caps up and carouse together like friends long lost. Triple-turned whore. 'Tis thou hast sold me to this novice, and my heart makes only wars on thee. Bid them all fly. For when I am revenged upon my charm, I have done all. Bid them all fly. Be gone. Exit Scarus. O son, thy uprise shall I see no more. Fortune and Antony part here, even here. Do we shake hands? All come to this. The hearts that spanieled me at heels, to whom I gave their wishes, do to Scandi melt their sweets on blossoming Caesar, and this pine is barked that overtopped them all. Betrayed I am. Oh, this false soul of Egypt, this grave charm, whose eye becked forth my wars and called them home, whose bosom was my crownet, my chief end, like a right gypsy hath at fast and loose beguiled me to the very heart of loss. What, Eros, Eros? Enter Cleopatra. Ah, thou spell. Avaunt. Cleopatra. Why is my lord enraged against his love? Antony. Vanish, or I shall give thee thy deserving and blemish Caesar's triumph. Let him take thee and hoist thee up to the shouting plebeians. Follow his chariot like the greatest spot of all thy sex, most monster-like be shown. For poor's diminutives, for dolts, and let patient Octavia plow thy visage up with her prepared nails. Exit Cleopatra. 'Tis well thou'rt gone. If it be well to live, but better twere. Thou fell'st into my fury, for one death might have prevented many. Eros, ho! The shirt of Nessus is upon me. Teach me Alcides, thou mine ancestor, thy rage. Let me lodge liches on the horns oth moon. And with those hands that grasp the heaviest club, subdue my worthiest self, the which shall die. To the young Roman boy she hath sold me, and I fall under this plot. She dies fort. Heroes, ho! Exit. Scene she. Alexandria. A room in the palace. Enter Cleopatra, Charmian, Iris and Mardian. Cleopatra. Help me, my women. Oh, he is more mad than Telamon for his shield, the boar of Thessaly. Was never so embossed. Charmian. To th monument. There lock yourself and send him word you are dead. The soul and body rive not more in parting than greatness going off. Cleopatra. To th monument. Mardian, go tell him I have slain myself. Say that the last I spoke was Antony. And word it, prithee, piteously. Hence, Mardian. And bring me how he takes my death. To th monument. Exeunt. Scene Ziv. Alexandria. Another room. Enter Antony and Eros. Antony. Eros, thou yet beheldst me? Eros. Noble lord. Antony. Sometime we see a cloud that's dragonish. A vapor sometime like a bear or lion. A towered citadel, a pendant rock. A forked mountain or blue promontory. With trees arpent, that not unto the world. And mock our eyes with air. Thou hast seen these signs. They are black Vespers pageants. Eros. My lord. Antony. That which is now a horse, even with a thought. The rack dislums and makes it indistinct. As water is in water. Eros. It does, my lord. Antony. My good knave Eros, now thy captain is. Even such a body. Here I am Antony. Yet cannot hold this visible shape, my knave. I made these wars for Egypt and the queen. Whose heart I thought I had, for she had mine. Which, whilst it was mine, had annexed untaught. A million more, now lost she, Eros, has. Packed cards with Caesar, and false played my glory. Unto an enemy's triumph. Nay, weep not, gentle Eros. There is left us. Ourselves to end ourselves. Enter Mardian. Oh, thy vile lady. She has robbed me of my sword. Mardian. No, Antony. My mistress loved thee and her fortunes mingled with thine entirely. Antony. Hence, saucy eunuch. Peace. She hath betrayed me and shall die the death. Mardian. Death of one person can be paid but once. And that she has discharged. What thou wouldst do is done unto thy hand. The last she spake was Antony. Most noble Antony. Then in the midst a tearing groan did break. The name of Antony, it was divided between her heart and lips. She rendered life. Thy name so buried in her. Antony. Dead, then? Mardian. Dead. Antony. Unarm, Eros. The long day's task is done. And we must sleep. That thou depart'st hence safe does pay thy labor richly. Go. Exit Mardian. Off, pluck off. The sevenfold shield of Ajax cannot keep the battery from my heart. Oh, cleave, my sides. Heart, once be stronger than thy continent. Crack thy frail case. Apace, Eros, apace. No more a soldier. Bruised pieces, go. You have been nobly born. From me a while. Exit Eros. I will o'erdict thee, Cleopatra, and weep for my pardon. So it must be, for now. All length is torture. Since the torch is out. Lie down, and stray no farther. Now all labor mars what it does, yea, very force entangles itself with strength. Sealed then, and all is done. Eros. I come, my queen. Eros. Stay for me. Where souls do couch on flowers, we'll hand in hand. And with our sprightly port make the ghosts gaze. Dido and her Aeneas shall want roups. And all the hunt be ours. Come, Eros, Eros. Enter Eros. Eros. What would my lord? Antony. Since Cleopatra died, I have lived in such dishonor that the gods detest my baseness. I, that with my sword, quartered the world and o'er green Neptune's back. With ships made cities, condemn myself to lack the courage of a woman, less noble mind than she which, by her death, our Caesar tells. I am conqueror of myself. Thou art sworn, Eros, that when the exigent should come, which now is come indeed, when I should see behind me inevitable prosecution of disgrace and horror, that on my command Thou then wouldst kill me. The time is come. Thou strick'st not me, 'tis Caesar thou defiedst. Put colour in thy cheek. Eros. The gods withhold me. Shall I do that which all the Parthian darts? Though enemy, lost aim and could not? Antony. Eros. Wouldst thou be windowed in great Rome and see thy master thus with pleached arms, bending down his corrigible neck, his face subdued to penetrative shame, whilst a wheeled seat of fortunate Caesar, drawn before him, branded his baseness that ensued? Eros. I would not seat. Antony. Come, then, for with a wound I must be cured. Draw that thy honest sword, which thou hast worn, most useful for thy country. Eros. Oh, sir, pardon me. Antony. When I did make thee free, sworest thou not then to do this when I bade thee? Do it at once. Or thy precedent services are all but accidents unpurposed. Draw, and come. Eros. Turn from me then that noble countenance wherein the worship of the whole world lies. Antony. Lo thee. Turning from him. Eros. My sword is drawn. Antony. Then let it do at once the thing why thou hast drawn it. Eros. My dear master, my captain and my emperor, let me say, before I strike this bloody stroke, farewell. Antony. 'Tis said, man, and farewell. Eros. Farewell, great chief. Shall I strike now? Antony. Now, Eros. Eros. Why, there then. Kills himself. Thus do I escape the sorrow of Antony's death. Dies. Antony. Thrice nobler than myself. Thou teachest me, O valiant Eros, what I should and thou couldst not. My queen and Eros have by their brave instruction got upon me a nobleness in record. But I will be a bridegroom in my death and run in't as to a lover's bed. Come then, and, Eros, thy master dies thy scholar to do thus. Falling on his sword, I learned of thee. How? Not dead? Not dead? The guard, ho! Oh, dispatch me. Enter a company of the guard, one of them Dercetus. First guard. What's the noise? Antony. I have done my work ill, friends. Oh, make an end of what I have begun. Second guard. The star is fallen. First guard. And time is at his period. All. Alas, and woe. Antony. Let him that loves me strike me dead. First guard. Not I. Second guard. Nor I. Third guard. Nor anyone. Exeunt guard. Dercetus. Thy death and fortunes bid thy followers fly. This sword but shown to Caesar with this tidings shall enter me with him. Enter Diomedes. Diomedes. Where's Antony? Dercetus. There, Diomed, there. Diomedes. Lives he? Wilt thou not answer, man? Exit Dercetus. Antony. Art thou there, Diomed? Draw thy sword and give me sufficing strokes for death. Diomedes. Most absolute lord. My mistress Cleopatra sent me to thee. Antony. When did she send thee? Diomedes. Now, my lord. Antony. Where is she? Diomedes. Locked in her monument. She had a prophesying fear of what hath come to pass. For when she saw, which never shall be found you did suspect, she had disposed with Caesar, and that your rage would not be purged, she sent you word she was dead. But fearing since how it might work, hath sent me to proclaim the truth, and I am come. I dread, too late. Antony. Too late, good Diomed. Call my guard, I prithee. Diomedes. What, ho! The emperor's guard. The guard, what ho! Come, your lord calls. Enter 4 or 5 of the guard of Antony. Antony. Bear me, good friends, where Cleopatra bides. 'Tis the last service that I shall command you. First guard. Woe, woe are we, sir, you may not live to wear all your true followers out. All. Most heavy day. Antony. Nay, good my fellows, do not please sharp fate to grace it with your sorrows. Bid that welcome which comes to punish us, and we punish it, seeming to bear it lightly. Take me up. I have led you oft, carry me now, good friends, and have my thanks for all. Exeunt, bearing Antony. Scene XV. Alexandria. A monument. Enter Cleopatra and her maids aloft, with Charmian and Iris. Cleopatra. O Charmian, I will never go from hence. Charmian. Be comforted, dear madam. Cleopatra. No, I will not. All strange and terrible events are welcome. But comforts we despise. Our sighs of sorrow, proportioned to our cause, must be as great as that which makes it. Enter, below Diomedes. How now? Is he dead? Diomedes. His death's upon him, but not dead. Look out other side your monument. His guard have brought him thither. Enter, below Antony borne by the guard. Cleopatra. O son. Burn the great sphere thou mov'st in. Darkling stand. The varying shore world. O Antony. Antony, Antony. Help, Charmian. Help, Iris, help. Help, friends below. Let's draw him hither. Antony. Peace. Not Caesar's valor hath o'erthrown Antony. But Antony's hath triumphed on itself. Cleopatra. So it should be, that none but Antony should conquer Antony, but woe 'tis so. Antony. I am dying, Egypt, dying. Only. I hear importune death awhile until. Of many thousand kisses the poor last. I lay upon thy lips. Cleopatra. I dare not, dear. Dear my lord, pardon. I dare not. Lest I be taken. Not imperious show. Of the full fortune Caesar ever shall. Be broached with me, if knife, drugs, serpents, have. Edge, sting, or operation, I am safe. Your wife Octavia, with her modest eyes. And still conclusion, shall acquire no honor. Demurring upon me. But come, come, Antony. Help me, my women we must draw thee up. Assist, good friends. Antony. Oh, quick, or I am gone. Cleopatra. Here's sport indeed. How heavy weighs my lord. Our strength is all gone into heaviness. That makes the weight. Had I great Juno's power. The strong-winged Mercury should fetch thee up. And set thee by Jove's side. Yet come a little. Wishers were ever fools. Oh come, come, come. They heave Antony aloft to Cleopatra. And welcome, welcome. Die where thou hast lived. Quicken with kissing. Had my lips that power. Thus would I wear them out. All. A heavy sight. Antony. I am dying, Egypt, dying. Give me some wine, and let me speak a little. Cleopatra. No, let me speak, and let me rail so high. That the false huswife fortune break her wheel. Provoked by my offense. Antony. One word, sweet queen. Of Caesar seek your honor, with your safety. Oh. Cleopatra. They do not go together. Antony. Gentle, hear me. None about Caesar trust but Proculius. Cleopatra. My resolution and my hands I'll trust. None about Caesar. Antony. The miserable change now at my end. Lament nor sorrow at, but please your thoughts. In feeding them with those my former fortunes. Wherein I live the greatest prince world. The noblest, and do now not basely die. Not cowardly put off my helmet to. My countryman, a Roman by a Roman. Valiantly vanquished. Now my spirit is going. I can no more. Cleopatra. Noblest of men, woot I? Hast thou no care of me? Shall I abide? In this dull world, which in thy absence is. No better than a sty? Oh, see, my women. Antony dies. The crown earth doth melt. My lord. Oh, withered is the garland of the war. The soldier's pole is fallen, young boys and girls. Are level now with men. The odds is gone. And there is nothing left remarkable. Beneath the visiting moon. Faints. Charmian. Oh, quietness, lady. Iris. She is dead too, our sovereign. Charmian. Lady. Iris. Madam. Charmian. Oh madam, madam, madam. Iris. Royal Egypt, Empress. Charmian. Peace, peace, Iris. Cleopatra. No more but a woman, and commanded. By such poor passion as the maid that milks. And does the meanest chairs. It were for me. To throw my scepter at the injurious gods. To tell them that this world did equal theirs. Till they had stolen our jewel. All's but naught. Patience is sottish, and impatience does. Become a dog that's mad. Then is it sin. To rush into the secret house of death. Ere death dare come to us? How do you, women? What? Good cheer. Why, how now, Charmian? My noble girls. Ah, women. Look. Our lamp is spent, it's out. Good sirs, take heart. We'll bury him, and then, what's brave, what's noble? Let's do it after the higher omen fashion. and make death proud to take us. Come, away. This case of that huge spirit now is cold. Ah, women, women. Come, we have no friend. But resolution and the briefest end. Exeunt, bearing off Antony's body. Act 5. Scene: I Caesar's camp before Alexandria. Enter Caesar, Agrippa, Dolabella, Maecenas, Gallus, Proculius with his council of war. Caesar. Go to him, Dolabella, bid him yield. Being so frustrate, tell him, he mocks the pauses that he makes. Dolabella. Caesar, I shall. Exit. Enter Dercetus with the sword of Antony. Caesar. Wherefore is that? And what art thou that darest appear thus to us? Dercetus. I am called Dercetus. Mark Antony I served, who best was worthy, best to be served. Whilst he stood up and spoke, he was my master, and I wore my life to spend upon his haters. If thou please to take me to thee, as I was to him, I'll be to Caesar. If thou pleasest not, I yield thee up my life. Caesar. What'st thou say'st? Dercetus. I say, O Caesar, Antony is dead. Caesar. The breaking of so great a thing should make a greater crack. The round world should have shook lions into civil streets and citizens to their dens. The death of Antony is not a single doom, in the name lay a moiety of the world. Dercetus. He is dead, Caesar. Not by a public minister of justice, nor by a hired knife, but that self-hand which rid his honor in the acts it did, hath, with the courage which the heart did lend it, splitted the heart. This is his sword. I robbed his wound of it. Behold it stained with his most noble blood. Caesar. Look you sad, friends? The gods rebuke me, but it is tidings to wash the eyes of kings. Agrippa. And strange it is that nature must compel us to lament our most persisted deeds. Maecenas. His taints and honors waged equal with him. Agrippa. A rarer spirit never did steer humanity, but you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Caesar is touched. Maecenas. When such a spacious mirror's set before him, he needs must see himself. Caesar. O Antony. I have followed thee to this, but we do lance diseases in our bodies. I must perforce have shown to thee such a declining day. Or look on thine. We could not stall together in the whole world. But yet let me lament with tears as sovereign as the blood of hearts, that thou, my brother, my competitor, in top of all design, my mate in empire, friend and companion in the front of war, the arm of mine own body, and the heart, where mine his thoughts did kindle, that our stars, unreconcilable, should divide our equalness to this. Hear me, good friends. Enter an Egyptian. But I will tell you at some meter season. The business of this man looks out of him. We'll hear him what he says. Whence are you? Egyptian. A poor Egyptian yet. The queen, my mistress, confined in all she has, her monument of thy intense desires instruction, that she preparedly may frame herself to the way she's forced to. Caesar. Bid her have good heart. She soon shall know of us, by some of ours, how honorable and how kindly we determine for her. For Caesar cannot lean to be ungentle. Egyptian. So the gods preserve thee. Exit. Caesar. Come hither, Proculius. Go and say. We purpose her no shame. Give her what comforts the quality of her passion shall require, lest, in her greatness, by some mortal stroke, she do defeat us, for her life in Rome would be eternal in our triumph. Go. And with your speediest bring us what she says. And how you find of her. Proculius. Caesar, I shall. Exit Proculius. Caesar. Gallus, go you along. Exit Gallus. Where's Dolabella, to second Proculius? All. Dolabella. Caesar. Let him alone, for I remember now how he's employed. He shall in time be ready. Go with me to my tent, where you shall see how hardly I was drawn into this war. How calm and gentle I proceeded still in all my writings. Go with me and see what I can show in this. Exeunt. Scene 2. Alexandria. A room in the monument. Enter Cleopatra, Charmian and Iris. Cleopatra. My desolation does begin to make a better life. 'Tis paltry to be Caesar. Not being fortune, he's but fortune's knave. A minister of her will. And it is great to do that thing that ends all other deeds. which shackles accidents and bolts up change, which sleeps and never pallets more the dung. The beggar's nurse and Caesar's. Enter Proculius. Proculius. Caesar sends greetings to the Queen of Egypt and bids thee study on what fair demands thou meanst to have him grant thee. Cleopatra. What's thy name? Proculius. My name is Proculius. Cleopatra. Antony. Did tell me of you, bade me trust you, but I do not greatly care to be deceived. That have no use for trusting. If your master would have a queen his beggar, you must tell him that majesty, to keep decorum, must no less beg than a kingdom. If he please to give me conquered Egypt for my son, he gives me so much of mine own as I will kneel to him with thanks. Proculius. Be of good cheer. You are fallen into a princely hand, fear nothing. Make your full reference freely to my lord, who is so full of grace that it flows over on all that need. Let me report to him your sweet dependency, and you shall find a conqueror that will pray in aid for kindness, where he for grace is kneeled to. Cleopatra. Pray you tell him I am his fortune's vassal, and I send him the greatness he has got. I hourly learn the doctrine of obedience, and would gladly look him ith face. Proculius. This I'll report, dear lady. Have comfort, for I know your plight is pitied of him that caused it. Enter Gallus and Roman soldiers. You see how easily she may be surprised. Guard her till Caesar come. Iris. Royal queen. Charmian. O Cleopatra, thou art taken, queen. Cleopatra. Quick, quick, good hands. Drawing a dagger. Proculius. Hold, worthy lady, hold. Seizes and disarms her. Do not yourself such wrong, who are in this relieved, but not betrayed. Cleopatra. What, of death too? That rids our dogs of languish? Proculius. Cleopatra. Do not abuse my master's bounty by undoing of yourself. Let the world see his nobleness well acted, which your death will never let come forth. Cleopatra. Where art thou, death? Come hither, come. Come, come, and take a queen worth many babes and beggars. Proculius. Oh, temperance, lady. Cleopatra. Sir, I will eat no meat, I'll not drink, sir. If idle talk will once be necessary, I'll not sleep neither. This mortal house I'll ruin. Do Caesar what he can. No, sir, that I will not wait pinioned at your master's court, nor once be chastised with the sober eye of dull Octavia. Shall they hoist me up and show me to the shouting varletry of censuring Rome? Rather a ditch in Egypt. Be gentle grave unto me. Rather on Nilus's mud. Lay me stark naked, and let the water flies blow me into abhorring. Rather make my country's high pyramids my gibbet, and hang me up in chains. Proculius. You do extend these thoughts of horror further than you shall find cause in Caesar. Enter Dolabella. Dolabella. Proculius. What thou hast done thy master Caesar knows, and he hath sent for thee. For the queen. I'll take her to my guard. Proculius. So, Dolabella. It shall content me best. Be gentle to her. To Cleopatra. To Caesar I will speak what you shall please, if you'll employ me to him. Cleopatra. Say I would die. Exeunt Proculius and soldiers. Dolabella. Most noble empress, you have heard of me? Cleopatra. I cannot tell. Dolabella. Assuredly you know me. Cleopatra. No matter, sir, what I have heard or known. You laugh when boys or women tell their dreams. Is't not your trick? Dolabella. I understand not, madam. Cleopatra. I dreamt there was an Emperor Antony. Oh, such another sleep, that I might see. But such another man. Dolabella. If it might please you. Cleopatra. His face was as the heavens, and therein stuck the sun and moon, which kept their course, and lighted the little the earth. Dolabella. Most sovereign creature. Cleopatra. His legs bestrid the ocean, his reared arm crested the world, his voice was propertied as all that tuned spheres, and that to friends. But when he meant to quail and shake the orb, he was as rattling thunder. For his bounty there was no winter in't, and autumn 'twas that grew the more by reaping. His delights were dolphin-like, they showed his back above the element they lived in his livery. Walked crowns and crownets, realms and islands were. As plates dropped from his pocket. Dolabella. Cleopatra. Cleopatra. Think you there was or might be such a man? As this I dreamt of? Dolabella. Gentle madam, no. Cleopatra. You lie up to the hearing of the gods. But if there be nor ever were one such. It's past the size of dreaming. Nature wants stuff. To vie strange forms with fancy, yet to imagine. An Antony were nature's peace gainst fancy. Condemning shadows quite. Dolabella. Hear me, good madam. Your loss is, as yourself, great, and you bear it. As answering to the weight. Would I might never. Oertic pursued success, but I do feel. By the reband of yours, a grief that smites. My very heart at root. Cleopatra. I thank you, sir. Know you what Caesar means to do with me? Dolabella. I am loath to tell you what I would you knew. Cleopatra. Nay, pray you, sir. Dolabella. Though he be honorable. Cleopatra. He'll lead me, then, in triumph. Dolabella. Madam, he will. I know it. Flourish. Enter Caesar, Proculius, Gallus, Maecenas and others of his train. All. Make way there. Caesar. Caesar. Which is the Queen of Egypt? Dolabella. It is the Emperor, madam. Cleopatra kneels. Caesar. Arise, you shall not kneel. I pray you, rise. Rise, Egypt. Cleopatra. Sir, the gods will have it thus. My master and my lord. I must obey. Caesar. Take to you no hard thoughts. The record of what injuries you did us. Though written in our flesh, we shall remember. As things but done by chance. Cleopatra. Soul sir oth world. I cannot project mine own cause so well. To make it clear, but do confess I have been laden with like frailties which before have often shamed our sex. Caesar. Cleopatra, no. We will extenuate rather than enforce. If you apply yourself to our intents, which towards you are most gentle, you shall find a benefit in this change, but if you seek to lay on me a cruelty by taking Antony's course, you shall bereave yourself of my good purposes and put your children to that destruction which I'll guard them from. If they're on your ally, I'll take my leave. Cleopatra. And may, through all the world, 'tis yours, and we, your scutcheons and your signs of conquest, shall hang in what place you please. Here, my good lord. Caesar. You shall advise me in all for Cleopatra. Cleopatra. This is the brief of money, plate, and jewels I am possessed of. 'Tis exactly valued. Not petty things admitted. Where's Seleucus? Enter Seleucus. Seleucus. Here, madam. Cleopatra. This is my treasurer. Let him speak, my lord. Upon his peril, that I have reserved to myself nothing. Speak the truth, Seleucus. Seleucus. Madam, I had rather seal my lips than to my peril speak that which is not. Cleopatra. What have I kept back? Seleucus. Enough to purchase what you have made known. Caesar. Nay, blush not, Cleopatra. I approve your wisdom in the deed. Cleopatra. See, Caesar. Oh, behold. How pomp is followed. Mine will now be yours. And should we shift estates, yours would be mine. The ingratitude of this Seleucus does even make me wild. O slave, of no more trust than love that's hired. What, goest thou back? Thou shalt go back, I warrant thee. But I'll catch thine eyes, though they had wings. Slave, soulless villain, dog. O rarely base. Caesar. Good queen, let us entreat you. Cleopatra. O Caesar, what a wounding shame is this, that thou vouchsafing here to visit me, doing the honor of thy lordliness to one so meek that mine own servant should parcel the sum of my disgraces by addition of his envy. Say, good Caesar, that I some lady trifles have reserved, immoment toys, things of such dignity, as we greet modern friends with thou, and say, some nobler token I have kept apart for Livia and Octavia, to induce their mediation, must I be unfolded with one that I have bred? The gods, it smites me beneath the fall I have to Seleucus. Prithee go hence, or I shall show the cinders of my spirits through ashes of my chance. Wert thou a man, thou wouldst have mercy on me. Caesar. Forbear, Seleucus. Exit Seleucus. Cleopatra. Be it known that we, the greatest, are misthought for things that others do, and when we fall, we answer others' merits in our name, are therefore to be pitied. Caesar. Cleopatra. Not what you have reserved nor what acknowledged. Put we ith roll of conquest. Still bet yours. Bestow it at your pleasure, and believe. Caesar's no merchant to make prize with you of things that merchants sold. Therefore be cheered. Make not your thoughts your prisons. No, dear queen. For we intend so to dispose you as yourself shall give us counsel. Feed and sleep. Our care and pity is so much upon you that we remain your friend, and so, adieu. Cleopatra. My master and my lord. Caesar. Not so. Adieu. Flourish. Exeunt Caesar and his train. Cleopatra. He words me, girls, he words me, that I should not be noble to myself. But hark thee, Charmian. Whispers to Charmian. Iris. Finish, good lady. The bright day is done. And we are for the dark. Cleopatra. Hie thee again. I have spoke already, and it is provided. Go put it to the haste. Charmian. Madam, I will. Enter Dolabella. Dolabella. Where's the queen? Charmian. Behold, sir. Exit. Cleopatra. Dolabella. Dolabella. Madam, as thereto sworn by your command, which my love makes religion to obey, I tell you this. Caesar through Syria intends his journey, and within 3 days you with your children will he send before. Make your best use of this. I have performed your pleasure in my promise. Cleopatra. Dolabella. I shall remain your debtor. Dolabella. I your servant. Adieu, good queen. I must attend on Caesar. Cleopatra. Farewell, and thanks. Exit Dolabella. Now, Iris, what thinkst thou? Thou an Egyptian puppet shall be shown in Rome as well as I mechanic slaves with greasy aprons, rules, and hammers shall uplift us to the view. In their thick breaths, rank of gross diet, shall we be included and forced to drink their vapor. Iris. The gods forbid. Cleopatra. Nay, 'tis most certain, Iris. Saucy lictors will catch at us like strumpets, and scald rhymers ballad us out o' tune. The quick comedians extemporally will stage us in present. Our Alexandrian revels, Antony, shall be brought drunken forth, and I shall see some squeaking Cleopatra boy my greatness. Ith posture of a whore. Iris. Oh the good gods. Cleopatra. Nay, that's certain. Iris. I'll never see't, for I am sure mine nails are stronger than mine eyes. Cleopatra. Why, that's the way to fool their preparation and to conquer their most absurd intents. Enter Charmian. Now, Charmian. Show me, my women, like a queen. Go fetch my best attires. I am again for Cydnus to meet Mark Antony. Sirrah, Iris, go. Now, noble Charmian, we'll dispatch indeed. And when thou hast done this chair, I'll give thee leave to play till doomsday. Bring our crown and all. Exit Iris. A noise within. Wherefore's this noise? Enter a guardsman. Guardsman. Here is a rural fellow that will not be denied your highness's presence. He brings you figs. Cleopatra. Let him come in. Exit guardsman. What poor an instrument may do a noble deed. He brings me liberty. My resolution's placed, and I have nothing of woman in me. Now from head to foot